Hello and welcome to Playday 5 of the Blast R6 Brazil League. The most dominant region in the world is back for another jam-packed day of Siege. My name's Ian Chambers. Thank you so much for having me. I'm making my debut here on the Brazil League, and it is an honor to be here alongside the man who is always here. He is part of the tapestry of this show. C-Daps joins me. I'm going to have a nice chat with him in a moment, but first, let's take a look in the rearview mirror at Playday 4 and take a look how it all went down. Fluxo had a close match against Furia that went to overtime, but the world champs came out on top. FaZe Clan continue their SI revenge tour and show their dominance with a win against Vivo Keyd. The biggest org in Brazil. It's disaster zone for these guys at the moment. Team Liquid are struggling. They were beaten by W7M. mibr had a very strong showing with an impressive win over Black Dragons. I've heard a lot about this one. If you haven't seen it, go back and check the VOD. And E1 dominated Ninjas in Pajamas on their attacks to take Consulate. You already know our analyst today. I just introduced you to him, but once again, C-Daps, welcome. It is great to be on the show with you, brother.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're just so incredibly excited because first broadcast of the stage, you're dropped right into such a phenomenal region so far with these scores that have just blown minds. At the end of the day, E1 coming out and beating, two-time S-tier event plus SI performing an IP. Earlier on, we had Fluxo. They came into that game against Furia with 0 points. They came away and took a point away from the SI champions. And then FaZe Clan, they've been absolutely dominant, but Vivo Keyd stars were keeping it so close.
Yeah, the Brazil League proving, as always, to be sometimes unpredictable, but always entertaining. Let's take a look at the standings and how those results have impacted them. The one thing that stands out to me here, Team Liquid, what is going on? 10th place, 0 points. C-Daps.
Yeah, if we were playing golf, they'd be absolutely phenomenal, but it's been a really rough time if you're a Liquid fan. But overall, the top three, FaZe Clan, W7M, Furia, those are expected results. Those are your titans. Those are your juggernauts in this region. But the 4 through 9 slot has been where this region is so incredibly competitive and fun to watch because all these teams, they're going to have different head-to-heads. They're all going to be beating each other, and we don't really know who's going to step out on top yet.
Yeah, it's must-see Siege every single Playday here in Brazil. You mentioned that mid-range area of the table there. Number 5, you've got Vivo Keyd stars. They came out of the traps really strong in that first weekend of Playdays. But then, things got a little bit tougher when they came up against some of the best players in the world, Connor.
Yeah, they had to play Furia and FaZe in the same weekend. The most difficult matchup weekend you could possibly have in any region of the world. And it was a massive test for Vivo Keyd stars, who we'd already been hyping up as one of these up-and-coming rosters, the potential competitors. And on the test, they didn't do quite the best. You could say maybe they still passed. They got like a C+, maybe a B-, but at the end of the day, they still need that big A+ on one of the tests upcoming.
Yeah, you've got to hope they're not shaken by those two results and somehow pick up their form from the first weekend. Let's move on to Fluxo now. These guys are showing signs of life. Bad results, but some decent performances, you could say, Connor.
Yeah, right now their outlier is this game against Furia, but earlier on, they still struggled quite a bit. NIP we're seeing as one of the weaker teams in the league, kind of surprisingly. Fluxo did still lose to them in a very solid way. And with Fluxo, they have a lot of really young players that can pop off. People like Hashi, people like Lukid, they're stepping into a region of a sort of level of the region that they're not as familiar in, but they're still rising above the rest of the team. And it makes you think, this team does have some really good upside potential.
They showed some of that upside potential in there, albeit a loss to Furia. They fared well against them, and these guys are the world champions. Literally a matter of weeks ago, they lifted the hammer.
Yeah, right now, the only teams to take points off of Furia would be W7M and now Fluxo. So they're in good company. That's another top 3 team, a sort of mainstay of the region that Fluxo has put themselves in the circle with. And this game was not a fluke. This was Fluxo, especially Hashi, stepping up in the team just as a whole, playing really good cohesive Siege that doesn't really look like a new team. It looks like they've been playing together for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to give you confidence taking a point off of the world champions. Let's now move on to another team. Let's look at E1. What's going on here, Connor? I mean, 1-2, lost 2, and the scorelines, they leave you a little bit confused, right?
E1 are a weird team because when you're going up against the sort of competitors, the Vivo Keyd stars, the Black Dragons of the world, they're getting beat pretty handedly. And then as they're moving in, they've shown a lot of progression, especially where out of nowhere they came and destroyed Liquid. And that was on the attacking side of Skyscraper, which is the most difficult attacking side of any map in the pool right now on a global level. And for them to come out and get a 5-1 split, it was incredibly impressive. But we thought of it as, this is a flash in the pan. Liquid aren't doing that well. Let's see how they attack against a very good defensive team like NIP. Then they did it again.
Do you think that it makes them a really unpredictable team to watch, not just for fans, but for opponents as well? You don't really know which team's going to show up, right?
Yeah, you don't know if we're going to see an incredibly dominant attacking side. And E1 as well, they attack really weird, really high pace. They get in the building fast. They're putting down the bomb with a minute 45 left. And it's almost a flash in the pan style that we don't know if you're going to be able to replicate it, where they've shown 2 weeks in a row that's how they want to play. Now it can be counter-stratted. Now it's expected. It's no longer a sort of surprise factor for teams. We're going to have to see if E1 are still going to be able to overcome obstacles.
All right, well, that's in the past now. Everything that we've talked about has been and gone. Let's look ahead now. As always, in the Brazil League, we have a jam-packed 5-match schedule coming your way, and we are starting in tremendous fashion.
Yeah, there's questions that can be answered across every game today. Vivo Keyd stars versus mibr. This is potentially who's the next up. Who is the roster that's going to step in and be a competitor? Furia. Are they going to be able to kind of bounce back just a little bit with the weaker form that we've seen against a weaker team Liquid? Fluxo and E1, which team is improving the most Playday to Playday? FaZe Clan versus NIP, that's like old style versus new style. And that's just going to be a great game. Always a fabled battle between those two orgs. And match number 5 is how strong are Black Dragons against one of the Titans? Are they going to really step up and put themselves into a great position?
Do you think, so far, obviously I'm joining a little bit late here, Connor, but do you think the Brazil League is still standing up as the most entertaining to watch and people should buckle up?
Yeah, it isn't even close. Every single team here in Brazil, you got 90% of them, I think, could make waves at the major if they manage to make it. But with so much infighting, it's just, with how strong each team is, everybody's elevating each other up. Because, iron sharpens iron. It's that sort of mentality that lets you, the best teams playing against the best teams are going to make those teams go so much further, especially when you have a lead like Brazil has in the global ecosystem. The only way any other region steps up is if Brazil kind of stops moving, if they don't start, pressing the line, and they haven't stopped yet.
Well, as Connor said, we are starting off with an absolute banger. Vivo Keyd versus mibr is happening after the break. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League with me, Ian Chambers, and CDAPS, who has kindly agreed to me calling him Connor. I'm allowed to call you Connor all the way through this weekend. Connor, you ready to get things started here?
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited because I do believe this is the best match of the day. It answers the most question. These are two teams that in my head have just been bouncing back of who's the best quote-unquote contender so far. We've seen flashes of brilliance from both of them, and now we'll have a direct result to compare to.
Yeah, you're alluding to Vivo Keyd versus mibr. Let's start with this Vivo Keyd roster, shall we? As we said during the pre-show, the big dogs brought them back to reality last weekend. It was a tough old back-to-back set of matchups for them, but we do know that this team can step up.
Yeah, they definitely can. When you have a duo like Hates and Hornetow stepping up on this roster, they're a very formidable dynamic duo that you do not want to go up against, especially Hates this stage has been absolutely mind-blowing.
All right, let's shine a spotlight on Lender for a moment here and take a look at his performances between week 1 and week 2. What can we learn from these numbers?
Linda is also joining the conversation with that duo I mentioned and making it a trio, which is even scarier. In week 2, we saw Linda play absolutely out of his mind and elevate his entire team with his ability to get multi-kills and take over rounds. And those week 2 stats almost need like 5 asterisks next to them because that's against Furia and that's against FaZe. That is absolutely phenomenal for somebody to step up and put up such great performances on a consistent basis against 2 of the best teams in the region.
Yeah, I mean, they're the sort of performances that put you on the map and have all eyes on you. Do you think that those last 2 matchups may have shaken confidence for this roster at all, or do you think they'll just get back to business?
I think they're just going to get back to business because if you take the SI champs and the SI runners up to max regulation, where you arguably had chances to win the game, you're going to kind of walk away with your head up, even though you did take you sort of lost 3 points of regulation loss. But once again, it's kind of like a test. And I've been saying that a lot with this roster where, you know, they still did pass. They were competitive in those games. That's what we wanted to see out of this roster. They get like a C+, maybe a B-, but they still need a marquee game. They need a big ace on a test for them to really just level up their score.
Yeah, well, mibr, let's take a look at these guys. They're going to be looking for an A+ performance here, that's for sure. And last time we saw them in action, they did just that with a 7-5 win over Black Dragons. It was strong stuff from them, so they're coming into this with some real nice momentum.
Yeah, they definitely are because this roster has been a rebuild roster. They've been changing up so many pieces, and I didn't expect them to come together as quickly as they have and instantly be competitors. You have a player like Gomez being a resurgence of what we once saw out of him, as well as Bullet doing the same thing while leading from the front charge of a lot of these new players like Semper and Yex.
Let's shine a spotlight now on Gomez. He used to play for his opponents here. Now he's a standout player for mibr, and I know that you've got your eyes on him coming into this matchup.
Yeah, because he played so well in sort of when he was needed for this mibr team. The big Black Dragons comeback, they were losing heavy. They swapped to the defensive side. All of a sudden, Gomez was going absolutely crazy, and it brought so much momentum. And when you have such an important game like that Black Dragons game, where it's a head-to-head against these competitor rosters, you need somebody to step up. And Gomez was exactly that for this mibr team.
Yeah, and the cool thing, again, we keep saying it over and over again, but watching these players in this Brazilian league step up is a beautiful thing to see, especially when there are experienced players like, you know, Bullet, and you mentioned Gomez here. It's great for the players around them, the younger players, to learn from them and grow with them, right?
Yeah, I always say, you know, leading by example is something that you want out of the veterans. You know, some people think that, hey, yeah, the younger players, they're better mechanically. They're going to be fragging better. You know, they're more flashy, but who teaches them how to be enabled properly? That's typically the veterans. But with somebody like Bullet and Gomez, you know, they're the veterans, but they're still on fragging roles. They're showing these young guys how to do it.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at map vetoes here for the first time as we get set up for our first matchup as Playday 5. Talk us through it.
Yeah, these bans already make sense. Both these rosters not really lending towards the maps that they're taking out. They have a pretty defined and rigid map pool that doesn't have that much of an overlap so far. with Clubhouse going down and Oregon going down, that's both of these rosters taking away strong picks for the other teams. You know, sure, Vivo Keyd Stars on Oregon, they did already take a win. They already took a victory, but, you know, they don't quite want to take mibr to that map. And it actually leads us all the way down to a 50-50 where mibr could be brought back to a bank that they've shown is strong against Black Dragons, or Vivo Keyd Stars are going to open up into the unknown. We don't know anything about Skyscraper for either of these rosters. All we have to go off of is a couple of plays that show, you know, it's a pretty defender-sided match besides with the stats being skewed from that E1 Liquid match. And what's more sort of important here to note is that through 4 playdays, mibr have banned this map early on every single time.
All right, we can get into this one. Our first matchup of the day. I am delighted to say, casting the action, it is in Terra and Pengu. Guys, take it away.
Well, thank you so very much, Ian, and tremendous glasses, by the way, as somebody who has,
No.
3 separate pairs of glasses right now in front of him, just in case an emergency breaks out on the broadcast. I gotta say, that's a very nice pair of specs. You have been wearing your glasses less, though, Nicholas, and that's a wave of the finger, my friend. Did you get eye surgery, or are you just negligent?
No, you see, the thing about my eyesight is that I don't need them in front of a screen, but when I go into the real world and things are very much further away, that's when I need my glasses. And you do it for fashion, Parker, so like, don't even talk to me about glasses.
Did you say I don't know fashion?
No, I said you do it just for fashion, so don't come to me about why I don't use mine.
I need to wear glasses.
I don't believe you. You never wear them. You only wear them when you want to, it feels like. That's gotta be a fashion statement.
As we get ready to go into Vivo Keyd Stars versus mibr, I'm going to fight my co-caster live on air over the things he says about me.
All right,
now,
buckle up, buddy.
So not that people need the backstory, but I have an astigmatism, which means that one of my eyes works harder than the other, and it causes like tension and stress headaches from time to time. So I need to wear glasses. Not always, but sometimes.
I was gonna say, and I rarely see you wear them, but hey.
If this is the matchup of the day today, then I am excited for it. Vivo Keyd Stars in 5th place, mibr in 7th place to start the day. Evenly matched teams, good things to say about both of these squads, even if ultimately mibr has probably underperformed their own expectations. Vivo Keyd Stars as a team seem to be making some adjustments and improvements the longer that this season goes on. Operator bans locked in. Anything odd? Anything stand out to you, Nick?
There is a single operator here that I don't see banned all that often. It's the castle. And I mean, if there were a map where you would bring out this operator ban, it would be either Border or probably Skyscraper, because it's a map where pretty much every single bomb site heavily benefits from having those castle barricades. There's so many like long lines of sites that can be tricky to deal with. You castle barricade them, then they're done for. Vivo Keyd Stars will start on the attacking side and ban the castle to weaken the defense. I like this approach. It's something that's kind of less common to see. Most players will go, okay, defense is strong, let's ban a Samia Fenrir. And every single team will scrim under those circumstances and practice every single day. It's not really one of those, wow, what are we going to do about this? The castle ban might be. So we got to keep an eye on what mibr might be missing on these defensive lineups, and also what Vivo Keyd Stars will do on their attack that might break the norm, or if they can just get a couple more rounds here, because as we know, it is very difficult to attack on Skyscraper. We're expecting a 2-4 half, of course, favoring defense.
Now that we've gotten, no, I don't want to say halfway through stage 1, because we're not quite there just yet, but we can look at the numbers from various regions. In Brazil, Skyscraper's been played 3 times, and it is very defender-sided. 66% of all rounds being won by the defenders. So yeah, 4-2 is pretty much your baseline. You expect a team to win 4 rounds on defense. Will that be the case for mibr? They start on not the highest win rate of the bomb site, but if you look at the numbers, the 3 bomb sites on this map played most commonly have all been played basically the same amount. Office and Exhibition leads the way by 1 more play over Kitchen Barbecue and T Karaoke. Oh, T Karaoke, the bomb site right now that mibr is dealing with. 60% win rate for the defenders.
That's actually surprising that we see pretty much all the bomb sets being played equally as well. But I mean, it just goes to show that you often make that full bomb set rotations on defense because it's such a strong side to be on, essentially. In mibr, they've done a full map extension, basically. They're holding office, like, pretty strong with roamers, but they also got that middle portion near the side where they got deployable shields, they got jammers in the way, they got warden for anti-flags and smokes, but they're also, of course, holding the bomb side, Rare, with a nasty one-tap, opening things up, and Yex gets a second kill as well. The attackers are already down bad.
When you see something that is so dumbfounding as some of these kills, all you can do is just go, and what more can you say? It's a nice shot by Rare. Vivo Keyd not getting the start that they wanted, Nick, as they've lost both Lenda and Stemp. Now it's Gomez being watched over by Geisha. What does Vivo Keyd have to worry or to work with this? Do they need to be worried about the defenders playing in this position? Down goes Semper. Hornetow, the first one to draw blood so far for Vivo Keyd. Just about 1 minute left in this round.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, that kill is something, but now you got a player stuck on Geisha balcony, 2 players downstairs, forced to walk up a staircase. It's not ideal. And there's a Fenrir, and there's also a Frostmat to help.
If you are nearsighted, I suppose you're not going to be looking down. Everybody on the side of mibr getting involved in that last duel, and they prevail in the very first round.
The top spot, skyscraper attack. And this is one of those maps where we often see teams, they only really want to go there if they can choose the starting side. Because, you know, building those defensive round victories, getting that big round lead that you're supposed to get, it really can't make or break the difference. Especially if you're not like a mentally strong team. Not saying Vivo Keyd aren't, but it's often how we see teams in the international play. We're like, okay, we want to play skyscraper, but only if we can start on this particular side. Vivo Keyd get the pretty much expected round outcome. It's just difficult. They try and go for the roam clear. There's a mute jammer on every single reinforced wall. They cannot breach, right? They don't bring the Thatcher. They didn't really have secondary MPs in the right positions. Okay, so what do? They rotate for a more direct approach. Geisha balcony, go downstairs in restaurant, go on the exterior balcony, leading towards the bomb side. They get one tapped. They walk up a staircase. There's a Frostmap. There's a Fenrir mine. They get nearsighted. There is basically no easy path on skyscraper. And that's the big difference between this map and I would argue every other map in the map pool. It's just that you have to fight so hard for every single minor portion of the map. And it's also why we often see teams try and just kind of brute force it. They play the Blitzer, they play the Monty, they play Ying, they rush the bomb site, etc. Vivo Keyd so far in the first 2 rounds, they're going with a very kind of standard, slow-paced approach where they play a bit of utility. They play IQ, they're playing Flores right now. Then they have Dogaby and Grim to try and maybe capture some of the roamers if there are any. Or of course later in the round to execute on the bomb side.
We'll look at these individual player stats as we see the discovery phase of this map still undergoing. Hates, the highest rated player on Vivo Keyd and just trailing Herds and Volps in terms of ratings in the whole league, and honestly that's pretty good company. Musy's right behind him, so you got Musy, Herds, Volps, and then Hates, who has never played an international event. I mean, think about how much better he could be with that level of experience. Plus 15 KD as well for Hates, with the most clutches on the team, and tied for the most clutches so far in the league. So just overall a tremendous player. Vivo Keyd are not a team that requires Hates, but it's a long way down to get to the rest of this team in terms of ratings. Lenda, Hornetow, Stemp, and Daffodil are all basically tied after that. So a bit of a difference. There goes Hornetow, Stemp involved in the refrag as Rare dies. Now it's Semper to take some damage as he rotates over towards Dragon. Link up with Yex. The man of the hour. Hates playing on that repel, looking towards Dragon and just missing out on one of those players from mibr who wants to toy with him. Bit of a scary spot as Hates will have to swing onto that exterior balcony. Final moment now. Final minute.
Tough one. I mean, we recognize there that they just want to sit back and wait the defenders not seek out those engagements. There it is. Stem open things up and they're in.
They found their opening for sure, Nick. Vivo Keyd walks in, annihilates mibr. Yex and Gomez are still alive, but they're nowhere near close enough to really deal with the diffuser being planted. And now Gomez will come back Through terrace. Yeg's top stairs. He dies. Stamp a phenomenal round, and it goes even better. Stamp will collect the final 2 kills, and Vivo Keyd Stars will answer back to MIBR's first round.
I like that execute. It kind of just came out of nowhere. And I think it's why it worked so well. MIBR, they were not really ready because it didn't really make sense for anything to be happening for maybe another 20 to 30 seconds. I mean, we had just seen the Dokkaebi outside in the rappel go in towards the balcony. She just arrived, ready to execute. No like redroning, no checking anything. Dokkaebi rappels in, Stamps walks in, Hates follows it up, and every single player finding value in that round, of course with the exception of that early death. And we saw the defense, they were still actively on their own, playing in the other portion of the map. It made sense for the Keyd Stars to execute, and they either had the intel to just go for it, or the balls to just force end it. But, the thing about Skyscraper, all 4 bomb sites are super playable. Whether it's Master Bedroom or Barbecue Kitchen, you can just go through those rotations. If office doesn't work for you, you can just go somewhere else. They're gonna do just that. But this is the bomb site, Kitchen Barbecue, where I think the castle operator ban comes into place, those tertiaries. Because now, you cannot isolate Geisha, castle barricade off, destroy the soft floor. It's harder to establish your roaming presence. And in general, you also have one less secondary shotgun to work with, and it's probably also why we see stuff like the Frost come out. You get a deployable shield, that's some soft protection. You get that secondary shotgun replacement, same with Lesion. So because of all that soft destruction being needed and kind of safety net around the bomb site, you're forced into a more utility lineup here. Bringing the Asami, bringing the Frost, bringing Lesion, and of course the Mute, just for the shotguns alone.
Well. Okay, well.
Okay.
I was going to start to talk about some of the tools that Vivo Keyd Stars has, and that they brought 2 of these drone operators. One thing that has changed over Rainbow Six over the last couple months, or last couple years, even if you want to go that far back, is the introduction of a variety of operators that bring drones to the field. Ram, one of the newest operators, does just that. Brava, also a very new operator, being played by Hates. Access to additional drones. Twitch, of course, the OG drone operator. God, it feels like just yesterday that Flores came out, but it was actually about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
If not, actually a little bit longer. Might have been even longer than that. When you look at the drones that are available, Mira's ban rate has been typically quite low. She's banned obviously right now by MIBR, but if you're looking at getting Mira windows, Twitch is a great way to do that, even if there are more counters to it. Brava allows you to take some of that defender utility away from them. She's a great trickster operator. And as you can see on the side of MIBR, you got plenty of targets. Though, I will say that against MIBR at the moment, Bravo could find greater value. Not always about the operators, it's about the people playing them. Semper now, speaking of, playing that Azami takes out Hates, and another for Semper, who's been having a tremendous game up to this point. Firing away, gets out of his position. Holding off with utility. Final minute now.
It's really not great when you're like falling apart on the roam clear. I mean, this is the easiest part of the round. It's not easy by any means, but it's the easiest, so to speak, and it just falls apart. It's just landed in a 1v4.
Yo, what do you do here? You've got the case.
Hold this angle. You hope for a kill. You say, you know what? I got my one.
The moment you get a single kill, they're going to snap their fingers and get in ever closer. Some teams, very patient. They just want to wait you out. Not the case for MIBR. They want hunting. Yes, the final kill. MIBR answers back. Both of these teams winning rounds and then trading immediately. Nobody yet able to win back-to-back rounds.
March 16th, 2021. By the way, that is the release date of Flores.
So 3 years ago, when Flores came out.
Yeah, 3 years. And like 2 weeks. That's ridiculous. That's such a long time ago. It's in year 6, the first season. Crimson Heist.
That's crazy.
Time does fly. Yeah, time really flies. I mean, when people say that we're on like the 9th season, or like, sorry, 9th year of Siege rather, you know, you have 4 seasons every single year. We have, if we were a TV show, we would have been running for so long. Like longer than what...
We'd have been canceled.
That's very possible.
I have no faith that a good TV show will be able to stick around anymore.
How long has The Simpsons been running for? That's my question to counter that
The
point.
Simpsons?
Yeah. That's a couple of
It's
seasons.
35 years, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's something like that, yeah. So, like, you know, they're
35
running.
seasons. 1989.
Yeah.
I was right.
There you go. Yeah, you're smart.
Thank you.
So some people can make it that far, you know? Some can, most can't.
The first 5 or 6 seasons of The Simpsons, by the way, were unbeatable, and the talent that came out of that writer's room was really something else. But I can tell you right now, I probably haven't watched anything from The Simpsons since The Simpsons movie, and that was, oh my god, I think that came out when I was in high school.
Yeah, I was a young boy.
Yeah, you
Must
were.
have been.
You're still young now. I'm actually still young now. I might think that as I turn 34 this year that I'm old, but certainly not.
I think I'm just, instead of being a young boy, I'm a young man now. You know, being 26 and all. Young man. You're like a normal man.
I'm just a man, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not an old
man.
or a young man, I'm just a man. But
That's true.
now, if we want to look specifically at these bomb sites again, we can go back to how often do they get played. Skyscrapers had 35 rounds through the 3 plays so far, averaging just a little bit over 11 rounds per matchup. So with that said, expect to go deep into this. I do not, just based on these rosters, foresee a blowout in either direction. That bedroom and bathroom bomb site downstairs, it's been played 4 times, by the way. So, yeah, I mean, obviously it's not the best site. Only been won by the defenders 1 of those 4 times. Another drone operator on the board now as we look towards this office and exhibition defense, which is over the bomb site we were just talking about. It's the Flores in the hands of Stem that will be able to go in and find great value. Destroying these Kiba barriers, lots of soft walls as well, left unreinforced by mibr. Have to imagine that was deliberate.
A tough spot there for the Asami. Yex doing a great job of just wasting time. What a great shot from Bull as well. And again, defense always starting on off here on the advantage, always getting opening kills.
Throw in those throwables. Flashbangs from the hands of Stem. Zombie barrier still stopping Vivo Keyd stars from getting in the way that they want. mibr fighting back so adeptly at the moment and showing why the defenders do what they do. That's a huge round. And it's won flawlessly by mibr. At the conclusion of the previous round, I said no team had won 2 in a row. Well, they do it.
Might be time for, I was gonna say Vivo Keyd starts like a change up, not necessarily a tactical timeout, but of course that can prompt a significant change. I was gonna say like their upper lineup on the attacking side, try and go for something more explosive perhaps. There's a lot of kind of nothingness happening in most of these attacking rounds where it looks like we're waiting for something to happen. That something just becomes a regular execute that's very predictable and they die immediately on the entries. And we saw again from, you know, mibr, they were not necessarily on the bomb site. They were playing pretty far away and rotated back to the side when they realized nothing's going on. So maybe some more explosiveness, some quickness. The 1 round victory on the attack so far was by that kind of out of nowhere attacking execute, and it worked. But since then, we've not seen it. So I like this tactical timeout. Perhaps the support staff, the coaching staff goes, guys, this is what we're going to do going forward. Try and get, you know, at least 1 more round. Get that 2-4 expected outcome. But of course, try and aim for a 3-3.
Atacantes precisam localizar e desativar as bombas.
Looking to see what Vivo Keyd stars might have done. They've made some small changes here. Stem has 4 kills, by the way. The rest of the team has 3. That is exceptionally poor through 4 rounds, by the way. Lenda through 4 rounds of action, 1 kill. Hornetow, 4 rounds of action, 1 kill. Hates, 1 kill. Daffodil, 0. You have, hopefully you have eyes. Nick, I know you do, even if you're not wearing your glasses. But for everybody else, just look towards the right side of your screen and you can see those numbers there. I don't need to read them out for you, but
You're higher, that's for sure. And, you know, the simplest game of Siege, the team with more kills typically will be in the lead. Of course, there are some There's a few ways where it could be the other way around, but typically that'll be the scenario that we find ourselves in. And it's true here as well. 2 round leads from mibr, significantly more kills on their side. That last previous round was a flawless, for example. They get 5 and we get 0. This just goes to show. Rare now going for what we call a cheese play. Hiding behind the desk inside of office with jammers around to support it. If he goes undroned, oh, there's a jammer effect. He might get a free kill. And we see here Semper trying to sell this as well. Falling back, reinforcing off that wall. They're trying to show, guys, we're not roaming anymore. We've surrendered that location, but actually Hornetal trying to take down that jammer finds the player because of it.
Rare started off with that very impressive shot on backstairs, and now should have more to be found over by Terrace, but all you need to do is just hold these positions, make Vivo Keyd stars work against the map. The map's going to be working against them either way. One thing I will say about mibr, we noticed it when they defended T Karaoke last time, was that while some teams will play the patience game and just wait you out, mibr was far more active. They got involved in the fights, and when there was a significant numbers advantage, mibr used that to their advantage. Now, it's not always a good thing, because if it doesn't work out in your favor and you decide to get active and you lose your gun duels, you forfeit the advantage you had, whereas you don't obviously forfeit it if you just sit there and wait. Especially on this particular bomb site, there's a lot of doorways where you can just sit on the other side, and if they don't drone you out, it's a relatively easy kill for the defenders.
That's true. But again, the timer really working against Vivo Keyd stars. A minute to go, it's actually a good pace considering all 5 players are now alive. Daffodil on the in can execute near that bomb site when they get there, but they have no flashbangs outside that, no smoke grenades. They just have claymores, secondary MPs, and heartbeats canisters that's all mostly been used up here. So while time is very low, they gotta go. Grimbeat's in, and Della's follow, but they gotta win those gunfights.
They're getting smoked out right now. Toxic canisters all used by Yex. With 25 seconds to go, there will be a small bit of coverage where there will be no gas. Hates first on the board. Stamp will join. mibr losing out as now Yex goes down. Daffodil dies, still searching for his first kill. But guess what? The entire rest of the team is here. And Vivo Keyd stars make quick work of that defense.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Change it up, get that Ying involved, of course play the Grim, get that tactical timeout, talk things through, and just get in there, get that second round. It was not the most convincing because, you know, if they go there 10, 20 seconds later, there is no time left. But again, when you're attacking on Skyscraper, attacking with 5 players alive is often going to be more important than having more time to work the bomb site when you actually get there. The reason why we saw Vivo Keyd stars having no kills previously is because they keep struggling on the opening duels. They might get 1 kill, but then it all falls apart after that. Every single defensive round victory has been like 3 or 4 defenders alive essentially. So them just having an even man advantage is everything in that round to them. Now though, you gotta try and do it one more time. If Vivo Keyd stars can get a 3-3 half, they beat expectations and they put themselves up for a prime position for when that side swap comes and they go onto defense.
A 3-3 for Vivo Keyd stars with the way that this map is played would be fantastic stuff. So, but I will say, outside of small moments of brilliance, there hasn't been a lot that gives me a belief that they will bring it back. Obviously, that's just my own speculation, though. This game is not played in speculation. This game is not played on paper. It's played in the server. I'm glad that the supporting cast from Vivo Keyd stars were able to do some work there. Hates, Hornetal, and Lenda all picking up 1 kill, but it was really Stemp leading the way. First half shows that Daffodil might go 6 entire rounds without a kill. So now we watch Lenda, who's made his way into office through exhibition. Ash a mainstay for these teams based on those site changes, but no ACOG. It looked like on Lenda's gun.
No, I thought a holoscope instead, sadly. But really good pace right now. I think Vivo Keyd stars realized that whenever they start applying a little bit of pressure, mibr will be very quick to fall back. So they apply this kind of fake pressure, they shoot a bunch, they drone a bunch, defenders, they fall back. Vivo Keyd stars now take all of Officer 3, and now they gotta work that second step. This is where it went wrong last time. Simber picked up 2 or 3 kills on this dragon door, but again, some pre-fires, some droning, Simber falls back again. This is a very promising round so far, and the aggression keeps coming from Linda.
Semper's fallen off. Plugs it right away. Lenda tries desperately to get around it, but he can't beat the timer of that Kiba barrier. Now he'll lose some of his vision. Hates getting on the board. Second round in a row. Stemp as well. Hates dies to Bullet. It's an equalizer now with Semper involved in the next kill. Lenda, who we saw early on, still just toying. Daffodil searching for their first kill as well. MIBR has been reduced to Semper and Gomez. Well, just Semper at this point. Gomez gone. Semper spotted and will immediately drop. There's one player down below. I believe that's the Thermite, but it's Lenda. Get in on the action. And it is a 3-3 first half.
I don't know exactly what happened in that tactical timeout, but it was a different attack inside from Vivo Keyd stars that showed up. Again, the aggression, the confidence. I almost want to say false confidence. It's almost felt like Linda was told, do not care about what happens in this round. I need you to sprint through the building and like be crazy about it. And that's what he did. Straight to the building, shooting, pre-firing, try to push through that keep a barrier, doesn't work out, sprints with his pistol out, down to drum, gets nearsighted, pre-fires some angles again, and the team worked around it. In my BR, for the first time so far in those first 6 rounds, it looked like the defense didn't know what was going on. It was no longer predictable, and they tried to rotate around it. We saw Legion flanking, pretty early on, in that like 4 versus 3 or whatever, and then Hornetal was still basically in the first room where Linda started, house sloppy, and found that free pick as well, just holding cameras. So really excellent stuff there. Vivo Keyd stars, they have shown that they know how to attack after some struggles, but great adaptation. Now they're going to defense. Now, if you're the team that banned Castle, which Vivo Keyd stars they did, starting on the attacking side, they will have prepared for all their defensive rounds, for operators to play, how to kind of figure out what the problems might be, where the gaps might be occurring, and they've brought a little bit of a change up here compared to my BR. They're doing a 2 Baral here in the first opening round, so mute and 2 Baral, but no bandit. They can really stall out on these walls. It basically says, we're okay with you opening the walls, EMP, heartbreach, whatever, then we're gonna freeze them. So this is more about just wasting time and wasting resources than actually trying to actively deny the wall. That's the big change up from Vivo Keyd stars defense to that of MIBR.
Looks like the desk was right, though, about it being our most exciting match so far today. There have been no other matches played, so of course this one's going to be the most exciting. But you look at what we have for the remainder of the day, and yeah, I think this has lived up to the billing up to this point. A lot of upheaval in LATAM with some of these roster changes and org changes as well. Just as we're seeing in North America, Nick, it takes time for teams to find their footing. If you've watched over the last 2 days, Beast Coast in North America has been stunning people with how suddenly they look like world beaters. LG had some good looks as well after a disappointing start to this stage. Yeah, both of these teams might be towards the lower end of Brazil, but they're perfectly capable of showing up when need be. Stemp will start things off in this round. Halfway through as now Candelas go out and Gomez inching forward. Oh, no, 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 no. How did he miss this? And there goes a Candela. And an easy kill on the Lenda. Lenda was a dead man walking and he was living on borrowed time for longer than I think we might have expected.
Thank you from Rare. No lion scans though, so not to stop the defenders from moving. And my BR still got a minute to work with here though. They're in a decent position. The one thing though, they spent all 3 lion scans and all 4 Candelas on the roam clear, and they only got a single kill. So yeah, they have 4 players, yeah, they have 60 seconds, but they have no proper utility here on the operator gadget side of things to make this any easier. Vivo Keyd stars though don't have intel either. No Valkyrie, for example, none of those mirror windows because it's a banned operator, so therefore they also don't have intel to counter the attack.
Hornetown knows he's up next over by Drum, and he cannot hold off Gomez, who started the assault from MIBR on that side of the map. as they turn their attention now towards T and Karaoke. They've got some of those keeper barriers to deal with first. Hate's still up.
Faltam 15 segundos.
And there you go. On to Gomez. Putting in some good work. Another kill from Stemp. Daffodil still looking for his first kill. Stemp goes down. And there's Daffodil to finally get on the board. Vivo Keyd Star successful. The first round of this second half.
Good start. It's a great start, in fact. And I mean, this also with Tuber Lenda dying earlier on in the round, that could have maybe fallen back with the team earlier. So it could have been even more convincing on the side of defense. But sometimes you gotta cut your losses. It's better to lose one player on that extended roam than to try and stick around further and help that player escape and then lose two players instead.
Localizar e desativar as
Whenever we get to the side portion of Skyscraper, I think if you're always in equal numbers, 5v5, 4v4, etc., defense will typically be favored. However, the lower that number is, so a 4v4 favors attackers more than a 5v5. Because defenders have less angles to cover, attackers simply have those power operators alive. Because Ying and Grim, for example, Lion, the whole objective of those operators is to stay alive or the late round execute. So a 4v4, better for attackers. 3v3, better for attackers. 2v2, if you have the intel, of course, to work with, really great for the attacker side. But the realistic scenario here is that attackers will often come to the bomb side with a man down. mibr, yes, they had the 4v4, but again, they lose those opening duels once they get to the side. Vivo Keyd Stars, they're not shy to just swing out, give up those strong positions on the bomb side, swing the rotate, swing a door, try and get a kill, and I think it made sense. All three players last round on defense were all low on HP. If you stand still and hold an angle, one pre-fire bullet might just take you down. However, if you swing the attackers with your own pre-fire, you might do that to them. You get the first round, they're gonna go to that same bomb side of office as their second priority rotation. Let's see if they can get a fifth round, or if mibr will tie things up.
All told, this has been a pretty typical Skyscraper, right? I mean, maybe not scoreline wise, but the way that these teams have the operators that are available for them and are using them. I will say, losing a Castle and a Mira could have resulted in a less predictable matchup, especially if Azami and Fenrir are available to be played, which they are, and we've actually seen a very high prominence rate from both of them up to this point. Daffodil will be playing one of those operators. He got his very first kill in the previous round. I want to know what's up with teams running the Excellence charm. Do you think it's because... Certainly it's not because of the org, right? Daffodil, will he show off some excellence? Not in that instance, no. Semper runs up back stairs. Kills Daffodil. And mibr with over half of the round to go is up in a 5v4.
Bit of a questionable approach there from Daffodil, I think. Yeah, he's been struggling 0-4, got the first kill, last one of course being 1 and 3, but why aggress into the opponents single-handedly when you have nobody backing you up? If you're a Stamp right now, you're feeling yourself, right? 10 kills, you can go for it. Hate's a phenomenal player, he does that as well, he finds a kill, and once that follows up, all of a sudden, defenders are winning again. Oh,
they are just,
oh no.
They're running into their bullets at this point, I believe is the official classification. Vivo Keyd Stars winning 3 on attack seems to have been the magic number. They're poised to go up 5-3 against mibr. Unless, of course, Rare can do something here.
I don't know. I think you called a quote-unquote tactical timeout. You sit here and you talk about that round. You talk about the next round, It's a 1v4. It's always winnable. And while he has a slow approach, I'm sure the players are talking about what they can change for the upcoming rounds, because now you've seen how ridiculous they defend. But yeah, the expected outcome is of course the Bears they win that round 4v1, and Hate will find that final kill to confirm that indeed will be the reality.
Hates is starting to pick up the pace, just as Vivo Keyd Stars are now streaking 3 rounds in a row on their part. A big difference from mibr, who went up, 3-1. Now obviously having some difficulties. What's 3-1, right? Memory serves me correctly.
Yeah.
I forgot to charge my non-specific, non-branded name tablet. I don't want to say the name of the device. I don't know if I'm allowed to. They don't give me any money.
It's true. So I advertise for them, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I got the same one, the same kind of one. So, I know.
How do you think this castle ban is affecting the defenders, right? Vivo Keyd Stars removed castle, which means that you assume that it would be targeting mibr. What did you notice from that first half as to how a lack of castle was hurting them?
So honestly, I think mibr did a great job at kind of supplementing the castle ban with playing a really good Asami, essentially. Where, you know, they were holding strong positions where normally if there's no kind of like protection around you, you cannot play in those spots. For example, when they played Office, they have Asami there. Bang, bang, 3-4 QB barriers. They pretty much invest as much that they need to make that position holdable. Whether that's a castle usually or an Asami, doesn't matter because mibr, they made it work. Vivo Keyd Stars, however, they're not really playing the same kind of, they choose one corner to stand in because Stemp, who played Asami previously, is running around the building. Just basically looking for kills. Same here on Warden. So it's a very different approach. Vivo Keyd Stars says, we don't want to stand still. In mibr, they tried, and they tried to do it with the Asamis.
Stem taking damage early on. A very impressive 11 kills so far for Stem. Far and away top in this match. Hate's next in line, sitting at 7. Both of these players, more kills than anybody on mibr has, and you will need a bigger individual performance from mibr, just as we said the same of Vivo Keyd Stars through that first half. It's gonna be a team effort that wins you this game, and well, right now Vivo Keyd Stars looking like the sharper team across the board, and that's with somebody who isn't really having the greatest impact at the moment. Though I will say, through 8 rounds, Daffodil's 4 deaths is quite good for the fact that he's not getting kills, but he's not costing his team either.
Yeah. There's that last round where he died very early on alone, but now he's playing Solis and just, you know, scouting out where those drones are, maybe looking for a flank or just relaying information, and it's, you know, Hornetau and Stemp here, and then they're holding it down top floor, but here comes the push from mibr.
Semper taking damage as both he and Bullet are looking for the same doorway. They're gonna have to squeeze through it. Bullet gets through first, looks over towards Geisha. mibr eliminating Lenda. They've taken quite a drubbing though. Rare and Semper are a single bullet of HP away from death. Stemp is still on the board. There's Rare, dropped. Crawl over, looks like he was by Dragon. We saw his perspective for but a split second. Final 30 seconds. Stemp knows that the pressure is going to come over from Geisha. You've also got to watch that gold door leading from Dragon. Just sitting and waiting. That's all you need to do if you're Vivo Keyd Stars. Match point awaits you if you can find these remaining mibr players that have such limited HP. Even now, Gomez and Yex have taken some damage too. All 5 upright with 10 seconds left. Oh. One will die on the window. Daffodil swings. Rare goes down as well, but both teams trading. Yex on the board. Gomez in on the action. mibr reduced to just the thermite. As Vivo Keyd starts to win yet another. Match point is theirs. They're 1 round away from winning the whole thing.
Ever since the tactical timeout, it's been a very big change up for Vivo Keyd Stars. Of course, now they're in defense, so I'm not sure we can like say that that was a defining moment for them to win that particular round that we just saw. But it got them the, you know, the 3 attack rounds that they wanted, or more than they maybe would have wanted. And now they've won 5 rounds straight. 2 in attack, 3 on defense, and mibr now calling their tactical timeout, but much later in the game. They're already facing match point. It's like, okay, you call a timeout, you can try and solve the problems, but if you don't do it perfectly right now, right here, then it won't matter at all. So they don't give themselves a ton of things to work with here. I would almost like to have seen them take a timeout maybe after the first attack round loss, or maybe even on the side swap to prepare themselves for the rounds to come, because every team knows attack and skyscraper, as we've said so many times before, it's not easy. No matter what team you are, no matter how good you are, it is that difficult. I don't feel like they gave themselves the best shot at actually having a successful attack inside.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I've noticed the most from mibr is the pacing of their attacks. You know, say what you will for Vivo Keyd Stars, but at least they looked like they were quicker to get into the building and try to take some of these engagements. Not by much, but enough that it can make a difference. We talked about how Stemp had 11 kills, by the way. That would have been 4 for Hates in that round, as he was at 7 and is now vaulted up to 11. Hates started this matchup 1-3. He's now 11-6. So you can't keep a good player down for long. Now that he has the freedom to roam on defense, he gets to pick apart mibr, who are entering in a way that doesn't look like they have a great understanding of the defender setups put out by Vivo Keyd stars, and also that mibr are battling some structural issues. Ace is able to take advantage of that and is doing so. He's punishing mibr.
Oh no. Oh no.
Speaking of punishing, nothing more punishing than a run out from Exhibition. Get an early pick on the bullet one. No Grim, no bees, no anti-flank, no information to be had there. mibr take their timeout and immediately spawn into a 4v5.
That is the worst case scenario. I also think it's the second strongest operator that basically died in that round, kind of tied with Buck. Soft Destruction and Dynamic Operator and Buck, and of course the Grim for the bumps that execute later on. So if you want to lose anybody, maybe the Grim. Grim falls second and it's falling apart. It's over.
Well, I mean, it's not over,
It's
but
over.
it's certainly okay. It's
over.
that's Nicholas.
I'm sorry.
Would you like to say it?
It's so over now.
It's over. www.jover.com. Vivo Keyd stars embarrass mibr through the second half. I thought, this won't be a blowout. Oh, how wrong I was. 7-3 for Vivo Keyd stars. They pick up some not much needed points, but they'll vault up to second place in a tie with W7M.
Yeah. I mean, I think why it's so important is because there are so many teams right now in Brazil that are like on 6 points, as where we were Keyd stars in mibr before this matchup. So the winner here kind of pushes themselves forward, while the other ones kind of get left behind. So pretty important match maybe for the long term right now. This could be defining of who gets like top 4, for example.
Well, these teams came in tied at 6 points apiece, right? Team Liquid and Fluxo are the only two squads that are below that 6 point threshold right now. Ninjas of Pajamas sitting in 8th, 6 points. Vivo Keyd stars in 5th, 6 points. Black Dragons in 4th, 7 points. So all of today's matchups are going to be incredibly impactful, and we've got more. The desk is going to break that down. We get to hear the beautiful Ian Chambers and CDAPs, but not before our sponsorship obligations. We'll go to a break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League Playday 5. We've just had our first matchup. My name's Ian Chambers. Our analyst, as always, is CDAPS. Vivo Keyd stars take the W over mibr in tremendous fashion. I mean, Connor, you said that you wanted an A-star performance from these guys, and they gave it to you.
Yeah, the performance would be pretty much like their defensive half. Overall, just flawless. Going 4-0, they did not drop a defensive round, but as we looked more towards the first 6 rounds, that first half, it was so important for them to set the tempo, where arguably you could say that they completely finished this game. There was no way mibr were coming back after a 3-3 split.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching it, and you made very clear, you were like, this is over. And then when you've got that momentum on your side, once you get that 3-3 split, mibr, they just knew they were in deep water.
Yeah, mibr have struggled on the attacking side, even playing some more attacker-sided maps like your Chalet and your Cafe. And overall, when you transition that into a map like Skyscraper, which is significantly more defender-sided, they needed to surge to a lead early on. But unfortunately for them, Vivo Keyd stars felt very comfortable and in the driver's seat of so many of those rounds. Sure, there were some slow and methodical rounds, but overall, Vivo Keyd stars were able to just explode onto the bomb site when needed, getting the necessary trades and taking map control the whole time.
Before we got into the game, you hyped up 3 players in particular. It looks like we might have another star performer as well in the form of Stemp.
Yeah, the progression for Vivo Keyd stars has been a new player stepping up almost every single week. And it's so incredibly strong now where they have 4/5 of their roster doing so well. Joining the ranks of the rest of the trio that hates Hornets Linda is Stemp. Stemp played out of his mind today. Absolutely hard carrying this game, especially on the attacking side. His utility usage in the flex position was awesome. It was absolutely great. All the utility he used just helped the team accomplish all of their goals. And then plus all the extra cherry on top was his ability in the fragging department, where he was just taking the gunfights. He was being a great stalemate breaker in those 3-3 and those 4-4 man count positions, where he was just the one that would walk into the bomb site, he'd put on the pants, and he dropped everybody down.
Absolutely. I mean, this roster is starting to look mega dangerous as the play days roll on now. And we said going into this as well, do you think they might be a little bit shaken by what was a really tough weekend this past weekend against some of the best players and 2 of the best teams in the world? But it seems like they've bounced back.
Yeah, I think that they came out stronger. It's once again the iron sharpens iron mentality in this Brazilian region that Vivo Keyd stars, when they're able to hang with the best of the best, they're going to kind of beat the rest. Overall, still, mibr are still a French roster. This is a good team that definitely is a lot better than the showing that they put out today, but even more credit to Vivo Keyd stars with how dominant they looked here, and they are really starting to cement themselves as probably the best team that's not in the top 3 right now.
Well, the defending world champions, the players under the banner of Furia, are waiting in the wings to take on, maybe not performing like, but still arguably one of the most popular, most famous Brazilian orgs in Team Liquid. That is coming up after a short break. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back. You're watching Brazil League. We are one game down, in Playday 5. My name's Ian Chambers with CDAPS. Furia versus Liquid is next. A match we hope will live up to the names involved. I mean, times recently have suggested that Liquid might not step up to the plate here, but I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that we've got a banger in front of us. CDAPS, Connor, let's start with Furia, the reigning, defending world champions, albeit under a different banner here. The men I stood alongside in Sao Paulo, surrounded by 9,000 Brazilian fans, screaming as they raise the hammer. They haven't been as dominant as we expected, but we don't need to hit the panic button just yet, do we?
No, because Furia always kind of struggled domestically, and it's not a panic button moment. We saw them not win a single stage last year. Stage 1, Stage 2, they got 2nd place, they got 3rd place, and they still won the majors that corresponded to those regions. And like you mentioned, they won SI. That's all we need to focus on when we really kind of expect and set the expectations of what we want to see in the international stage. But domestically, we still would like to see them be dominant because it just kind of adds to their repertoire and overall their resume of how good of a team they are.
Yeah, I mean, that resume already is outstanding, but it could only get better if they can somehow add some more silverware to the cabinet as they roll along. Entries are at the win condition, really, for this roster, aren't they?
Yeah, focusing in on how they really accomplish the early round is the easiest way to understand this Furia down to its base core. When they get the opening pick, their conversion, it's 86%. That means if you see KZ, you see Herds get that first kill, 86% of the time they're going to win the round. As a result, and sort of like in the stark opposite, if they lose the entry engagement, that recovery percentage, it's so much lower than the entry conversion that it makes you think that this team really does need to focus on what's going on in the early round, especially when you look at their overall entry split being significantly worse than we would expect to see, and we have seen at international events.
Connor, you know what? I absolutely love your percentage work and putting it out there. I'm going to suggest that you think that their opponents might have a 0% chance of winning here, but we'll get to it now. Team Liquid. It's not been the greatest ride for them so far at this stage. The name packs a much bigger punch than the roster performance at the moment, Connor.
Yeah, but if you look at just the roster, you look at this in a vacuum. Nesk, Resets, Palu, Lagonis, and Maya, there is not a player on this team that is bad. They are just performing bad, and it's very, very important to make that distinction because Nesk and Palu, they have fabled history. We know that they can step up, but right now for Team Liquid, it's a system issue. These players do not work well together, and you don't necessarily want to say they've given up, but if you watch some of the rounds, it just looks like it's 5 players just kind of doing random things off on the side, having their own ideas, and it's not gelling at all.
Let's take a look at the numbers, because across the board, these are actually the worst numbers in the league across all of the teams, across every single level, right? Can you, go through them, but please somehow give me one positive. I'm a positive man. You know me, Connor.
It's very hard. It is very hard to draw any positives out of Liquid so far because, like we said, 10th place in round win percentage, attacking, defensive. There's not really anything we can look at because all of their stats are bad. And even more important is the eye test is bad. You look at this roster and it's disappointing to see the level of siege that they're bringing to the table. I guess if we really do have to draw back to some sort of positive, Ian, it would be that like the only way is up because absolute rock bottom has been hit.
What do you think if you could generalize it? You know, if someone's just jumped on the broadcast who hasn't watched Siege in a long time and they're thinking, I can't wait to see Liquid play again. And they're going, hold on a minute. Why are they saying they're so bad? What on earth is going on?
It looks like when they load into the lobby, it's like a solo queue team. It's like 5 randoms going up against actual 5 stacks as just its core fundamentals. People aren't sharing the same ideas. A lot of these players, they're not believing in the system that's been implemented by their support staff, and people like Hugzord are a good coach, but we aren't seeing the overall system be applied into the game. Some of the prep work looks a little bit sloppy. They don't have the right ideas going into games where they have a defined path that they could be prepared for.
All right, well, let's find out which map we are getting into now. This is our second matchup of the day, and it is time to get into map vetoes, Connor.
Yeah, and for vetoes, going up against Furia is always such an incredible uphill battle. It makes things so difficult, especially when you're Team Liquid and you have a super defined permaban that you are never going to be willing to go for, being Cafe. As well as Chalet, being left up so far is another map that Liquid have not been looking good on, and Furia are very prone to go to that map, even with mixed bag of results so far. But if you're in the shoes of Liquid, you do kind of want to get it to a neutral map, and that's easier said than done against Furia. Going to Oregon right now instead of Border is a sort of pick that I do like, because boiling the game down to fundamentals on a map like Clubhouse, on a map like Oregon, does maybe help just create a platform for Liquid to stand up on. But right now the foundation is so incredibly just shaky and shattered that it's going to be so difficult.
Well, I want to get a prediction from you. Our first prediction of Playday number 5 here, Connor. Do you think this is going to be a quick one? Do you imagine Furia to blast through this one? Or for some miracle in your mind, do you think we might see Liquid kick back here?
Part of me always wants to say, you know, Liquid can bounce back, but this game is definitely not going to be that one, because Liquid, they have shown on this map of Oregon that, you know, their defensive side is not that great. And as we looked at the league averages, it's a defender-sided map. That's just what it truly is. It doesn't matter now what side Furia is going to be starting on. They should be taking a lead going through and kind of pulling in momentum. Liquid, I think this one's going to be just really quick, 7-3.
7-3. I love that you gave me a score as well. You're a ballsy man. That's what I'm here for. Furia versus Liquid is ready to roll right now. We've got Intero and Pengu standing by. Parker, I just want to say thank you for the compliment on the glasses. I'll get you a pair while we're in Manchester if you want.
Obviously, providing that I make it to Manchester. I mean, who knows? Is there a possibility that we don't get invited? I'm sure it exists out there, but I would very much like to see you in your home country, and I would be happy to do some glasses shopping, because it's been a while since I bought a pair. Maybe we'll find a pair for Nicholas as well, since he seems to have lost his. CDAPS predicted a 7-3 scoreline. Do you agree with that? Do you think that's bang on, or do you think there's some room for a potential upset here?
He said really fast and then dropped 7-3. I'm like, that's not really fast. I'm gonna go one lower. I'm gonna go 7-2 in favor of Furia.
Damn. I'm going to say 7-4 Furia.
You're going to go slower then, huh?
It's
you believe in the Liquid comeback?
And then it's CDAPS. And then it's me.
We're a sandwich?
So yeah, CDAPS is our sandwich. He's in between both of us. Just with a nice bit of CDAPS meat in there between the Pengu and Intero bread. Or maybe we're vegetarians and it's just a bunch of vegetables and it's not actually meat. I don't know. Liquid has looked absolutely horrible so far this stage. Not bad, horrible. They are the only team in the league that does not have a single point. Even Fluxo, who have looked quite bad as well, have at least 1 point. It was an overtime loss, admittedly. A loss is still a loss, and it was against Furia. So Furia does at least have somewhat of a history of getting pushed to the brink by quote-unquote bad teams. Liquid's been the worst of the bunch. A -16 round differential. Through 4 games, Liquid is averaging 3 rounds. So now you might begin to wonder why CDAP said it would be a 7-3, because if Liquid is getting 3 rounds every single matchup, a 7-3 scoreline makes a lot of sense.
No, it does. And there's this kind of weird thing with really good teams struggling against, I'm gonna say it, really, really bad teams, because often things don't make a lot of sense. And we've seen this in North America and Europe, and of course before in Brazil as well, and international play even, where either 2 things can happen. Either you underestimate your opponent, you think, Liquid, they kind of suck, we're not gonna prep that much, we can just like run them over, win our gunfights, whatever, save our strength and energy for future games. Or maybe you go to a map that, you think you can just go, we can go Oregon against Liquid. It's not really a big deal. It's like the default 50-50 map where anyone can beat each other. I find Oregon being a little bit risky. If you're a team as good as Furia and Liquid having these massive struggles right now, I think Oregon might be one of the worst maps to go to, simply because it is that 50-50 map where we always tend to say that good teams go to die. So I would love to see Liquid show up and actually prove that point, but I also love to Furia to show why they have been the best in the world for as long as they have and just destroy Liquid as well.
This is a map about fundamentals. And honestly, it's fundamentals that Liquid lacks the most, right? They have not looked like a cohesive team. They have not looked like a cohesive unit. CDAP's put it well. There aren't any bad players on Team Liquid. This team across the board is excellent in terms of individual skills, but it has yet to materialize so far this stage. Not unlike DZ in North America. Team Liquid are almost deteriorating as time goes on, which is troubling for a squad that has such high expectations thrust upon them domestically. This is the most popular team in Brazil. Maybe not now with this W7M Furia team doing so well. Obviously, they're Furia now. They were W7M before. But also international expectations. It's impossible for us to cast Liquid internationally and not bring up the history behind this team. And we're not that far removed from Liquid being in a grand finals either. So, what is going on with the squad? I couldn't tell you. What's going on with Maya? He hasn't spawned in.
Maya's missing. Sure,
you can't
yeah,
spell Maya without MIA, so.
Oh, okay, banger. Missing in action, yep.
Thank you.
Like that. I like the operator bans here. Furia, they're just like, they're banning Monty. And I think it's one of those operators that if a team is struggling, you play Monty, life gets a little bit easier. You can walk in the building, not care about too many of those aggressive angles, not care about spawn peaks and stuff like that. So they remove that. Liquid, they remove the Fenrir because they start attack. You have to actually get into the building, and Fenrir makes it very difficult if you get nearsighted. So both teams kind of saying, hey, we want to make this easier for ourselves and more difficult for the opponents based on the starting sides, because Liquid on attack and of course Fury on defense, the Monty and Fenrir ban makes perfect sense.
If we want to focus for a little bit as well on operator bans and which are the most common now that these bans are locked in. Got Fenrir just trailing Valkyrie. Azami just trailing them. It's very top heavy on the defender side of things, right? Valkyrie's the most banned operator, which for Brazil makes a whole whack of sense. Out of all of the operators that jump to mind when you think of Brazil, the one that always sits in number one is Valkyrie, because every single team has an excellent Valkyrie player. And when these teams were at the top, they had great Valkyrie players. It's not even just utility. It's how you use those cameras to enable fragging across the board, not just for the Valkyrie, but for the rest of the team as well. IQ is not a very well-loved operator in Brazil historically. IQ obviously is the best counter for Valkyrie.
Yeah.
We can talk about operator bans in a little bit because unfortunately the tech issues are persisting and we have a break ready. We'll be right back as Furia and Liquid will be underway in hopefully just a couple minutes. we return to Oregon. Thank you so much for your patience. Defending world champions of Furia, not W7M. Gonna keep saying this.
How does that
Switched
work?
organizations.
Oh, that's how it works. Okay.
That's how it works.
Okay. So, I don't get it still. So WCM is not the best anymore, but Fury is the best, but they've never played before. They weren't at the major. They weren't at SI.
They didn't even have
confusing.
a team. Nicholas.
Confusing.
Furia was not even in Rainbow Six Siege.
But they were before.
They were, and then they left. And now
Yeah.
they're back.
Woo!
And they are back with a world championship roster that, frankly, has maybe not performed the way that we expected. They've escaped that 6-point logjam that we talked about in map number 1. They're in 4th place now as they've slipped down. Vivo Keyd stars vaulting all the way up to the top. Furia survived a bit of a scare against Fluxo last week. How are they going to handle the bottom place Team Liquid? They're going to get aggressive? Are they going to just play their game? Are they going to give Liquid the respect that Liquid so often deserves?
Good question. I like seeing this as well. Speaking of like old school vibes, Nesk on Ash with the ACOG. It takes me back to what, 2017, 2018. We would scrim Liquid back as the Penta G2 roster and get absolutely destroyed by Nesk, who had 2 drones beneath his feet. Beneath him rather, just like entering through the map. And he's doing it right now. Drones, he walks through, 1 minute 50 seconds, they have full map control. And often we see arguments about like, what's the pace expectations here? When should the attackers stop breaching those hatches? If you're quick, you'll stop breaching about 1 minute 45. And if you're slow, we're talking 120 to 130. They're doing pretty good right now. They've already breached 1 hatch, starting to breach the others, and they got half the round to go. They also have those power operators, Capital and the Grim, which are excellent at picking about the space and bomb side. The fire and the bees will either give you the intel that you need, or the sheer power in the, for example, the fire bolts from the Capital to just clear out corners or strong positions. And Furia, well, they have Warden, Fender Box and Warden, but outside of that, they have no real counters to this setup.
Sednescu found the goo mine walking down Freezer stairs. Legion's pick rate has started to climb again. We see him as a very healthy part of the defender meta. Those goo mines are good for a lot of things. But if they can alert this Furia defense as to where the advance from Team Liquid is coming from, then that's pretty good. You know how the attackers are going to go about this map, and Nesk, well, he sprints right through the gas. A lead-off pick onto Philippox. Nade dies as well to Nesk. JV92 down for the count. Nesk bleeding out. Somebody needs to secure this kill. Liquid start this match off flawlessly.
That is as good of a start as you could hope for, and it really comes down to split-second decision making. We saw the tiniest amount of hesitation from Nesk before he went for that opening double kill, because the Toxic Babe went out and he was thinking, I should go back. But then he saw the bees. They spotted out 1 player and they knew there's a second nearby. So he said, you know what, I'm not gonna back off. I'm gonna take damage through this smoke, because when I arrive at the end of this hallway, I will get at least 1 free pick. And he finds the second with the very last bullet, really opening things up. When you clear out the defenders in the hallway, it allows the people on the attacking side that are on the laundry side, that laundry staircase, to then also advance into the side to help one another. So really big opening for Liquid, well executed by them. And again, it comes down to those powerful operators, the Capital, the Grim, and the fact that Liquid was so efficient at roam clearing. They had all the time they needed. They had way more time than they could ever want in that round because of how well they executed. Oh, and we've lost another player. We lost a server, actually.
Well, it was going well.
It was.
And then it was not. That's okay. You know what that does?
What does it do?
Nicholas, that gives us more time to talk about round number 1.
Well, round number 1, honestly, when I look at Liquid, I'm really happy with everything that happened. I look at Fury and I'm thinking, could they have done more? I mean, they barely roamed. They didn't kill any of the entry drones. Yeah, they tried to go for a spawn peek, but didn't find anything. And then when it comes down to the bomb side, they weren't really expecting aggression from Liquid, which fair enough. Given Liquid's performance so far this stage, I don't think anybody is expecting too much from them. But this is a match that matters. This is not Furia being guaranteed first spot, destroying the competition. No, like, they need the points, like, actually. Unless they want to just risk it going to, like, a low seed into playoffs, but no team wants to go there. So I do expect Furia to play more alert and like ready for this, because Liquid are just not just gonna, you know, lay down and let them being destroyed by Furia on Oregon.
If this is a map of fundamentals, that first round was fundamentally very good for Team Liquid. I'm not sure what the break is for at the moment. We will update you as we gain more information, but I mean, one round in the books. Safe to say we can extrapolate from that Team Liquid's going to win the whole thing. If you look at map stats, by the way,
okay,
Oregon is currently sitting tied with Clubhouse as the third most played map. Both Bank and Skyscraper have seen 4 plays so far in Brazil. Clubhouse and Oregon are directly after. And would it shock you to know that Oregon is defender-sided? 60% of all the rounds won by the defenders. 30 rounds played in total up to this point. Laundry, dorms, and kitchen dining all defender-sided. Yet, here's an interesting number for you. Meeting Hall Kitchen has never been won by the defenders. Admittedly, it's only been played 5 times. But obviously, 5 plays, 5 attacker wins. Might explain why kitchen dining has become almost the same level of pick rate as Meeting Hall Kitchen. Kitchen dining sits at a 100% win rate. Laundry supply, though, 75% of all rounds won by the defenders. Again, these are relatively small sample sizes because we are still only a couple play days in. The fact that Team Liquid was able to be so agile, to take freezers so quickly, and to exert their influence onto these players, ignoring laundry supply or ignoring the laundry portion, focusing on supply. Liquid saw a small issue. They played into that effectively, and here we are. Word was it looked like there was an issue with Maya's PC. As our perspective, it looked like a full reboot of his computer. That's the middle computer.
I was gonna say,
the middle computer,
do you know where he's sitting? He's sitting in the spot.
Sitting in the middle.
Yeah.
There's a curse of some kind. I don't know why.
Well, it's a strange thing, but happens every week. Now we can see here, during a tech pause, players cannot talk. That is why no lips are currently moving. And of course, this is to ensure competitive integrity. Nobody can kind of strategize and figure things out right now. Of course, internally in your own head, you can think, hey, what went wrong in that round? What can we fix for this upcoming one? But as a team, you cannot share those thoughts until the tech pause is over. But we did see Furia, their defensive lineup before the tech issue happened. They actually brought the clash for this second round. They were hiding it inside of Kid Storms, tucked in the corner so that no drones could find that operator. So clearly Furia, they saw that first round, they saw the speed from Liquid, and they said, you know what, we're gonna forcefully slow this down by playing an operator like the clash. And yes, this is a tech pause during that second round, but you have to replay the same bomb site and the same operators as when the round was, you know, picked / played before the tech issue happened.
I don't think we're at a position where Team Liquid are completely out of the talks of making it into the playoffs. Top 6 teams will compete. And then you've obviously got the last chance qualifiers. For people who are unaware, the LCQs provide the final opportunity for a region to send a representative to the upcoming major.
True.
The next major will be played in Manchester, England. It's in May, and I believe it's sold out, if memory serves correctly.
Oh yeah, sold out big time.
Big time.
Very good. Big time. It was sold out pretty quick, actually. It was a good one. We're all kind of hoping for Berlin major vibes if you were there, or maybe if you watched it. The final was great. It was Rogue FaZe, pretty much max OT every single game in best of 5.
Why are you talking about this as if I wasn't in Berlin?
The people watching. It's not just you and I here, Parker. I was gonna say, with a great final, with a great vibe, it was a nice atmosphere, and I'm hoping the same thing for Manchester. It was like, it's a banger event, if you, as they say. Also, you are there. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
I was in Berlin, but I had to leave, if you'll recall, because I had
So
to
you
attend.
weren't there. Gotcha.
I was there until the live event. I had to leave on Thursday, if you recall. Well,
And
Friday
the live
morning,
event's the
actually.
best part. It's the best part.
Yeah, sorry I had to go to a funeral, Nick. I should have told them to reschedule.
Don't make me feel bad. Don't do this, dude.
And freed you from casting with me. You got to do some excellent desk work. Give you a taste of the other side. How those desk people are.
Yeah, thank God
Us
we're not
casters
there.
have it good. You had to stand there on front of everybody on the stage. People get to see your legs. You don't have to see our legs when we're casting. It was a great event though, and it was an incredible final.
Was.
We've been told by the Brits who work on our product how great the British crowds can be. And I mean, if you watch other esports, you get to see how good the British crowds can be. Well, Manchester, you better bring it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's true. High expectations. It's been hyped up. And speaking of feeling bad, if you are Liquid up against a Clash, that is how I would feel. Because Oregon is a very small map. And Clash can just, completely block you out from any entry points into the bomb site. And it's also why Liquid in this round, they're going a bit slower, right? JV also aggressing down the wide staircase, again, trying to apply pressure early on from Furia's side, killing drones, looking for a flank. He's found a gap here. JV on a huge flank in towards small tower, might find 1 or 2 free kills.
He's just moving so slowly. He gets droned out, so the jig is up. Look at this. Liquid are going to feast for the kill. Maya starving, desperate for a pick. We'll start things off. Team Liquid getting the first blood in both rounds so far.
A really good start. One of the downsides of the Clash is like the Munty, you don't have like an active gun on that operator. You have that this shield up, so getting an opening kill for the attacker just further pushes the advantage here. If they can just rush the bomb site here and overpower the defenders, that's the easiest way to deal with the Clash indirectly, since there's no Capital, there's no Nomad, there's no hard counters.
5 of the players on Liquid, by the way, or 3 of the players on Liquid in the bottom 5 ratings. One of them is Maya, the much heralded new addition to this team. Only kill so far in the round. It's 30 seconds to go. Philippox takes out Maya, not before Lagonis can trade him back. Palu eliminating KZ. The clash of Nade. Not exactly as effective as he wants to be, but a huge C4 from Herds. Nesk and Lagonis are gone. Diffuser need to be retrieved. And now you'll see the clash's value. Herds on the flank, walking in through the breach over towards game. Nade in trouble, but he lives long enough for Palu to die at Herds' hand. It looked like a much better round for Furia. Liquid kept it close. They started things off well. They faltered in the final moments, and the Dorm's bomb site upstairs will go to the defenders.
I mean, it was going really well for Liquid. And one C4 completely changed the outcome of the round. Look at the timing there. I don't know if you saw the silhouette. The second C4 kill, the first one was on the planter. The second kill, however, the same moment it was tossed, another Liquid player jumped in the big window. Right here, bang. So if that C4 goes out, a second later or a second earlier, it should only pick up a single kill. It was Nesk actually on the IQ who jumped in big window, who was just about to step to his right and duke the C4. So really, really bad timing for Liquid. Really well timed by Furia. And again, they played excellently with their positioning. They had the Clash, kind of getting the information, playing the middle ground, and then conveying the intel to the C4 players, saying, hey, this is where the planet is going down. This is where you gotta throw it and when. And they just quite literally made a comeback immediately off a single C4 rip. And it ties things up 1-1 early here in Oregon, but Liquid has looked like basically the better team so far, even in that second round. They get opening pick, they, actually drone out JV, who found the gap earlier on, they don't get flanked, and they had 2 players peeking him with an active drone as well. So again, Liquid actually playing good on their fundamentals, which is what they've been lacking earlier on throughout this first stage.
You want to improve fundamentals? Maybe go to the fundamentals map.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Liquid are already showing that they are better coordinated here on Oregon. They are effectively droning for one another. They are making space for one another. Yeah, obviously there are still some hiccups that they have. This is not a perfect team. Liquid has never been a perfect team. Getting rid of Volps, bringing in Maya. Maybe something about the team structure has changed. Maybe it has necessitated, though they stay on similar roles, that the roles and the way that those roles are used will change. Hard to get that information from a lot of teams, especially when those teams speak English. Liquid does have a pretty good grasp of English, but we can find it quite challenging to speak to Brazilian teams about how the changes that they've made and how they feel things are improving. Resets, Palu, and Maya now all looking over towards Freezer. We're about to the halfway mark, and KZ's got a shotgun. He'd probably be good for 1 kill, but don't gamble. You wasted half of the round. Get back to the bomb site. It's safer there.
We saw the fundamentals once again. Liquid, they jumped the drone down the same second to go for the swing. When you're up against a shotgun, he's probably gonna shoot the drone when he sees it, of course, but it's a 1 pump. So he shoots the drone, sees the players, realizes, hey, I can't fight these guys now because I gotta, cock the shotgun before I go for a second try, falls back. Liquid are buying map space in a very safe way by sacrificing a drone instead of a player, and they don't risk losing any bodies because what they want is that 5v5 execute or a kill lead here in the round. They're still looking for the kill, but they got what they need. They got bottom freezer control. Casey trying to fight back, stalling out with those toxic babes, but Liquid, they've now destroyed the soft wall, they destroyed the mirror window, and they've gotten what they needed and what they wanted. Now they can look elsewhere. Get everybody ready, get those bees out, and execute together in a 5v5. All they need is a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then go.
Fleepox blinded at backstairs now. As that's where the focus from Liquid will be, but you blinded him once, it doesn't mean he's gonna be able to be seen for so long. Oh my, he walks right into them. The horns for Team Liquid. Storming the gates, JV92 is the lone man remaining for Furia in a 1v3. Diffuser now going down. No information over in that direction. Nitro Cell goes out, does damage to Lagonis. Down goes, resets. Lagonis off the plant. Now it's time for JV92 to slam.
Oh no.
This should not have happened. Not in a million years.
It really shouldn't. Oh, I was watching the plant go down. I'm not sure exactly what happened from Liquid's maybe communication, but they got off the plant when it was only 1 or 2 seconds away from being successfully planted the first time. I assume that when they lost the body, they wanted to rotate that last player into a position where they could cover it more comfortably. But if they just stuck it, if the bomb would have gone down. They played 2 versus 1. Very, very small mistakes again costing Liquid a round. But this time, it is entirely their own doing. It's not a C-fall that's like a poor timing from them or a clash in their way. They did the difficult part. They got the execute, they got the opening kills. They were in a position to plant down that diffuser. 3 versus 1. And JV just completely steals it. That's going to be a mental breaker from Liquid's side. And with the struggles they've had so far here in the first stage, I hope they can kind of keep it up mentally and not let that round affect them all too much.
Well, another server issue is we will have to wait a few seconds before we can get back into the action. So, I don't know. This is not quite the start that I think we anticipated.
No, I mean, I'm actually really impressed with Liquid. I know the scoreline is 1-2 on their side, but they've done really well until this moment. JV was 1 HP, by the way. A quarter of a bullet would take him down. And no, it's odd because I don't dislike what happened if the timer had been higher. Essentially, the player protecting the planter kind of healed off the angle, didn't hold it actively, fearing that he would die to a pre-fire from JV, for example. And that works fine if the timer isn't on 0. Because then you can kind of sacrifice your planter, he dies, you swing off that information when that person, falls to the ground, and you get a pre-fire kill. Easy. But you cannot bait your planter or kind of play it safe, so to speak, if there is not enough time to actually go for the kill. When the timer hits 0, if you're not actively planting, you lose the round as an attacker. And JV just shows why Furia has been so dominant in the last year and a half, because You cannot count this roster out ever. Even when it looks unwinnable, there's always a chance.
Both of these teams have an incredible roster on paper, but only one of them obviously has gone on to win it all multiple times. You know, not that I'm sure people listening get tired of hearing this, but Team Liquid's only major international success was all the way back in 2018 in New Jersey, Atlantic City, when it was Team Liquid winning 2-1 over Penta at the time.
Oh boy.
I was at the height of the, what was it, the Ying and Lion meta?
Dogebi Lion meta, but yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I still get trauma from it.
Lion, of course, was the permaban for your team when you were in the finals there, but
Well, back then there were no operator bans. Operator bans came after Atlantic City, which meant you just had to endure the chaos in the server.
and by the way, Ying was a big part of that because Nesk was playing Ying quite consistently during that actual matchup.
Yeah.
Entire tournament. I think it was unfair of people to point fingers at Team Liquid and say, well, they only won because they abused the meta. Are you not aware that every other team is also capable of abusing the meta? I always find it funny when they salty fans can't come to terms with the fact that Liquid were just the best team at that point in time.
Yeah.
The only asterisk I would possibly put in is that they beat you folks when you had a brand new sub who had only played with your team for something like what, like 20 days or something at that point? You had very minimal time to practice with Kanto Raketti.
Yeah, we had Shate, he couldn't come, so during the boot camp before the event, we rang up Kanto Raketti and was like, yo, can we borrow you for like, a few weeks? So that's the only thing. But then again, we had Kanto, who's like one of the best players in the world at that time, so I wouldn't even go, oh, Liquid beat a weakened Penta. It's like, they beat us with one of the best players in the world on our rosters. Like, fair game to Liquid, they actually won, and they did it really well. They were the best, as you said, at being the better team at that given meta, and it was why they won the finals.
It's also a very different Team Liquid squad, right?
That's true.
Nesk is the only player on the team that still remains. Bullet One and Sexy Cake are still competing. They were on that Team Liquid squad that won, but it was Bullet One moving to mibr as of right now, and Sexy Cake is actually an NA playing with that Los team, the all-Brazilian squad playing in the NAL. Zig retired in PSK. I don't know if he formally retired or not, but boy, oh boy. Zig and PSK on that team. They did not compete for that much longer, mostly because Zig at the time was approaching the tail end of his career. He was getting up there in age. I think he just wanted to focus on streaming. Zig has been an excellent streamer since. Opened up Liquid to make a bevy of roster moves, but this core of this team has stayed intact for a fair bit of time. They get the very first pick here in the round, and it's answered back by Furia quickly. KZ from above now in Attic. As this meeting bomb site down below. What did I say about this bomb site? Do you remember?
No.
Zero
Winnable?
Successful defenses.
Oh, success. Okay. All the way around.
Meeting hall and kitchen has not been won by a defending team so far in Brazil through 5 plays. And right now, Team Liquid are hoping that trend line continues as they have a numbers advantage in the final 30 seconds. Diffuser going down. It's in the hands of Lagonis. The only casualty for Liquid was the glass. Furia will try to get back into the bomb site.
No.
JV92 throws out an impact. KZ, a nice shot that will stop the diffuser from going down. Buys Furia, not time, because it actually benefits them greatly.
Restam 15 segundos.
Liquid will now need to scramble.
Restam 10 segundos.
Nesk getting diffuser down. Resets will watch. Down goes resets to KZ. And finally, we do see the defenders win this bomb site. And of course, it's Furia to get the job done.
That is the 3rd round in a row where Liquid should be winning, but they somehow do not. Another 4v2 basically that falls the wrong way. And Liquid, I mean, again, their prep work is excellent. They bring out the Sense, the Glass, the Capital, they get opening pick traded, and they get a man advantage right before they start planting. Everything, all the boxes you could check going, good attack, good attack, good attack, yet the round doesn't get won by them. Furia denied the first plant attempt with an impact grenade all the way from kitchen. They swing the green door hallway to big tower, also from kitchen, and gets a second kill. And it goes from a 4v2 into a 2 versus 2. And that's where the plan gets very difficult if you're Liquid, because you got the attic to worry about upstairs, you got the green hallway to their right, and you got the bomb site itself. And you only have one player to cover 3 different lines of sight. I like what they tried to do in the 2v2. The sense wall went out, Ness tried to plant in the middle of it, trying to deny those angles to be seen, but it's just not enough. Liquid very easily could be, you know, up 3-1 instead of down 3-1. But here we are. This is the reality. Furia is just, they're that team.
That basement round in particular is one that will likely come back to haunt them. I don't want to say the word fundamentals too many times today, but just straight up, I mean, it really is. It's about fundamentals. And if you're not watching when that diffuser is being planted in the default spot, if nobody's in position to cover, you hear the nitro cell get ripped. You know where he's coming from. You can either stick somebody an elbow or you can have somebody play hallway. But the last player from Team Liquid was just floating in blue with no real aim or purpose. And maybe that's bad comms. Maybe that's bad teamwork. Who knows? Amos on the board now, as a legion of Philippox will be hunted down. You hear whistling.
Yep. That's the demo special.
Philippox dies to Maya. Team Liquid read off of that one successfully. The thing that's getting covered up here by this scoreline is Liquid have drawn blood very, very well against Furia, and yet Furia is still simply better through that mid to late round.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You can be the best team in the world in the early stages of a round, but still lose every single late round execute. You gotta be good all the way throughout, ideally. I like, again, the Liquid's approach here. Every single round's been very different. Now it's Deimos. You hunt the player, and it's not Deimos engaging with the gunfight, with the mark, but he tells his teammates exactly where that lesion was removed from Philippox, and then his teammates get the kill. Now, Maya falls though, down to a 4v4. Not great for Liquid, but they're still fighting back.
Oh, they're gonna have some serious problems here as they've been shut out of that big window inside of dorms. Palu a kill with the Magnum. That's Deimos eliminating JV92. 3v3. A little bit under a minute to go. Lagonis will hold on to the diffuser. Still has some utility, as does Palu. A nade and EMPs there as well, just in case they're required. Nade for Liquid, but also, don't forget, there's a nade for Furia. He's far enough back. He's watching that big window. Liquid changing things up. Down goes KZ. Herds and Nade, the only two remaining. Nesk coming out of nowhere. Herds walking up. Liquid had some struggles with coverage in the past. Will the same happen here? Yes, it will. They had the coverage, but Herds gets 2 kills. So routine. But it's Nesk again on that lurk roll. They had no idea where he was coming from. Liquid pick up their second round. They do not commit the same level of mistakes this time.
I mean, you can see the train of thought there from Fury. They thought the last player was outside the big window, probably playing relatively far back and safe for that post-plant position. But no, it's Nesk. He's deep inside the building, and of course he goes out for the swing and wins the gunfight. But again, Liquid early kill advantage, check. Great adaptation mid-round, also check, right? Instead of going big window to plant, they recognize they can't do it. There are 3 C4s, but the wall was reinforced, top white staircase leading in towards generator. So they rotate diffuser into the white window, walk up the staircase, and plant there instead. But the cover has been such a big problem. Way too many rounds now. And in that round, they did actually have time to sacrifice the planter and just, swing off the contact. Because what, attackers will do, or defenders rather, will do, is that they know the plant is going down. You can assume this guy gonna be white staircase holding that angle. He gets pre-fired. If the guy on top white doesn't hold that active angle, pre-fire goes wide, doesn't hit anything, then you try and hit the planter, the white guy swings. You get the trade. So Liquid, where they're falling short, it's not the end of the world typically, but it can be, especially if they don't have those quick opening kills as they've been doing so far. Now, Liquid can still tie it up 3-3, and honestly, on attack Oregon going 3-3 is perfectly okay. It's pretty much where you want to be. And good news for Liquid, they're attacking this basement bomb site where, in my book, they've won it twice. Yeah, okay, round-wise, only won it a single time, but it's 3 versus 1 loss. You know, that's a throw more than anything else. The Liquid, they know how to attack this. They've been so good in the past, and they just gotta do that quote-unquote same thing again. I believe in them, but they also need to actually just have the cover and trust in each other and not lose out when it matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, you've made this so much harder for yourself because of these lost rounds that were as close as they were. You were right to point out that Team Liquid could absolutely be in the lead at the moment. But obviously not the case, and now they will have a longer match ahead of them to get to the point that they probably already should be at. There's 2 dueling storylines here between these teams as well. Number 1, how bad Team Liquid has been. They are the worst team in Brazil right now, and in terms of round differential and in terms of points, they are one of the worst teams in any Rainbow Six major region. That's unheard of. But Furia, while they've not necessarily been indomitable domestically, Furia has also shown what looks to be maybe some regression. Part of me wonders if the fact that the game has been slowed down, the fact that the scope changes have come in, and now you do not ADS as quickly, you don't move as quickly. Maybe a team that is as explosive as Furia is, maybe they've been disproportionately affected by those changes. Very first kill of the round comes from Nesk. This is a familiar spot for him now, over towards Freezer. Nesk got 2 kills from here before. Scoreline shows 5-1, but we've had a couple rehosts and Nesk had kills to go. He tried to sprint through Freezer just like he did last time, but Furia was ready for it, just as they're ready for all of Team Liquid to force their way in with 40 seconds left. Nade dies to Maya. It's looking good, but Furia to get the final 2 kills. The round will break in favor of the defenders. A 3-3 first half will not be had.
That was probably the first time where it was Furia that was the better team because they actually adapted. You said it as well. Nesk sprinted that same smoke canister for the same aggressive play like he did before. And this time, however, Furia were ready for it. So instead of Nesk getting a free kill, he becomes a free kill for the defending side instead, where that's, where I want to see an adaptation from Liquid. They get the opening kill on Freezer, sure. And they really love taking Freezer control. But it becomes predictable when you do it 3 times in a row. So if they had done something else where now they slow it down, they go backside, or they focus laundry instead maybe, or something like that, maybe they win the round, maybe not, who knows, but at least Furia is not going to be expecting that play to be happening. Instead, they were. Furia goes up 4-2, but this scoreline is much closer than what it actually looks like in reality, given how close every single round has been, or how both teams have won when it has happened. We're going to see Liquid roaming up above, reinforcing meeting walls, playing mute. So a very different approach to this bomb set where normally we see teams maybe roaming top floor inside of kit storms, maybe playing kitchen. Liquid's gonna put their focus on meeting. And the benefit to this is there's a hatch straight down towards the bomb site. So if Nesk is under too much fire at any point, too much pressure, he can pop that soft hatch, drop straight down to side, and just stay alive. Whereas if you're inside kitchen, you got a bit further to go. I like this approach, but we gotta see if Furia can pick it apart. Maybe find a free kill onto Nesk.
I mean, obviously the numbers favoring Furia here, you don't need to be an expert to see that, but a far closer match than that 4-2 scoreline would suggest, and dare I say it, far and away the best result that we have seen up to this point for Team Liquid. They are averaging 3 rounds per match. Team Liquid only need a single round to get there. They need to play on defense on Oregon, so they have the favorable side now. They gotta get more than 3 rounds here, right, Nick?
I mean, surely. Technically, they already should have, but they lost those rounds after they basically won them to begin with. They've kind of not ignored Nesk because they are looking for him, but he's being left alone mostly here. Mike, somebody kills are hurt, so now maybe Nesk just falls back. Looks like it. Yep, play that 5v4 in defense. Favorable numbers, that's where you want to be.
Lots of tools for Furia, even if they have lost this IQ.
We stuck around.
We talked about the Valkyrie operator ban, and, well, you don't really bring an IQ. Herds brings one. Furia does like the IQ pick an awful lot. AZ, the first one on Furia's side to get a kill. Nesk dies. Herds and JV92 dying early on. The two support players plus KZ, who's taken quite a bit of damage, so KZ might not even be around for that much longer on the Ash. This is a pretty good setup for Team Liquid. 1 minute left. They've still got 2 toxic canisters, and they've got 2 Kiba barriers in the pocket of Lagonas.
Oh yeah, they're in a very strong position. Also, Grim is, no longer in action. That was JV's operator, so they only have the Capital on the attack and side to kind of make things happen. 2 fires, 2 smokes, and then you gotta go. And with 40 seconds, someone's gonna make a play. Nate on the hatch, he's gonna try and do it.
Nade closing in, but Liquid decide to take the engagements instead. They win one, trade out right away. If Liquid continues to trade, they'll still win. Timer at 30 seconds. It's a dangerous spot for both of these teams to play in.
They're triple stacked.
Maya's got one of those gas canisters as well, Nick.
15 segundos restantes.
Leapox getting down the diffuser. KZ holding this angle. He doesn't necessarily trust himself.
What?
Hold on a second. Furia winning their battles. Leapox running out of time. Palu to the rescue. Liquid wins the round.
The reason why Liquid won that round might have been because of their very uncommon way of playing a 3 versus 2. All 3 players were stood shoulder to shoulder between elbow and the bomb chassis. So you saw what Furia did there. They faked the plant, expected to push, they come off it, they kill the person flanking, they kill the person pushing. Great. They're gonna expect that third player to be somewhere else. Either going for a flank up above, playing freezer, or playing deep laundry far away, holding, another portion of the bomb site. But no, that third player was right next to the other 2, so they thought they had more time than they did. Liquid actually steals the round back after what could have been another throw from them because of weird positioning that actually works. Now Liquid, you saw what the Fury were doing, they're hiding the Clash. Liquid are hiding Bandit, Lagonis. That's why he's standing in that corner, just holding default cams. He's waiting for the host to be clear. No drones to come to the bomb side, but as he moves, a drone came up the white staircase and saw Lagonis. Now the attackers know there is indeed a bandit in play, and it's actually why they're at, attacker repeak in SDR. You go into Ash for soft destruction, you can Ash charge below. You go into Thatcher to clear the wall from bandit batteries instead. So because Lagonis was found out at that 10 seconds left, they can adapt to that specific operator. Liquid cannot kind of cheese their way this round by playing the bandit.
Obviously, you want some anti-breach on most bomb sites.
Oh yeah.
But Bandit's pick rate on Oregon tends to be lower. If a Keyd is available, that will usually be the go-to. If not, a mute will be brought quite regularly. You can see there's a mute on the side of Team Liquid. Liquid were the ones who banned the Keyd, so they have to know how to play around this with the Bandit and a mute combo. Lagonas had some struggles to shoot the boogie drone now, as Bandit batteries will get placed. Mute jammer there as well, helping them for any drone work, but as you pointed out, you can take care of those devices from below. Go into classroom and just ash the ground. Should an ash be on the board? Oh, there is. Look at that. How convenient. There's also a Thatcher on the board, so unless you're going to very obviously Bandit trick, this wall shouldn't be too challenging for them to get open.
It shouldn't, but it somehow has been so far. And you see what the idea is from Liquid. Manage to the wall, play a person below, they get the vertical kill. Now the wall might not get opened at all unless they can send another player downstairs to try and figure it out.
Liquid have been excellent at drawing first blood all the way through this matchup. This round, no different at all. Not just first blood, but the 2 picks they got are excellent. Team Liquid keeping this one close. They've hit the magic mark, which is get 3 rounds. That was what they're averaging up to this point. I don't think we can keep going back to this well for talking points, but oh my! Palu gets saved by resets. Nitro Cell goes out, and Palu wins the round flawlessly with Liquid. This is a very different Liquid team than we've seen so far in stage 1.
That's a very disgusting round. Like, so the whole objective there for Liquid was very clear, right? From the get-go, like Lagonis and Bandit hiding inside the bomb site, hoping not to get droned. Okay, he gets droned. Furia, they get the right operators for the job. Ram, Thatcher, Ash, all counterplay towards the Bandit, basically. We saw it. Boogie drones through the window, Ash charge below, EMP on the wall. But there was more to it than just Bandit trying to cheese Bandit trick the wall and denying the hard breach. They had Paolo playing inside of Armory, they had Resets playing inside a meeting double door, and they had Lagonis who's on Bandit looking down the vertical angles that the Ash breach created for the attackers, using it against them. So when they sent those attackers down below to try and figure out where Lagonis was playing at, again, walks down Armory stairs as Paolo. Peaks double door meeting his resets. They play 3 people around the wall denied. They pick up 2 different kills. And then we see Paolo post up an Armory. Crossfire is there. His teammate covers him. C4 gets the 4th kill. And then Paolo swings with the 5th. The entire round was played around one single objective by both teams. Yet Liquid comes out in a flawless fashion with suffering 0 deaths because of excellent fundamentals, crossfires, and team play. This game day Liquid is nothing like we've seen so far on this stage, and it's been a night and day difference just from last week. They must have had a difficult talk together and really problem solve the issues, because it is, again, a very good look here so far.
Seconds off of the clock now, is still in the discovery phase. Could have an intriguing lineup, but a combination of operators that is seldom seen, especially with the Echo on the board. Echo is an operator that tends to show up when one of the main floor bomb sites are played on, and you want to sit quite sheltered, use that yokai for good scouting. Both teams come to blows very quickly. Furia want to strike the bomb site as fast as they humanly can. JV92 dies, but Resets dies as well. Lagonis and Nesk are the last 2 left. Leapbox in corridor, not far removed from that small tower, will now engage with the Azami of Nesk as Nesk walks away with the win. 90 seconds to go in the round. There are 3 people remaining. Only one of them on the side of Furia. Team Liquid about to take the lead here in this match. I don't want to speak too soon, though, because Liquid have been in this position twice before and ultimately lost to Furia.
Yeah.
Will old habits die hard, or did Liquid stick the landing this time?
They got yokai drones. We see Mind Reach is watching them, so, you know, they got intel that they can move around. Nate doesn't have much to do here. He's got 1 smoke grenade in pocket, and of course a strong weapon in the DMR, but this is like prime Nesk in action. He is swinging everything like a demon and winning pretty much every single gunfight today. All Liquid has to do is the one thing they've struggled with, covering each other in the plant. This time it's not a plant position, but they do have to make that cover happen still.
Oh, Silhouette just evading nade for now. Got diffuser, no smokes. This will be a dry plant. Shoots through the wall and actually just misses out on Lagonis, who finishes the round for Team Liquid. Liquid with the lead.
It's impressive. I mean, Furia tried to circumvent this, or walk around the setup rather. Liquid was holding small tower, and normally the teams will kind of attack it, try and get that pick. These ones are going to go like around the problem. They go into showers immediately, try and hit the bomb site. Nesk has to now flank down the staircase instead. But Nesk wins every single gunfight. They cannot clear him of any of his positions in any given round, both on the attack and now here in defense as well. Furia calling their tactical timeout is a really bad sign, and Liquid, they should feel really happy about this. If a couple of those rounds where Liquid they should have won but didn't, this would basically be a done deal at this point. But because of those obstacles, because Furia's being so clutch in this matchup, it's still a series that is ongoing and either team can still win.
It's caused Furia to pull their timeout. Fluxo pushed Furia to the brink before Furia pulled off a comeback to win in overtime. Looking more and more likely that that will be Furia's only path to victory in this matchup. And not that losing to Team Liquid is ever humiliating or embarrassing. But with the way Liquid's been playing so far here in this stage, and the way Furia has also been playing since their championship winning days only a month ago, or it's almost April, almost 2 months ago at this point. How time flies.
Oh yeah.
This would be a devastating loss to Furia. The way that we look at the competition in Brazil, if you're playing teams like Fluxo and Liquid, both of whom are in the basement of the region, you cannot be dropping points to them. Furia already dropped a single point to Fluxo. They might drop 1, 2, maybe even all 3 to Liquid. You can't do that. Those are supposed to be gimmies. Those are supposed to be easy wins for you. You're world champions. You've won every single thing in an entire calendar year.
True.
There's nobody who should be able to defeat you. At least not like this. You'll lose games here and there, but the start to the stage for Furia has been not lackluster, but below our own expectations. First kill comes very early on. Team Liquid sharp with those first bloods. Not this time, though. We're 30 seconds into the round, and Herds is about to be in the middle of the bomb site. Furia trying to quicken the pace here, Nick, and there's some more action now. AZ taking out resets. Furia seemingly fixed some of their issues in the timeout. Not sure how you managed to completely change things on your heel. Grenade goes in. Palu survives with 1 HP. This might be paramount as he's the last one remaining. Maya, a single kill will deny Furia from winning the round flawlessly. Palu will ensure there's another on the board for Liquid, but ultimately Furia gets that one done in about a minute of live action.
That's a classic Furia round. You know, looking at the majors, looking at SI, where they look so dominant from start to finish. They get opening pick, and of course, with that, they say, guys, let's continue forward. We're gonna catch these guys off guard. We got the Lions scan ready to go as well, and they just walk down the staircase. Liquid didn't even expect that to happen. I mean, you could very clearly tell that they were holding passive angles. So one of the players was on cameras checking, you know, what's actually happening on the map. They didn't have the crossfires. They were not helping each other, but this time it wasn't their fault. It was Furia capitalizing, being quick, finding that opening pick. 5-5 now, and Liquid will go back to this bomb site right off the rip. Classic, right? You lose the round the way that you do, it's not your fault. You can go back to basement, defend it the exact same way, just minus that early death, minus that aggressive roaming, just play like a more default basement where we see it now. Deployable shield and laundry, the Gap and Lucy, those banshees, that's to replace the Fenrir ban, for example, so that you know somebody's walking down a staircase or walking near the bomb site. You got Maya on smoke, so this is much more conventional Oregon basement. The only downside to that is if a team would know how to attack a conventional Oregon basement, it probably would be Furia, right? If they're so good at it, they've done it so many times before. And they're also going to go to those, again, strong power operators, the Grim and the Capital. Whereas before, they wanted more self-destruction. They wanted better guns, perhaps. Now, it's all about utility, because both teams are expecting that 5v5 as the defenders are playing passive on side.
Go back to that very first matchup we had today. Who would have thought that Liquid Furia would end up being a more entertaining match? And it certainly, in my eyes, has been the more entertaining game up to this point. I don't suspect it will fall off. Only 2 rounds remain here in regulation before overtime awaits. If you're Team Liquid, you're desperate to start getting points. If you have to settle for 1 point with a loss in overtime, they'll take it. Liquid doesn't have a single point so far through stage 2. They've played 4 games. You need to start getting points on the board. If you're Furia, you not just only need that 1 point. Furia needs these 3 in order to give themselves the best chance possible of qualifying for the major, because that's ultimately what's at stake in this stage. Brazil has always been very invested in the BR6 finals, but all these teams want to get that international experience. How devastating it would be for Furia, given how competitive Brazil is, for them to win every single major last year and SI to start off this year in their home country and not even make it to the major. But when Herds is getting shots like that, with that one as well, how do you even begin to combat that? There could be another, Nick.
He doesn't know.
Hers looks the wrong way. Palu jumps out. Lagonis with a kill as well. There's an early advantage for Furia. It's been squandered now. Liquid has equalized with 50 seconds left.
Yep. They're still looking for it, but the Banshee... Oh, they trade! Okay. 2v2 now. Still anybody's round.
Incredibly winnable for both teams. A Nitro Cell, 1 Kiba Barrier, and an Impact remain, along with the weaponry for Team Liquid. There goes a flashbang. Leapawk's looking to take advantage of that blindness. It's got the diffuser at the halfway point. KZ the only one to cover. KZ scrambled out of position. This is a very well executed play by Furia as they managed to find opportunities to scramble out. What is that for Nesk? Oh my word!
I'm telling you.
Moved to match point.
I'm telling you. It's Prime Nesk, baby. It's demon mode. He is hitting ridiculous shots today. It is not even fair to their opponents. I saw the vision from Furia. They get the plant down. They want to play a smart post plant, right? Play one guy bottom laundry, play one guy bottom freezer. They have 2 vantage points to shut down any defuse attempt. But Felipox kind of greets it a bit. He starts sprinting away, turning his back to Liquid, thinking he has enough time. He doesn't. The moment he turns his back, Nesk goes there, swings out. And then again, you can predict this Liquid where that last attacker is going to be, because he's not laundry. He was covering the plant from freezer. This right here is a very interesting tactical timeout by Liquid. They have just won the previous round. They've been looking really good on the second half here since going to defense, and yet despite that, they will call a tactical timeout to just settle it right now in regulation. They want the 3 points, but as we know, when one team calls a tactical timeout, the other team and their coach can also strategize on this upcoming round. It's a big gamble right here if you're Liquid, but at the very least, they're guaranteed overtime, whereas Furia, I was going to call WCM there for a second, whereas Furia, they need to fight just to enter overtime to at least get that 1 point.
It was a space station game that I casted back when we were in Poland, and SSG was down on match point, and they did not call a timeout. They ultimately ended up losing it. And I remember I spoke with Lycan, the coach of SSG at the time, and said, why didn't you call it? And he brought up exactly what you just mentioned. He said, we didn't want to give our opponents an opportunity to strategize because we felt throughout the match that we had been the better team and what we needed to do could be resolved in the server, in the round, and it didn't require our coach, me, to speak. The way that this match has gone on the seesaw, back and forth, Liquid are obviously not a perfect team. They're playing a lot better, and they're certainly beating expectations at the moment. But there's clearly stuff that the coaching staff on the side of Liquid feels they could improve upon that necessitates a timeout. You best hope that if you're Team Liquid, that Furia hasn't just come up with the strategy to beat that.
See, I was expecting something like this to happen where they go tertiary bomb site, because you can't do a whole lot on a defensive tactical timeout unless you're cooking something up. And going to another Kid Storm's defense, again, like, you can't do all that much differently. Yeah, maybe ban trick, maybe a clash, whatever, but the tertiary bomb site where things get a little bit messy, usually for defense, that's where planning ahead really rewards you the most. It also just gives you the time, 45 seconds as a team to discuss where are we gonna go, because you might want to play it safe. Let's go Kid Storms, right? It's the better bomb site, whatever. But then your coaching staff or another player maybe has, guys, I know that this is risky, but we are so good at dining defense. Just look at it last time. It didn't clear Nesk and we still won. Now if they try and clear Nesk, he has to just fight them, and he's so excellent in those gunfights. But look at the lineup from Liquid. It's Nesk playing Bandit. He's probably not gonna play in those kind of front 4 positions the same way anymore, because there's a chance he's needed to Bandit trick. Sure, right now, all 4 batteries has been pre-placed, but they might need him strategically to change that in the middle of the round. And then for Furia, they're going with utility. The sense, the glass, they want to have a shroud of smoke that only they can see through and try and establish a plant, or at the very least a bunch of kills through that. So both teams being very specific in their approaches right now, and I'm curious to see what the outcome will be.
Do not sacrifice that first pick to Team Liquid. That'll be One of the key things if you're Furia to look at, because like we said, time and time again, Liquid are really good at getting first pick. It does not directly translate to a 1 round. So in that instance, it's more work, but do or die. And right now, you best hope that Nade doesn't die. Oh my, Palu sees right through that smoke screen. Diffuser surrendered, but Furia are winning. Firing back. Nesk trying desperately for an angle. Furia wants to propel this to overtime, and they're 1 step closer. The timer will run. 4 players for Furia spread out around as they tear strips through the Liquid players that need to get up to that basically enormous breach. Flank from resets. He's the last one alive, and he sees the bullet tracers. Impossible to defeat JV92 from that angle. Even if you win, you've still got 2 more members of Furia to deal with. Overtime on the books.
I feel like this was easy to miss, but Liquid had a very clear strategy in that round, and it all revolved around the Solis. But Solis was basically AFK inside of the bathroom stall the entire round, so how can that be? Well, Liquid gave Furia the bomb site completely like we saw, and then they used the Solis gadget to know where the plant was going down. And basically, when Solis activates the scanner, you can basically hold F and mark for your teammates exactly where that utility is, so where the plant is going down. But it cancels out your entire gadget meter, and you can no longer use your gadget for like 10 seconds. So the first plant attempt, Solis scans the planter, Liquid pre-fire, they trade 1 for 1. But then Furia were so quick to establish the second plant attempt that the Solis scan wasn't ready. And that's why we saw Nesk on the hatch just kind of spraying through the smoke, not knowing exactly where the plant was going down. Either Furia, they figured out a strategy and knew all they had to do was be quick, or they just happened to be quick and therefore indirectly countered Team Liquid's defensive strategy. And it's again, Liquid so far in Oregon here, they've had a couple of different rounds where I want to say cheese strats, right? They play basement, but Nesk is roaming in meeting. That wins them the round. They play Kid Storms, they play Bandit, and with that triple crossfire from like Armory Staircase and meeting Double Door, they win the round. They try and go dining a match point to win it all, and they try and cheese it with the Solis plant denial of intel. They don't win the round, but it's a really good attempt. Really great prep work from Liquid, with a great response from Furia when it matters the most for them.
This is almost a rematch, or a rerun rather, of the Fluxo matchup. Be very surprised now if Furia wins the next 2 rounds and topple Team Liquid 8-6. I will say, even if it's not a victory, Liquid have something to be proud of here in this match. You've managed to double your average rounds won.
True.
And not just that you won those rounds, it's how you've done it. There hasn't really been a poor performance on the side of Liquid. Almost everybody's had some level of impact and success. Maya has, in my eyes, played probably the least impactful minutes. Maybe Lagonas. I was gonna say, I don't actually think I've seen a... I don't think I've seen an incredibly impactful play from Lagonas so far, but he's the IGL. He's playing utility. It's the same as Philippox, and we say this about Philippox whenever we watch Furia.
It's true. Lagoon is now in a pretty important position though, playing a Sami bottom laundry with the mirror window to protect, so maybe I haven't seen much from him yet, but this could be his round. Furia though, they know what this goes like. They get the 90 opening kill because Ness is hitting every single shot.
How do you even slow Ness down at this point? We've had to reset the lobby a number of times, so the kills aren't accurate, but 11 so far. Nesk is a tour de force at the moment. Numbers favoring Team Liquid as they were unable to close it out in the previous round. As such, overtime needed to happen. Herds walks in and is blindsided by Palu. JV92's had a bit of a slow match so far today. He's been playing these very important work angles and holding flanks, holding post plant. You can't hold anything in a 1v3. Team Liquid move back to match point.
I mean, the story is just repeating itself. Nesk just swings, gets 2 kills, Liquid, they win the round. It pretty much has been that simple. Same with Liquid gets opening kill, they tend to convert that opening kill into a round victory. Liquid also started defense in overtime, which statistically is their better side. They got 2 attacker rounds, they got 4 defending rounds. Now they got that one in overtime as well. So, they get 2 attempts. Even if Liquid would have fallen out on the attacker and basement, which they were good at in regulation, they still get to go either secondary or tertiary bomb side for another go on defense. So they're in, again, a great position, and they've had a lot of depth here on the attack. They've been playing Deimos, Capital, Grim. They've been playing a fast one, they've been playing a slow round. Now, there is still 20 seconds to change, but Lagonis is hovering Blitz. And I believe there is no better round to go really fast than during overtime. Majority of teams are going to slow the game down. Oh, it's risky, we might lose, this matters a lot, and a lot at stake. So a lot of teams will play slower than usual. You can catch your enemy by surprise relatively easy by simply just going for a fast attack. Power attacker repicks the Thatcher. That's to deny any of those obstacles later on when you want to go for an execute to enable the blitz. We see the spawns though from Liquid. It's not going to be an immediate bomb site rush. They're not going to spawn construction, not just straight to double blue, but they will roam through the map just like before, which they are very quick at usually. And we know there's no roaming presence from Furia. They're playing most on the bomb site. If not, in fact, they're playing completely and entirely on the bomb site. But this blitz from Lagonis can become that 3-2-1 go out of nowhere factor later in the round, and blitz can go laundry, freezer, blue. It can go down the tower staircase if you want, or even drop the meeting hatch. So the big difference with Liquid is that they can attack in any order now. They've been forcing freezer way too much. I hope for their sake they're not just going to go for that easy, simple option, because they tried it 3 times, it worked twice, and it failed once.
I love the blitz on match point.
Oh yeah.
We have seen a lot more shield play, especially of Clash, so far through this stage. Blitz is back. Monty is usually back, but banned in this matchup. Second most bans after Ying in this region. What can the blitz accomplish? Where will Lagonis go? Will he be the main point of the spear? Or will he be there for insurance after the spear makes contact with the body of Furia? Team Liquid had some time to reset, get drones in position. They've lost most of those drones. Only 4 remain, so you best hope that the intel that you have does not change too much. What on earth is Herds doing? Swinging the bottom of the stairs. There's smoke as Neska's no choice but to go on through. And right now it's Liquid trampling Furia, but Furia seemingly getting the upper hand in these engagements. Lagonis working with Palu. Palu gets all on God's green earth.
The blitz isn't even there. Liquid.
I gotta say, that is not the end I expected. The defending world champions toppled by the only winless team in Brazil. They still get 1 point, but Team Liquid wins the match 8-6.
With that performance from Liquid, it is so hard to believe that, you know, they've had a bad stage, they were pointless before this matchup, because they looked like a phenomenal team here in Oregon. And if you're Furia, you gotta be like, was Oregon really a good idea? Because with Neski's performance and Liquid's team performance to enable him, there's just no way you beat them here.
Yeah, I mean, what an unpredictable matchup. It was funny because now obviously I'm going to look like I'm just basing this off of the results that we watched, but I was going to say when all the predictions came in, I was like, if there's a match that Liquid is going to just win and then maybe just go back to being bad, it's going to be this one. And now I can't say that because everybody's going to be like, you're only saying that because of the matchup you watched. I should have interjected, but either way, that was an incredibly wild match that I don't think anybody saw coming. Liquid, though, to win it and finally get a win in the books, in their column, in stage 1. There's so much more to be done. But that's it for this matchup. We got 3 more to go. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. Liquid back on top. Forget absolutely everything we said pre-game. They just beat the world champions. Liquid are back. All right, listen, I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself. It's Ian here with the one and only C-Daps. Connor, the way that they celebrated at the end when they got that winning kill, just, it said everything you need to know about what that meant to them.
Yeah, it was absolutely a huge game from Liquid, especially when you have Furia. Like we said, these are the SI champs. This is the best team in the world. And Liquid, people were saying that they were the worst team in the world. That's how bad they were playing. All across the board, sure, maybe some on the attacks you could still say there were some massive, massive mistakes. But on the defensive side, they looked so much better. However, when you just think about how Liquid was playing on that attacking side, they threw some pretty big rounds. They let Furia get back into the game. And I'm going to just kind of go out on a limb and say that this game should, and that's like caps lock should, very important, should have been in regulation for Liquid.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. They were bottom of the league. They finally got a win. Let's celebrate it. Come on, Connor.
I mean, I'm being overly critical of them, but like still huge game from them. This is massive strides that they've taken in the right direction. Maybe Liquid are back. I don't know if my heart can handle pumping back into the Liquid hype train just to have it shattered once again, but you just naturally want to go and root for these guys.
One man that you definitely want to root for after that performance was Palu. The man showed up big time, right?
Just absolutely massive. We had a graphic a couple of days ago about how Palu was just always on the other side of the map, not being impactful, not helping the team, and that's no longer the case. He was always in close proximity, and this Liquid team was playing together so much better than we've seen across any other map of their play, and all of a sudden Palu was being that guy once again. He was just stepping up. A 152 EPS is crazy. That is mind-blowing. 5 multi-kills. That's almost a third of the rounds that were played here today, as he dropped 17 on the world champs' heads.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about a Liquid team as a whole that needed a big performance. Palu will be delighted to have put some numbers up, and hopefully that will kickstart the rest of his campaign. Let's take a look at Liquid in the second half in general, Connor, because that's where they really got the job done.
Exactly. Last time we saw them on this map, they really struggled on the defensive side, getting a 1-3 split as opposed to now getting a 4-2 split against the strongest team in the world. Last time we saw this Liquid team really struggle on defense, they only won 1 skyscraper defense. Now you go to Oregon and they're winning 4. Huge strides once again.
Furia, where did it go wrong? We're not used to seeing them, pardon me, losing opening picks on their defensive half, and that happened a lot, right?
Yeah, it was just across the board. The entry game was really rough for this Furia roster, and we already took a deep dive in and showed how important it is to the overall health of the rounds in this checklist for this Furia roster to get those opening engagements. Sure, it was still impressive that they were able to bounce back as many rounds as they did, but when you're kind of just looking across the board, it looks really rough for Furia that they weren't able to get these opening engagements against people like Nesk and Palu, who were really struggling to get things going.
So just to be clear, Liquid are back, right?
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. You know, they're back with an asterisk next to it.
Okay, I'll take it. All right, we also will be back after a short break with yet some more Siege. Fluxo versus E1 is coming your way after the break. You are watching the Blast R6 Brazil League as we start to take step by step more paces towards the Manchester Major. And this is coming from me. Manchester is, by the way, one of the greatest cities on earth. And regardless, I'm going to be there as a fan or whatever. My name's Ian Chambers alongside CDAPS. Connor, it's an honor to be here for the very first time. I'm loving this Brazil League. This Playday has been a great start so far, right?
Yeah, it has definitely led us to a couple of surprises, and mainly that game that we just watched with the Liquid upset over Furia. But with the next game that we have, it's another one that's going to answer so many questions in the context of this league. It's two teams on a definite upswing duking it out.
Fluxo versus E1. Let's start with Fluxo. Started their campaign this time around pretty rough, but they are consistently improving here, Connor.
Yeah, and they've had some pretty tough matchups. Last weekend, they had to play against Furia. They took their one singular point away from them. Now looking at Furia with the context that we just got from the last game, maybe it's not the craziest thing in the world, but still, when we've seen Fluxo, it's a completely new roster. So many players need to just develop and mature here in the tier 1 scene with experience. They don't quite have it, but they've still been keeping a lot of games really close and have a lot of upside in the fact that they're younger players with good mechanical skills, and overall they've shown some really great fundamentals.
Yeah, I think that's what's exciting about young teams. It can go one or two ways, right? But this is definitely leading into the, I guess, the path of potential, right?
Yeah, definitely so, because there's still some experience with the kind of core E1 roster from stage 2 that has moved here over to Fluxo, but a lot of the players on the side of Fluxo are being on the younger side, mainly like Hashi and Mitrix, having their first stance. They do have enough of a background from their original core 3 that can lead them with those experiences.
Well, let's look at this E1 roster. These guys are on a nice little streak, a 2-win streak back-to-back, coming into this in good form.
Definitely so, especially on the attacking side. My gosh, they have gone from one of the lower end teams in the league to propelling themselves all the way to the top attacking team and one of the contenders here in just 2 games, which is absolutely mind-blowing, especially when you saw how dominant they were on the attacking side against the team Liquid, which now you can say, Liquid, that win is aging better with time. NIP, they're a great defensive side, and they were still able to absolutely pick them apart.
You mentioned attack there. Let's compare these two teams in attack. I want to see what you make of them, how they stand up when it comes to the statistics here.
Yeah, the statistics definitely lean one way pretty heavily for the side of E1 and everything but the entry differential, which, could be kind of skewed from their struggles in the first couple of games. It's kind of just everything E1 side. The plants getting the bomb down. That's how E1 has been operating, but not in the traditional way. Typically, when you're seeing a team that's really objective oriented on their attacks, they're slow and methodical. They move through the map. That bomb goes down with like maybe 15, 20 seconds left. Think of your old like kind of prime SSG and DZ play style, and even with you and EU over towards the Virtus Pro play style that we see. E1 are not that. They are not that at all. That bomb is going down with like a minute 45 left. They're Amaroing through the window and getting the plant off immediately, catching teams off guard.
All right, before we get into map vetoes, I want to talk about Hashi and why you should never take him to Clubhouse.
Yeah, Hashi is a pretty good Clubhouse player. He has definitely been powered up across the other 2 maps, which is this is a 2-map comparison. They played 2 other maps. They played Clubhouse twice, so it's a fair sample size. Other maps, he struggled, and he's a new player. We expect rookies to have some kind of stumblings, and if you just came out immediately and looked incredibly dominant, it would be an anomaly. But Clubhouse is that anomaly. He has been lights out, going absolutely crazy in fragging roles for this Fluxo team, and it's a sort of major reason as to why Fluxo were able to take a point off of Furia on that map of Clubhouse.
All right, well, vetoes are ready, so let's get some answers to the questions here and find out where this one's going to be played out, and the vetoes are on screen right now.
Yeah, Fluxo taking out Oregon and Skyscraper, it makes sense. Those have been 2 of their high ban priorities. Nighthaven Labs will probably be taken out later in the ban phase by them, as well as E1 banning away the Clubhouse, which is something that we already talked about. That's a smart move. I give them a thumbs up. That's great. As Nighthaven, once again, like I said, from Fluxo, it's going to go down, meaning that E1 had the opportunity to go to a cafe or a chalet. which for the side of Fluxo, I think actually are really good maps for them on both sides, considering they've struggled on the attacking side as opposed to E1, where E1's attacks are coming so easily. Both Cafe and Chalet are more of the attacker-sided maps here in the pool. They're easier to break down, and I think it might give Fluxo a little bit of a chance to get things going.
Connor, I can tell that this is two teams that you're quite excited about for various different reasons. Two teams looking good and two teams to keep an eye on in this Brazilian league. I'm going to put you on the spot again. Which way do you see this one going and why?
7-5 Fluxo.
Simple as that.
Simple as that, because I like how Fluxo's trajectory is going. They've been looking better against better teams. E1, I don't necessarily want to say it, but I think it's a flash in the pan play style where, as you're going to see, they kind of had 2 games in a row where they looked really good on the attacking side because they were absolutely crazy. They were just getting in the face of defenses, and teams didn't expect that to happen multiple times. Now, if you're Fluxo, you watch both of those games, and that playstyle is not going to catch you off guard at all. And with Fluxo also being a very young roster, I think they have the ability to adapt to the aggression and match with the mechanical skill what we're seeing out of E1.
All right, I've got one more question before we get into game here. Out of the two teams, over the next, let's say, 6 to 8, 9, 10 months, which one do you think has the most potential?
I think Fluxo does. I really like what we've seen out of Mitrix as well as Hashi. People like Lukid and Raps are also just kind of underrated players, and this Fluxo roster has, despite their standings, really evolved into a dark horse roster for me.
Well, you've really teed this one up beautifully, so let's get into it. It's E1, Fluxo, and it is, of course, once again, with Intero and Pengu.
Well, saying that Fluxo is going to win, the other team that's in the basement of Brazil, is certainly a choice, but I suppose the same could have been said for saying that Liquid would beat Furia, and well, here we are. Nick, do you agree with CDAP's prognostication that Fluxo is going to win?
I think this is a bit more difficult to tell. We haven't seen these two squads play for as long as Liquid and Furia, former WSNM, so I'm very much 50-50 on this one. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is it time?
No, I was waiting for an answer because, you know, like a yes or no, but
I don't know.
Let's back up a second here. There's a lot of variables. We've got to talk about nuance here. To borrow a very popular influencer phrase, if you think Fluxo is going to win, I think you're a little delulu.
Oh, Delulu. Yeah,
Delusional.
Delulu is not the Salulu. That's what they say.
We are going to Chalet between these two teams, so we will have yet another new map. We started on Skyscraper. We had Oregon as our second match. We have Chalet as our third. I do like days where we see different maps popping up. It's because the variety for us and the variety for you, the spectator. There's a logjam of teams that started the day with 6 points. Vivo Keyd Stars was in that logjam, but they won earlier today, and as such, they have cleared everybody in Brazil except for FaZe Clan. E1 is one of those teams in that logjam. mibr and Ninjas in Pajamas are in there as well. Black Dragons 1 point above E1 Sports. If E1 prevails here, they too will sit at 9 points. And then we will end up with a 9-point logjam because Furia, W7M, Keyd Stars, and E1 would all sit at 9 points, all tied in second place. And guess what?
What?
We've still got NIP playing later. We've got W7M playing later. W7M could actually end up on top. If NIP beats FaZe Clan, then NIP would also go up to 9 points. We're just moving the logjam up 1 win at a time from 6 to 9 points. Operator bans will now roll in as Fluxo sat originally in 9th place, but are now at the bottom after Team Liquid prevailed in stunning fashion in the previous match. Fluxo is a very large Brazilian organization. If you've never heard of them before, as an org, you should check them out. But the actual team of Fluxo does not look that great. They've only got a single point. It came in overtime against the defending world champions of Furia. But outside of that, the round differential for Fluxo quite poor, -12. They are averaging 4 rounds, 3 to 4 rounds per match, which is not great. E1 significantly better. They're 2-2 with a positive round differential, and that gentleman in the bottom left of your screen, Emps, started the day with the 5th highest rating amongst great group of players. What do we say? It was Volps, it was Herds, it was
Hates.
Hates.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Those kinds of names.
those rankings change, those ratings change as the day goes on, but E1, a flash in the pan playstyle, CDAP said. Let's find out. Operator bans are in. Ying Flores, the attacker bans Azami and Valkyrie defender bans, and I'll allow you, as I'm very gracious, to speak about them.
Yeah, nothing too out of the norm here on Chalet. I think the only expectation is that Asami almost never gets let through when you play this map, because it just simplifies how defenders can hold library, close off those long lines of sights. There are a lot of window angles, of course, in Chalet that we see throughout every single bomb site, besides the basement, of course. So Asami is one of those, if it's open, attacking is just so difficult against it, which does make it a little bit surprising that E1, who are starting defense, are the team to ban out the Asami themselves. But of course, if they do it, they're ready for it. They're gonna play the mirror. So instead of having keeper barriers inside a library to kind of hold it aggressively, they will instead have a mirror window facing library to hold it, if you will, passively. The downside is, the mirror window can be countered by a single Ash breaching round. If it has direct contact with the mirror window, it will shatter it, just like when you go for a melee punch. And we see the attacking lineup. Surprise, surprise, Astro is playing Ash. So, I'm not sure on how good of a substitute this will be for the Asami, but you gotta do something, right? You cannot give up library entirely for free when you are defending any bomb set, really. It's the starting position for most attacking teams. Fluxo, though, slightly different approach. Basement up into West Main, coming on that Solarium rappel, an office balcony rappel. They're trying to attack from everywhere but library, essentially, kind of countering my previous point.
Love seeing the Ash back in the meta.
Oh yeah.
R4C, ACOG, we are so back.
Feels so good.
Honestly, I'm hopeful that people are enjoying the changes that came about in year 9. I don't want to say that they were seismic, but they were quite large, and it has obviously changed up how teams go about attacking. You cannot just run in an ADS and get a kill as quickly as before. It is now much slower for you to ADS. If you have not played the game since year 9 dropped just a couple weeks ago, I would highly recommend you do that, because it's the kind of thing where you might not notice it when you spectate, but it's very definitely there and you can feel it. Look at this, Arthur. Oh my goodness. Violent.
Beautiful.
Killing both Raps and Astro as Fluxo attempts to take upstairs. They try to get in. Unsuccessful so far.
I love that. Just like sees the moment, sees a small gap, goes for it. Arthur very aggressive on attack typically, and also here in defense, and that might just stop the entire Fluxo attack, because they gotta now figure out a different approach this entire round out of nowhere because of those gunfights.
Arthur finds 3 kills, almost a flawless first round for E1 on defense. Never Lukin. Last one there. Perez holding that deployable shield top. Library stairs pops up and shuts down any potential clutch that could have happened. And it would have been a miraculous clutch from Fluxo. E1 speaking a lot. If I was Fluxo, an easy clap back. It's a bold thing to say from a team that looks like they're recycling Team Liquid's jerseys from 6 years ago.
Whoa!
That's what I would say if I played on Fluxo.
Okay. I was gonna say it did look familiar.
They do
I guess you saw it too. Oh man.
For anybody that has any questions about this, no, it's not meant to be serious. It's all tongue in cheek. I'm rooting for the lesser known organizations and the lesser known teams in Brazil to do well. Similarly, I'm doing it in North America. I am a sucker for an underdog story. In this case, the underdog is unequivocally Fluxo.
Yeah.
But E1 looked good. Fluxo struggled to drone in. They got information. They walked in the building. They lost their duel to Arthur. I mean, I don't think you expected that play from him, and you can't really account for that.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say the reason why that works so well is because they have deployable shield on top blue staircase. They have a mirror window facing library. Like, that's the stronghold of the entire round. As an attacker, you're not gonna expect anybody to be crazy enough to just walk into the opponents and make themselves put, into a weaker position. So I don't blame Fluxo at all for having a gap there. But it's it's Arthur, it's E1, and allowing him to like generate that space. That's where the praise really comes in, though.
Joining Ash in terms of high pick rate has been Zofia. Both operators will now show up. There's an Amaru as well. Hashi waiting for this call to spring into action. He does, and Lukin actually so eager to kill Paras, kills his own teammate. That might seem like a small mistake. I think a team kill is a big mistake, but it has now given a significant and sizable advantage to E1. You've only got one player now looking over at Solarium. There was 3 from Fluxo who had their attention drawn to that part of the map. Last, you're taking some damage as the Solus lurks, wraps in pursuit, but you cannot be fighting these offsite players for too long because Fluxo is already down in numbers. You don't want to go down in time as well.
That's the thing. You lose Togepi, you lose Amaru, you lost all that kind of like out of nowhere firepower, the big surprising factor, and now it's more like a stable round here for E1. They can expect what's about to happen here. There's only like 3 flashbangs. There goes one from Raps, and that might be them trying to go forward. Arthur again advances into his opponent for just a second there. Doesn't fully commit, but certainly keeping the attackers on their toes.
Arthur's blinded, but he's still hitting those shots over towards Solarium. STK, long line of sight onto the next one as Fluxo decides to trickle in, and well, Emps gets on the board. STK with 1-2, and is there some bad blood or drama between these teams that we are just unaware of? Because this is the second round in a row where an E1 victory has directly led to the players and coach standing up and talking trash in direction of Fluxo.
There might be something to this that we don't know about, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, it's LAN, the energy is high, the vibes are good, but usually it's not directed towards your opponent unless it's personal or something's happening that we may or may not know about. But E1 looking really good in the first 2 rounds. It comes on that counter aggression time and time again, typically from Arthur. When I saw Arthur play Monty, I think it was a week or 2 ago, he was playing Monty, and I'm thinking, most Monty players, they will walk in, maybe unextend. If they're fancy, they'll go for like an ADS or a melee. Arthur was like rushing everything with Monty, going for double kills, just like leading the charge, like not a care in the world. And it's like, if I were to show someone how to play a good Monty, I would happily show them Arthur. Then we see him here today on defense, and again, just seeking those small opportunities and making huge plays out of thin air practically, and just really putting himself and his team in a great position. Fluxo not yet able to handle that kind of pressure. They're very much struggling to find a foothold consistently throughout the round, early, middle, and late, and they've been playing from the back foot almost the entirety of the first 2 rounds.
Maverick does not encompass the role of a traditional hard breacher, and right now the Maverick does not even represent a real human being. As Raps gets killed from a nitro cell into an all familiar fate that has been happening across multiple regions is that we've been seeing a lot more success with nitro cells, and I have to wonder if it's just because of that trajectory change. It might not be visible on our screens, it's not captured by the in-game observer. But one of the changes that came in year 9 is there is now a visible trajectory for anything that you throw. It could be a proximity alarm, it could be a drone, it could be a yokai, it could be a nitro cell, and because of that trajectory, it's a lot easier to get a nitro cell through a small opening. Maverick likes to create those small openings, and nitro cells are killing Mavericks on the walls with far greater frequency than before.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, because is it just that simple change? Have C4s been stealth buffed? I don't know, but this certainly didn't happen 3 months ago, or 6 months ago, or last time Maverick saw playing in Pro League. But the last couple of days, so many C4 kills, is no different. And again, Fluxo starting the round in a struggle, on the back foot. Now in the middle round, they're droning a lot. They got the Bravo, they got the Ren, they got these drone operators rather, but they're struggling to do anything with it as of yet. 1 minute left. They've not destroyed the soft floor. They haven't hacked any viable or valuable intel right now from the defenders, and they're also not really progressing near the bomb site. They're waiting right now, probably for Matrix to break this floor apart. There he goes. That's the third and last Boogie drone. But now there's 50 seconds left. Main breach isn't open up. They haven't gotten what they want in this round. Ouch.
Flastry's main point of contact there on the stairs. E1 have come tantalizingly close to flawless rounds and have ultimately been denied it. Astro chilled by those Zoto canisters. And there's another Nitro Cell again. Emps will have a trajectory line on his screen. We don't see that. It's tossed out. Astro shoots it away, though. He's been a player long enough to expect that. Emps, though, a bit of sloppiness as he decides to shoulder check that angle. Perez is far enough back with the deployable shield. It's all you need to do. Not entirely certain what Astro is doing as he tries to army crawl his way through, but Lucan realizes you got to get him up until Flastry is still upstairs. Fluxo forfeiting those first 3 rounds. E1 elated at the start that they've got here on Chalet.
They're looking good. Again, they got the counter to the Maverick, they got a strong side setup, they got the crossfires, that the perfect deployable shield that was placed in prep phase way before they saw how the round might have played out. And it's really no surprise that Fluxo will call their tactical timeout, because these rounds are so one-sided, you have no other choice but just like figure it out. And it might just be to blow up the entire strat book right now. Completely different approach, mentality, operator lineup. Because if you keep doing this, I don't think you're getting more than a single round.
Yeah, this has not just been a bad start, but you've got some of your best players just not showing up. You know, you're not droning in correctly. You're not using utility well. Like, this is an issue that Fluxo has had in every single one of their matches so far. The only match where it looked like they were worthy adversaries was against Furia last week, where they stunned us and stunned the audience by almost knocking off the defending world champions. There's something going on with that Furia roster because they got pushed to the brink by the second last place team last week, and Furia just got beat by the last place team this week. As was mentioned on the broadcast, you cannot, if you're Furia, lose these matches to teams that anybody in the league should be beating at this point. Furia sees a team that's averaging 4 rounds a match and another team that's averaging 3 rounds a match. And they're like, you know what would be really cool if we made these the most challenging games that we have all season long.
Yeah. It's puzzling how that works, frankly, and I don't know. I can't tell this matchup if it's E1 playing extremely well or Fluxo having a very tough time. Maybe a bit of both, because certainly E1, they have not made it easy for Fluxo, and that's all praise to them. But Fluxo, I feel like they haven't made it easy for themselves either. Those basic fundamentals we were criticizing, look at... I mean, I thought he droned Emps. I thought he knew.
They did.
But then,
this goes back to what we said in round number 1, is they drone out the location of these E1 players, and then they do nothing other than try to take a direct gunfight. You have tools at your disposal. Like, use something. You have smokes, you have flashbangs, you have nades.
You have teammates.
Why are you just ego challenging and dry peeking a single player? It's not going to work.
We often see teams kind of spread out thin on the attack, you know, 5 attackers in 5 very isolated positions, seeking lone gunfights. But Fluxo are not really doing that. They're not applying pressure anywhere. It's 3 people in library, 1 person on the roof, and then Astro and Ash seeking that solo engagement. Imagine the opponent had a mirror window right now, and you have no Ash, but it's disaster. Thankfully for them, E1, they have not brought the mirror. But you're playing a man down, you have lost your like ranged soft destruction. They still got the hammer and sledge, but they can't really do much with things that are far away. And there's a shield in their path. So thank God they at least have grenades. But then there are my discs, right? It just goes to show that Fluxo are not operating as a team. They're operating as a partial team and some very lone players who could be getting help from their teammates or asking for help from their teammates.
STK has yet to die so far. He and Flastry have survived all of these rounds. STK is not playing a sheltered position, though. This is a dangerous spot. He's effectively the front lines. Flastry's a little far removed. They still have pings on the castle from the Bs, though. That mark will linger and eventually disappear. Hashi searching for his first kill. Mitrix in the same boat. An interesting story. 2 players on E1 yet to die. 2 players on Fluxo yet to find the score sheet in the right direction. Flastry taking some abuse, though, as Arthur sends out that impact grenade. He's being spotted by the Bees and will continue to be tracked as Lukin wants to get the pick. Mitrix gets it instead. Down goes Arthur. Flastry drops. Could this be the end? His first death. He'll bleed out. But only 10 seconds means Flastry could, in theory, still survive. And he will! A flurry of kills. He won perfect so far.
Again, it's a puzzling round for Fluxo. They send the Grim upstairs. They spend 3 or 4 of those beehives on the castle that's sitting on a shield. And you're surely thinking, okay, they know the shield is clear. They're gonna go for it. No. They wait 20 seconds. The bees disappear. They go downstairs. They breach the side wall. They die on site. It's like, either they changed the plan too late and they already spent their utility, or they just simply did not understand what their goal was in that round. Because why are they spending one of their only pieces of util, the bees on Grim, and then they walk away from it and they go do something else? And how do they lose? The castle, who they've spent 4 bees on, will just walk into office and deny their plan vertically. And they have no win condition. So, this comes after a tactical timeout on top of this, where they've had, 45 seconds to chill, relax, talk to their coach, figure out what the issues are, change their angles, and then it still falls apart just the same. The worst kind of team that you can be is a team that is not adapting to the problems in front of you. Now, had Astro been alive last round, maybe it would have been gone differently. I don't know. Hard to say. This round, however, we need to see Astro go with the team because now there's a mirror window in their path. Last time Fluxo, they went basement, they went west main, they went kitchen, they tried to go for like a linear attack, they went into office, they got flanked by and they lost the round. That's how things started when they're going for this like library clear. But that's a bar defense. This is a master bedroom defense with a library extension with the mirror window. You have to either deal with the mirror with the library or go for a solarium take. But Fluxo are on the roof with 2 players sitting here trying to get intel and 2 players also on the library balcony. But they start swinging the wrong angles, they take a bit of damage, and as long as that mirror window stays alive, watching into library, they cannot do much. I saw the outline of Astro, he was rotating, and there it goes. Astro goes out. I believe the mirror window should be shattered now. This is a good start for Fluxo. And it's bad.
Down goes Hashi. 0-5. Hashi has had some moments of... It's below brilliance. Some good moments. Yet to find a kill so far. Emp's eventually punished by Raps, but not before Fluxo loses 2 players. It's a great spot if you're E1, and look at this. You can't even get in the building. Fluxo are trying to take library. Library, that's it. They just want one part of the map. They cannot get in library at all. Lukin on half HP. Astro pick. Numbers are close. Finally been able to take control of library, but you've only got a single drone remaining. That's it.
I mean, normally teams will like open up the walls to the side, hold like long lines of angles, but E1 is just running at their opponent. Like, Fluxo are not fighting utility, they're just fighting players. They're losing all these fights, trying to simplify the rounds. And lose the round as well.
I think best way to put it, Nick, would be that E1 has absolutely no respect for Fluxo. One bit.
You're right. But the way the Fluxo are playing the first 2 rounds, I feel like E1 are doing the right play here, saying they don't necessarily deserve respect because they're making these massive blunders, these massive mistakes. E1 are simply punishing their opponent by exposing their weaknesses. And again, Fluxo not able to adapt. They get Astro rotated to the library balcony, they clear the mirror window, they jump in library window, 3 players die in the process. Then they get close to bomb site, they have nothing left. They have no hard breach, they have no proper soft breach, they have no crossfires, no one's on the bomb site windows, no one's on the big window repel to cut the bomb site in half. All they did was go library window, try and get in, die. And they had other options. I wouldn't say E1 are making it strategically difficult in these rounds to try and problem solve and progress somewhere, because again, they're playing closed walls. The way that the current Furia roster, the old WSM, back-to-back major invite team, they play Chalet with everything opened up. They hold library from master bedroom office all the way back. And it's so hard to fight against it because of those long lines of sight. E1 closed off everything and just swung the doors. That's what teams have been doing for years. That is not what we should struggle against to the level that Fluxo that they are. And now, they almost get spawn pick, but no! Hashi is ready for it, he reads it, and they get the opening pick. But how long can Fluxo keep this man advantage? That's the big question.
Hashi's first kill of this series, and it comes in round number 6. Mitrix had broken that streak of being on the wrong side of it as well by picking up his first kill just a round prior, 2 rounds prior technically. Now he's on a single point of HP with his second kill. A good start for Fluxo. The best start to a round from Fluxo so far.
That's for certain. I mean, E1 with a down 2 players, I could see them just kind of get more aggressive because they recognize that, okay, 3v5 is not ideal, we need to get a kill somewhere. But surprisingly enough, E1 are actually not looking for those crazy aggressive plays, at least not at the moment. Perhaps waiting for the right time, as all the attackers are quite far away, A, from the bomb site, and 2, from the player positions. There we see they advance together, top reading staircase, and the bomb site doors. They certainly are looking for a swing, but it has to be the right one, and it has to be calculated because they are down in numbers.
You buy yourself so much time as well.
Yeah.
Look at Fluxo using the clock very effectively. Astro has had some issues on this roster. He has been the, I don't want to say the lone bright spot, but he's been certainly better than the 2-6 scoreline right now in this match would suggest. E1 looking for a 6-0 first half, which is almost always a death knell for teams. Mitrix with a second kill onto Flash Street. Perez trading it back. Fluxo still with the advantage as we hit the 1 minute mark.
Mitrix is 1 HP though. A single pre-fire bullet, he gets injured or just outright dies, and he can't really do the entry job. Thankfully, his Capital, 2 fires, 2 smokes, secondary MPs. He doesn't need to do the entry work right now. Look at 2 beats on the Grim. Fluxo have the tools, but they gotta use them correctly, and they've actually missed one of those beat canisters, I think, upstairs. So they don't know exactly where the defenders are. They're still looking for them with only 25 seconds left to go.
Gotta use the remainder of your time so well here because Mitrix will die on a single point of HP. Arthur has not been cleared off of this position. He hears the explosions. And there's the flank to come on in. He loses the duel. How does Raps win that? How does Fluxo win that round?
Oh my. The energy's there. I gotta say, the energy certainly is there. That's the first round though. There's many more to go, and now Sideswap comes into effect. Fluxo surely will be better on defense than that of the attack because it is just simply easier to be a defender. You have all your prep work, you have your strats, you reinforce certain walls, you hold certain positions. It's all up for the attackers, now E1, to problem solve around it. But Connor, C-Dapper, on the analyst desk, was quite excited about E1, so surely based off that, we should expect some either wild attacks or at the very least some good attacks. And all E1 they need is to either get lucky twice and they win a regulation, or you have 2 solid rounds and just win it outright.
It would appear that we have another issue with either a PC or a server. I'm not sure. But we will. Server crash is what we're being told initially. We might hold. If we get any information, we will update you.
Yeah, I mean, In the meantime, I guess it gives Fluxo time to kind of think about, okay, guys, what can we fix, or what have we learned from our attacks? Because while the side swap will change a lot of things around about how your play and your opponents, there are some things you can pick away from it. For example, if E1 were super aggressive on defense, they're probably going to be aggressive on the attack, right? Patterns. And given that Fluxo have not been given the respect that they might deserve, maybe not today, but overall, they should also expect E1 to try and do something outrageous. Either an armor rush, or some cheesy stuff like glass, send some smokes maybe, or Ying. In this case, Ying is spent, of course, by Fluxo, so that can't happen. But I want to see Fluxo be prepared, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Be prepared for anything. Because E1, they might do anything against you. It's worked so far. Why would they stop now? Especially when you have such a big lead, 5-1.
I'm told that everybody is in the lobby right now. I don't know if the match is yet underway. Having some bad luck with server issues so far today, though. Only 1 or 2 PC issues. We will test this when Volps gets into the server, because for some reason it always seems to be Volps who has these issues. It's always his PC that's in the process of slowly imploding. Those are really nice glasses, by the way.
You're such a big fan of glasses today, and I'm all for it. And speaking of Manchester and going out on a hunt for some new glasses for ourselves, I would like to join, because I've been looking for a new pair for a while now. It's time for an upgrade. Let's do it.
There's a really nice glasses brand, I believe is based out of London, called Cutler and Gross. That's the company that I bought my last 2 pairs of glasses from.
Looking right now.
They have a location in Toronto that I can go to. I don't know about you, but I don't like, if I'm going to wear something and it's expensive, I don't want to buy it without trying it on first. That's not just glasses, but that's also shoes. That's, you know, a suit. That's any type of attire. I'll buy expensive stuff online just fine if it's tech or anything like that. But I'd like to try things on first, especially since I have a comically large head. And it's very hard to tell how big glasses are until you actually physically put them on. So in that sense, I like being able to go to the stores themselves. But I don't know what companies there are that makes glasses in Manchester. I mean, the UK is not a big place. You can very easily get between cities in a couple hours on a train. So it's not like if we were to go to Manchester, we'd be locked in, but it'd be nice to get shown around by the Brits.
Oh yeah.
I'm still very patiently waiting for the Toronto Major.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure that's ever gonna happen, but let's pray for it for your sake.
Don't take that hope away from me.
No, I'm sorry. It might happen.
Don't you dare put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
No, we are going to Canada again this year, so you know there's always a chance that next year or the year after that they'll change the city. I don't know. See?
Actually, Nick, we know most of the locations for the next year and a half.
Okay, so in 2 years' time. You know. Maybe
when I
you've
say us,
forgotten it.
I mean, when I say us, I mean people under NDA. I don't mean the community.
You see, I was speaking purely from the public info, but that's fair.
Oh. Well, I was going to say we have access to information ahead of time because of the NDAs that we are under, and we are entrusted with that stuff. The best part is that there could be a Toronto Major on the horizon, and maybe I'm just psyching you out. Nobody knows. The public will find out over the next, I don't know, probably year as the locations of where we're going to go from next year onward. I always like the excitement of finding out where we're going in the world.
That was a good part. All the reveals and such. This round has not revealed much as of yet, although, oh my god, the timing from Ems. Astro slips away last second, dropping down the hatch. I think he had an idea that someone was chasing him, very slowly, however. Minute and 20 off the clock here in just a second, then E1 have gotten Solera control, Trophy Kitchen control, and they're going for that solar kind of push. And Fluxo are not doing a whole lot to stop it, really. Considering that there's a master bedroom defense, normally teams really like to hold on to Trophy, hold on to Solarium. They haven't. Yeah, there's a castle barricades, a double frostbite in the bathroom window, but the rest has mostly been surrendered. E1 in a great position to just fully take control over this.
This could just be a very defender-sided chalet, and we could see two 5-1 halves. Fluxo certainly hopes for that. Their fans certainly hopes for it. That woman in the crowd cheering so loudly for Fluxo probably hopes for it as well. As E1 having some struggles early on, but Arthur's in. Raps called into action. He takes out Emps. Arthur falling off of the plant, getting kills, numbers even, and now Arthur will go right back to the job he started. STK, the lone man, watching for coverage. He's killed by Bathroom. Arthur will need to get them all, and he starts off low. But he cannot outduel Astro. That's just experience. You can't teach that. Now it's Fluxo's time to stand up and talk ish right back to E1, as E1 did to them for the entire first half.
That's gotta be personal. That's gotta be
Is there some kind of bad blood between these teams that we're just
There's
unaware of?
I'm curious what it is. Or if it's just, competition in play, I really don't know. But if Astro stands up and points to his tattoos and whatnot, okay. Something's cooking in the background that we don't know about, clearly. So it seems. But to be fair, Fluxo win the round, but they have to fight so much. Despite getting 2 opening picks, leading 5 versus 3 in man count, it comes all the way down to a post-planned 1v1. And if Arthur had more than just a single point of HP, that very well could have been a victory for E1. So, I'm not sure it's the most convincing start to the side swap, but it is Fluxo getting around, and going forward, we're not going to remember the details of every single moment, so we're just going to run with it. Fluxo are going to build some confidence. They've won 2 straight now. They're looking a little bit better. And defense, yeah, you said it. It could just be a defender-sided chalet for all we know. Sami's banned. That makes it a bit harder. But then Mira and Finra are open. That makes it a bit easier. Again, it always comes down to the same thing. Adaptability in the server and dealing with those problems that are put in front of you as an attacking team. For this round, it's a bar defense. So of course, upstairs focus, high in priority. They got those deployable shields. They got possibility of Mira being put down. Perhaps have one in pocket right now. And there's no Ash to be seen from E1's lineup. There's just 2 sets of grenades. Now I killed the Lion. That kind of self-destruction to deal with the deployable shields, for example. The mirror windows should stay intact and provide cover and intel for Fluxo in this round.
Ems, by the way, because of the results of the previous matchups, had gone up to the 2nd highest rated player, just trailing Volps. And with all the resetting that we've done all day, I hope the stat trackers are keeping a close eye on those numbers. Because Emts, I can guarantee you, is not 0-1 in round number 8.
No, he's not.
Fluxo is far more formidable on their entry. Or rather, sorry, Fluxo is far more formidable at stopping the entry in the previous round. Whether it's just a combination of E1 being more thorough with their drone work or Fluxo playing farther back and not as full frontal as they were previously. This has been a better start for E1. It's now half of the round transpired. Not a single point of damage done to either team.
I mean, there's no Grim, there's no Capital, there's no shield operator. Like, the attack might be stalled out here, honestly, because I got those deployable shields to deal with. No, flashbangs and nades go out. They'll clear them out. But then Gunfights has to follow suit here and get those openings.
And the E1 drawing first blood. 20 seconds after we had said that they were being a bit more patient on defense. They find themselves in the wrong direction. Emts dies to Lukid. That's a massive pickup for Fluxo. Emts has been easily the best player on E1. One of the best players in the region. They will be without his killing potential. Flashtree could have picked up 2, but it's Astro over the last 2 rounds who has looked so good. You'll need a big round out of Astro as it's just him and Raps. Raps coming into the day is one of the lowest rated players in the entire region and one of the lowest rated players at a T1 level. It's been a rough start to the stage for him. He's looked better so far and has had some big moments. A lot harder to make those big moments happen when you're playing on attack on what looks like an ironclad defense time and time again that E1 presented. 3 players still standing for E1. They will get ever closer to the bomb site. Astro not on the site, but has a flank. Does E1 know this? Yes, they do! collect both the final kills and they move to match point. They just
Now there's just a bicep.
No, it's because Astro stood up and showed the tattoo he got when FaZe Clan won the major. And E1 hilariously pointing to their arms, of which there are no tattoos and not even skin visible as well. And saying, yeah, whatever, we got it too.
That's insane, actually. I mean, it was a slow attack in the end there, but E1, they had everything figured out. The flank denied, the side player denied, plant was also going down. And it just looks like if you give E1 an opening kill or an even man count scenario, they will come out ahead. They just are better players, they're the better team. Solid round there previously, and they did all that without any of what we would say meta operators. Like again, the Grim, the Cavitao, or Shield, Flores is banned, there's no Ying. Like they did that with just 4 grenades and I think 6 flashbangs. That was it. And because they had the IQ, they knew exactly what utility was there, how many magnets, for example, from the WMI, you know, how many flashbangs should go in. There was no waste of util. It's very calculated because of the IQ. So you might be thinking, you know, Valkyrie's banned, why bring an operator? Well, you can count the ADSs, you can count the WMIs, you can know exactly what you're up against. Whereas now E1, they will bring out those exact operators. Now they're playing Grim, now they're playing Cavitao, and they got the Brava. Brava is an excellent operator, and there are things to hack like a Meistercam or a Yokai drone, for example. But on maps like Chalet and Bank, just the default cameras alone bring you so much valuable information to both flank watch and to force defenders to shoot them for you. So even though there's nothing that worthy to hack here on the lineup of Fluxo, simply the default cams on this map solidifies Brava as a meta operator that often sees play.
That was a nice time to talk about the drone operators and gain information off of all those drone operators too. But I mean, if you've got a Twitch, if you've got a Flores right there, you've got 6 extra drones to gain information off of, right? That alone is big, whether it comes down to utility or not. But as we're talking, both teams want to come to blows. Arthur, who's been excellent so far for E1 today. Dare I say it, Arthur has been the best player that we've witnessed on E1, and could definitely make an argument that he's having one of the best days out of all of the players who've played. Slaughtered by Emps, who up top had his teammates back. Arthur losing half of his HP will hold on to the diffuser, utilityless as well. But E1, despite all the damage that they've done, mostly still outside of the building.
Yeah, it's been that battle from downstairs. Like that's where the bomb site is. If there's no intel here, Alpha could go for a plant, but it's risky. No cover really. Maybe plant, flashy flanks in. We'll have to see.
That was the smoke from Brava. There goes Flastry from above. Does Arthur manage to pull this off? Yes, he does. A heist under the very noses of these players from Fluxo, who now hold on to this advantage, but in the post plant, they seem to be lined up on the side of E1 so effectively. Emps doesn't see it coming. Now it's up to Arthur, who scrambles. 3 remaining players from Fluxo will all fight amongst themselves as to who gets that final kill, but the kill is had on their end either way. Still match point for E1, but Fluxo is making sure that this is as competitive a match as humanly possible.
There was no intel there from Fluxo either on the bomb side. They actually just pre-fired those walls, finding both kills off. I mean, calculated guesses, you know? The attackers will be in a strong position. What could those be? Well, one has to see, you know, West Main and the trophy flanks like Solarium, and the other has to watch Fireplace. So they can just kind of deduct where those positions are going to be, shoot through those walls, either force the movement or just outright get the kills. A great retake, despite not having info on the site. They surrendered the site itself, walked down the staircases, and just took the fights in that man advantage instead.
I think this is a good time for E1 to call their timeout now.
Yeah.
This is a defender-sided Chalet. As we said, attackers have won, what, 2 rounds so far? That's all we've seen. Because of that, you're not exactly giving your adversary much of a benefit from this timeout. I doubt there's much that Fluxo can talk about that can make them even better on the defenses that we've had. A lot of upside for E1 to talk this through. Something that Fluxo had as a major obstacle, and I thought it was just maybe a strategic issue, but has now been present for E1 as well. Maybe it is a strategic issue for both of these teams, but ultimately, getting into the building has proven to be exceptionally challenging for the attackers. And I don't even want to point my finger at, Intel operators. Solus has not been a constant in this match. Mute has not been a constant in this match. Mozzie has not been played at all so far through the 9 rounds of action. I think that's honestly a big defining feature of a good team, is how well you can use your drones and not just so cavalierly throw them away. I don't know if either of these teams have been using their drones very effectively.
I don't think you're entirely wrong about either of your points. So yeah, drones are very important, and I don't think either team has used them all that well. Yeah, we see Bravo being played, but usually it comes down to gunfight, verticalities, and trading bodies. Here we see some early action though. The Bravo cam is deep in the bomb site, but it's looking for the most valuable intel to take over, or utility of course. That was one Finrear mine, for example, and then it looks further. Extra thermocharge goes off actually. I thought it was going to get impact trick through the drone hole, but no. It was placed far enough to the right hand side to not get hit by the impact grenade explosion. And E1, they will get that first step done, but Flash3 still on the Bravo cam, still gaining more value, and just spending the first minute on his gadget being a good teammate.
Nick, I'm actually a little surprised that E1 stuck with the Thatcher, because the Thatcher is just an additional layer of redundancy. You could completely pull this off without a Thatcher. I don't know if that's maybe E1 just not using drones enough in the prep phase to see exactly what 5 defenders there were, but I mean, you've got the breach open. You could have opened up the second one as well. You won't be able to get anything more open as Arthur dies. All up to Perez as Emps has walked into the bomb site. He will take no prisoners. And look towards blue, but there's a hatch above. E1 were very quick to take main lobby, but they did not bother to keep somebody in that direction. 1 kill by Perez. Flash3, last one from E1. Sees the warden, but Lukin shuts the door. And Fluxo is keeping this one close.
One very small mistake from E1 that arguably cost them the round was that Arthur died on the primary breach right when they went into the bomb site. And losing Arthur is not the big issue. The issue is Arthur had the diffuser. So you come into this awkward position where attackers, they're comfortably in the site and the defenders are running away from you basically. That's all because the wrong person in the wrong position had the diffuser. So you see right there the icon. It's outside the main breach where Arthur died. So they gotta push in deep now or slow everything down, walk back, outside the building, pick it up and try and go again. It's a really awkward position to be in, and E1 made a very critical error that they could not figure out in the middle of that round. And I don't blame them. Because either, again, you gotta leave the bombs that you just took control over, or you gotta push through. Small mistakes that has a massive impact on the outcome of the round. E1 will now go through their various types of operators, Arthur hovering a Monty for a bit, then choosing to go to Capital instead. I guess after they saw the bomb side of certain operators, they thought, you know what, the Monty is not a good idea here. Let's just try that same exact lineup again. Where again, there's a lot of utility, a lot of counter intel, and it's a relatively flexible lineup. They can attack library, they can go for a straight bomb site attack, they can roam clear. E1 are keeping options open as this round might unfold.
Match is slowly slipping away from E1, who now will start off poorly here too, with Perez dying. It's a puzzling matchup between these teams. Is it Fluxo just being very aggressive on their defenses? Are they trying to blunt the momentum of E1? Stop them before they get in? Stop them before they can get entrenched? Was what that Furia roster did that they popularized just a couple years ago. Was why are we letting the attackers have map control so quickly? Why are we letting them go through the motion and do their checklist that needs to be done before they can execute? What if we play attack on defense? Is that what Fluxo is doing? It sure doesn't seem that way.
No. It's it seems more like E1 are a little bit too quick in the early stages of the round because it's more like a spawn peek death, you know, like not checking your angles, going too quick or something like that, and again, losing members in ways that you should not lose them to. Fluxo, though, by getting that opening kill, they're playing a little bit further back as well, giving up a lot of map space like Library, Fireplace, with Flash right now in a very strong position of Chimney. They only really have the bomb site and the room right next to it. So E1 could take advantage of that and actually gain map control and try and go for a regular execute, but they don't have a hard breacher. That's the problem in this round.
Something you see.
What do you do? Like, big window repel, Solarium repel, like again, they're not in the building. Oh, now they are, they're gonna rappel in, gamble 50-50.
Lastry wanted a follow-up pick. He does not get it. E1 still held off of the scoreboard for this round, and they are running out of time. STK will break that, though. Down goes Astro. Most experienced player in this lobby. Emps dies to Raps, who's playing inside a closet. STK's been dropped as well. It's all up to Arthur. Raps should be retrievable at this point as they hear Arthur rushing up the stairs. Maybe not. He dies. Fluxo has now closed the gap. We are 1 round away from overtime.
I feel like this match shouldn't be as close as it is, but I'm here for it. Fluxo get a chance to showcase what they are capable of and actually showing up early with those opening kills, playing like disciplined on the bomb side, establishing crossfires, and not throwing their buddies away for nothing. Both teams obviously showing a very big signs of poor adaptation and problem solving when something goes wrong. It's almost like when Astro played Ashe and died early, Fluxo fell apart. When Perez plays the Ashe and dies early, E1 falls apart. They need their 5 players to execute their plan in mind, and that used to, you know, work back in the day because, like, let's say Thermite gets spawn peek, you only have 1 hard breacher, it's over. But nowadays, when you're playing operators like the Buck, you can play hard breach can opener. Same on the Capitao. However, despite having those options available, E1 are going much more conventional. They're just playing flashbangs and grenades and then sometimes EMPs. They're not necessarily giving themselves as many options as possible in those rounds. They didn't have a primary hard breacher, but guess what? They also didn't have those secondary can openers last round. They could not go for the Fireplace default take. Despite the map was free, they didn't have the tools to do the job. Now Arthur, however, will stick the Monty. It was considered last round, they went off of it. Arthur is very aggressive usually, very happy to seek a gunfight, or rather a melee fight if you will, running at his opponents. And E1, known to be aggressive, this might be their angle into it. Lion plus Monty can give them the way into the map. We see Fluxo, they're playing very proactively. They see that they want to go library, they rotate 2 players over. They got the mirror window, they're gonna stick around for now. Again, not surrendering anything for free.
If last round was them losing their grip on it, then it has completely slipped away. E1 in free fall, and as they are tumbling down, they are in hopes going to grab onto something, regain that composure. They brought out the Monty. They've hit the oh shoot button. This was a matchup that realistically could have been a 7-2 for E1.
If they lose, they're gonna feel bad about it because there are so many small things in so many rounds that if that thing was a little bit different, we surely win. If that gunfight goes a different way, surely we win. And time and time again, 3 rounds straight now, Fluxo, they steal the show. Oh no!
That is an unintentional pick.
Oh boy, that hurts.
They're gonna take it though.
Yeah.
A blind spray through a barricade. You gotta love one-shot headshot, right, Nick?
Oh no! What?
Wait.
You got melee what looked like through the shield.
It looked like that was a dead-on melee, but what can you do? You win some, you lose some. You take the blind fire through the barricade and then lose the Monty. I mean, E1, happy with the first pick. Unhappy that they lose the Monty, but you still have a numbers advantage for E1.
That's true.
Up to Mitrix and Astro.
They have no util though. They have 1 nade, 2 smoke, so no flashbangs. They gotta go in here and Ideally, smoke off one line of sight, isolate those last two defenders, probably try and go for a kill. I don't think planting here is gonna be the goal.
Just posted up outside of the window as Ems attempts to plant. Ems is not usually the one to do this, but with Arthur dead, I mean, all's on his shoulders. STK has a read onto the window. Astro attempting this. Could do it with a shotgun. Instead, will do it with the SMG-11. Mitrix a kill. Flastry sends him home. Up to Astro, still in the same position that he was before.
Okay.
He runs towards the diffuser and he hops on it. Flastry will need to get there. He's got time and will get it done. E1 surviving the scare. And as they started this match, they will erupt. I want the backstory.
Yeah, we like intel, and I really am curious now as to what might have happened to these rosters. And I gotta say, super unpredictable game every single round. You're always saying, this team is gonna win, right? No, surely not. And it started off with, Fluxo doing well. Arthur goes for a flying 2K. And ever since that first round, chaos every single round. That final one, the wallbang one tap, Monty gets meleeed, they plant out of nowhere. It was a game that delivered in that area, that's for sure.
All that just to lose as well from Fluxo.
Ouch.
They came so close, they don't even pick up a single point though. It's done in regulation. So Fluxo will maintain their position at the bottom of the standings here in Brazil, as those are 3 very well earned and much needed points for E1. We predicted that 6-point logjam that we started the day with would just move up to 9 points, and we're pretty much there. We still got more matches to go, though the day is over half over at this point. Sometimes you repeat words, it happens. We'll throw to a break and we'll come right back.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. We are 3 matches down out of 5 here tonight. E1 defeat Fluxo in what at one point felt like it could have been light work, but then Fluxo did finally start to hit back. It wasn't enough. My name's Ian Chambers, alongside CDAPS, to pick this one apart. There was a lot of, I've been told I'm not allowed to swear on this broadcast, talking at the very end there. I love seeing that in the Brazilian League, the back and forth between teams. It means a lot. I'll tell you what, I want a little bit of talking right here. CDAPS, 2 predictions on the bounce wrong. What's going on, brother?
You know, I just didn't factor in that, E1 took that same energy that they encapsulated on their attacks to really punch Liquid and NIP in the mouth quick. And they brought it to the defensive side, which, in all honesty, we haven't gotten to see a lot of defenses out of this E1 team until this moment. The first 4 Playdays, they started on the attacking side every single time. So maximum we were seeing maybe 2-3 rounds of their defenses. And now when they kind of had their revitalization, they had that energy on the attack, we only saw like 3 defenses. We didn't get to see exactly what they were going. They still had that surprise factor, and a team like Fluxo wasn't able to adapt quick enough.
Yeah, do you think that's what it all came down to, that lack of adaptability? I know you mentioned to me, Fluxo weren't even getting to the bomb site, right?
No, they were not getting to the bomb site because everybody on E1 was spawn peeking. They were swinging windows. If they were able to jump out, they probably would have, but there really wasn't any situations for them to be able to do so. You had insane Nitro lineups just destroying a Maverick, trying to breach open the wall, and everything was going the way of E1 in those ways because, they were just pressing the issue. Fluxo did not expect E1 to just constantly be there. E1 were also hitting all of their shots.
Yeah, let's take a look at the second half, because there was a point where we were prepping, I guess, to start to wrap things up and talk about a whitewash, but the second half was a different story to the first.
Yeah, this was where we saw what Fluxo should have been able to adjust to, because E1 brought the same energy that we expected on their attacking side. But, with Fluxo being able to adjust and not get caught off guard, they were able to push back. The executes that were happening at like 1:45 seconds against Liquid and an IP for E1 were all of a sudden happening at like 50 seconds, maybe at 30 seconds. It was a more traditional way. And even some of the post-plant positions, all of a sudden Fluxo knew that, E1, they want to get the bomb down. Let's stop and play retake. We don't need to press this issue, and overall the team synergy for Fluxo did look good, but just wasn't quite enough because of their insanely slow start to do anything in the game.
Do you think that E1 have flown under the radar a little bit so far here? I know that coming into this one you weren't that confident in them in this matchup here, but this might have been a little bit of a coming out party for them, right?
Yeah, it definitely was, because their defensive side looked so much better. This was the first glimpse that we got to see of, if we're kind of talking about them as a team of 2 stages, Playday 1 and 2, we throw those out. Playdays 3, 4, and 5, that's what we've seen so far. E1 have looked insanely good. That's 9 points through 3 Playdays against some pretty good teams.
Well, we've got pretty good teams coming up still to see in action here. We've got plenty more Siege coming your way. We've got quintessential Brazil League coming up. It is FaZe Clan versus NIP next. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League with me, Ian and Connor, and we've got 2 games left to play. I teased it for you just before we went into the break. Quintessential Brazil time right now. It is the SI runners-up FaZe clan against Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's start off by looking at FaZe. They look super dangerous. From what I've seen over the past few weeks, they look deadly. They have dropped just 1 point all stage so far, and that was to Black Dragons, Connor.
Yeah, FaZe Clan are almost boring. They're almost a boring team in the fact, they're just so good. There's not much you can talk about. You can't really point to many things as major flaws and ways to improve because everything's just kind of a known quantity. All 5 of their players can pop off at any given moment. You can make an argument that all 5 of their players are probably top 2 in their position in the world.
Cyber, in particular, is a player that we're always waiting on. We're always waiting to see. And he has been great, but feels like there's still more to come from him. But that's something we're used to seeing. We've been here before, Connor.
Yeah, we can draw a direct parallel to what we saw last stage 2 of 2023, in that Cyber's not performing that great right now, but he didn't last year during the group stage. In BO1's, Cyber kind of struggles to get going, but towards BO3's, in the playoffs, also where the games matter more, that's where he shows up and can be absolutely explosive, especially in the entry engagements. As what we saw last stage, he was really struggling, and then all of a sudden he was dropping 15 a map as they were going in towards their campaign to ultimately win the entire league.
So what you're saying is when Cyber shows up, run, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. Because, we're not worried about him at all. Some people might think like, oh, it's a fragger that's negative. Like, nah. Like, we're just slowly waiting for Cyber to come out. It'll happen eventually.
Let's take a look at their opponents, NIP. Do you think that they're a contender here this season, Connor? Have they stepped it up this season?
I would have said at the beginning of the stage, yes, this is a contending team. This is a roster that qualified for all of the S tier events last year, including the 6th Invitational. But, they've kind of taken a step back. But almost in a weird way of not really taking a step back traditionally, is that they didn't take any steps forward. They stood exactly where they were, and because of how competitive we've seen this reason be, everybody's caught up to them.
Well, one man who stepped out and stepped forward and looks like he's front of the pack, a real standout player for this roster is Musi, right?
Yeah, he's pretty much the only shining light for the side of NIP at this moment. There's been a lot of consistency issues across the board for the rest of the players, except for Musi. He's just excluded from all of those statistic anomalies because he's just playing about as good as we've ever seen Musi play. He's trying his best to hard carry these games, but sometimes it just doesn't seem quite enough.
Yeah, you've got to look out for this man, and you've got to keep him quiet if you want to get the job done over NIP. When you look at these 2 teams and these 2 rosters going up against each other, this is a real treat, isn't it, in the Brazil League? Whenever these 2 go head to head, you can likely expect fireworks. Yeah,
it's just one of those series that has so much history. These teams have played together, against each other so many times, but these are the 2 most stable rosters that we have in the Brazilian scene, where, they don't make very many roster moves. We just see these guys duking it out constantly every stage.
Yeah, and it's something that I love about when you see those teams that do stick together, those teams that you can see regularly and watch them grow and evolve over time. It's what makes these Brazilian teams and players so special. I think it's one of the, there's a real community feel in the Brazilian leagues. And you see everybody, when I was at SI in Sao Paulo, right? A lot of the players, they feel even more glued together over in this region than anywhere else. Obviously, there's certain teams here in this region that have switched it up, changed new blood, old blood, but there is a real pack mentality, I think, in Brazil.
Yeah, I think in Brazil, you also see just teams rooting for each other. Like if NIP got knocked out, I'm sure that they were just ecstatic with whoever won the 6th Invitational. And overall, you might see in other regions, you don't really want to see your opponents win. As opposed to Brazil, it's a family. Sure, we even saw last game E1, they were really getting in the face of their opponent's Fluxo, and there's a lot of just beef in that. That's in the game. That's sort of in the match. As soon as you go out of it, it's just a whole family feel.
Absolutely. All right, let's get into map vetoes now as we get set to get into our 4th matchup of the day and talk us through what we're seeing here.
So far, we're seeing, the labs banned by NIP. definitely a good ban. You could argue that FaZe are one of the best Nighthaven Labs teams, one of the very few teams to fully adopt that into the meta right now. So removing that does make sense. Consulate and Cafe for FaZe. FaZe banning Cafe, maybe a little bit awkward considering how weak NIP looked on it earlier on, but if you're looking more from an introspective way, FaZe don't play that map that often, besides, you know, just every once in a while, depending on how the teams line up. Instead, what's really interesting is at the end of this ban phase, FaZe Clan had a clubhouse dangled in their face. So far 2-0 on that game. Sure, they might have lost a point to Black Dragons off of the back of some really heroic plays by Loyra, but still, seems like a little bit of a weird one that NIP are gonna leave anything up, and FaZe Clan don't go to clubhouse. Instead, they're gonna go to bank, which we haven't seen from either of these rosters so far.
Makes it a tough one to call, but I'm still going to ask you to do it again, Connor. You haven't had much success when it comes to predictions here today. Can you turn the tide for yourself here? What do you reckon?
7-4. Easy. FaZe Clan.
So easy. Do you feel like FaZe Clan are on a little bit of a SI revenge tour? I feel like, you know, being around the players as well, they all felt like they should have won. And of course, they came agonizingly close to doing so if it wasn't for that monumental comeback from W7M. Do you think they're driven by the heartbreak here a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't listed a trophy in quite some time, besides if you count the stage 2 victory that they had here in Brazil, but that's not the same as an S tier event, and that would not have been even remotely close to lifting a hammer that, like you said, they should have done. So knowing that they're so incredibly close, and they pushed themselves further a little bit while we're seeing Furia actually take a step back, does bode really well for FaZe Clan in my eyes.
All right, so you're going for 7-4 for FaZe Clan. Parker, Pengu are casting this one. Parker, if he's saying 7-4 for FaZe Clan, that surely means NIP are going to win, right?
I mean, possibly. I like that you torched him over his picks because, I mean, that Fluxo pick was wild. But that said, I mean, I obviously think FaZe Clan will have the upper hand here. They are the top team in the region for a good reason, but NIP aren't that terribly far behind. They were in that log jam of 6 points, Nick. Are your expectations any different, or do you think the undefeated FaZe Clan ends up working out? I got the hiccups, and so I have the hiccups, and Ian Chambers has a frog in his throat. Something is just going on today. I don't know what it is, but I mean, you were just sneezing like 10 times earlier. Are we all dying? Is that what's happening?
Dying's a bit, you know, it's really, you know, out there, but no, feeling ill, a little bit ill. I think this could be maybe the match of the day, depending on how it goes. Obviously, we saw the Furia Liquid game earlier. That shouldn't have been a great game, but it turned out to be a phenomenal game, so surprise, of course, welcomed. But I could see FaZe and NP really go the distance. It's bank. A lot of like big moments happens on bank usually. It's just kind of set for this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I think no matter what, when these two teams collide, it will be a relatively close matchup. Oh, match of the day. I keep saying that. Black Dragons and W7M top off the day, and that very much could be the match of the day for me. Yeah. Black Dragons at 7 points, W7M at 9 points. This new W7M look has been good. I mean, right now, they're actually ahead of Furia in the standings. So the W7M organization obviously benefiting from the changes here. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ninjas in Pajamas against FaZe Clan NIP. Former world champions themselves. FaZe Clan major champions. And runners up in that grand final that we saw here on home soil. The fourth match in a row, we will have a different map. I wonder where W7M and Black Dragons will end up playing, if we'll have 5 unique maps. But Bank as a map, the most played map in the region, and it's a coin toss when it comes to which rounds will be won by attackers and defenders. A 47% to 53% for attackers versus defenders, respectively.
It's pretty good. I mean,
most bomb sites, believe it or not, favoring the defenders. CEO upstairs, the only attacker favored bomb site.
Okay, now that is interesting. Now, FaZe were not just the runners-up at the previous invitationals. They were 1 round away for 5 rounds in a row, you know, being up 6-1 and all that, away from winning it. I mean, FaZe basically felt like they won and like they were just about to lift the hammer, and then the comeback began and it just slipped away. But with that being said, FaZe has been a very consistent team basically always in Rainbow Six Siege, whereas NIP, they're either really hot or they're kind of cold. And I think this is a great, show match for both of these two teams, what kind of team they are right now in 2024 Stage 1, and how they've both adjusted also to the meta changes. We've seen not like all that big of a change in terms of operators. Deimos gets played every now and again, who's banned once in the NAL actually, so he's a very balanced operator, I would argue. But in terms of the scope changes, ADSing, zooming in slower on your weapons, it doesn't seem like a very big change, but it certainly has affected a lot of these teams, a lot of these players that we see already between last stage and this one, where players get caught sprinting into a room and just not giving themselves enough time to fully scope in their weapon before taking those gunfights. A player that we saw earlier in action today was Nesk from Liquid. Well, yeah, I was thinking, okay, game is slowing down, that might, hurt Nesk because he's like a very aggressive player. And he's had some struggles the last year or so. Very inconsistent performances. But earlier today, against Furia, if you didn't watch that game, you gotta go back and see it. It was like 2018 Nesk all over again. He was playing Ash ACOG, he was playing IQ Commando ACOG, he was tearing things apart on attack and on defense, and genuinely, it looked like the good old Liquid, where they could not lose those important gunfights, and there was a key factor as to why it went so well for them. And Liquid even threw a couple rounds and still won. So like, they might be so back, or maybe just had a one-off performance. We'll have to find out. But for FaZe and NIP, we're just waiting right now to get into the action. I'm not sure what we're waiting for entirely, but we got some beautiful scenic shots in the background here, showcasing us the map that will be bank. And when the players are ready, we will jump into action. But for now, we shall wait.
Let's poll the audience. Answer quickly. What city is the map bank located in? Do you know what city it is?
I know what city it is.
I know what city it is.
Yeah, I know it because you say it and then I remember it.
And we also worked in that city.
Yeah, but that doesn't make me remember it easier, I feel like. Not until I realized that it was there when you said it.
So why is the sprinkler going backwards?
Wait, that's right. Oh, you know what? They just reversed the clip. Uh-huh.
All right, well, apparently we have a break ready. So I guess we are not getting underway with FaZe Clan and NIP just yet. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
everybody, we're finally back. We had a small tech issue, but FaZe Clan versus NIP shall begin. I guess the good news is that we didn't really start, so the players didn't get into it. They haven't really fully got into the action. Operator bans are gonna start here. It'll be NIP on defense and FaZe Clan on the attack. That means NIP, they will ban the first operator, that of course being an attacker. Ying goes first, no big surprises here. One of the most banned operators across all regions in T1 play as of this moment. And Monty, bit more of a target ban. We often see the quote-unquote better team ban against the weaker opponents, as Monty kind of simplifies how you attack and moving through this map. And for a lot of teams really, it speeds up the attacking process because you don't have to do as much droning and clearing of angles, as Monty does all of that while being extended and practically also unkillable. I also think they should be back for this. You can now sprint with the Monty, so whenever an area is clear, you don't gotta walk extended and waste those valuable seconds. You can quite literally sprint through the building now as any shield operating player. Sami follows through. Again, no big surprises. And finally, Keyd. Famous to be played on the basement bomb site off bank, to deny the hatches, stall for time, and force the attackers to play Thatcher or secondary MPs, and it just weakens that attacking operator lineup. You want as much flexibility as possible, so the Keyd ban gives that to the attackers.
Two most banned attacking operators, and then neither of the most banned defenders, Valkyrie and Fenrir, though both Azami and Keyd are right behind them. Far more top heavy when it comes to defender bans than it is attacking bans. I mean, Ying and Monty make up an overwhelming majority of those attacker bans, whereas with defenders, you've got Valk and Fenrir leading the charge, Azami, Keyd, Mira, and then a little bit farther down, you've got Solus, and then with just a single ban each, Bandit, Legion, Castle, and Mute. And we actually saw that Castle ban earlier today in our Skyscraper matchup. Not a surprise for these defenders to go downstairs. This is typically your most defended bomb site, not by a lot. Locker CCTV right now is the most played, though it's not too far away for CEO. And then open area. Teller's Archives has only been played one time, Nick. I don't know if we're going to see it today.
Surprised only a single one, because in North America, I believe it's actually getting played more and more frequently. But just like in Brazil on Skyscraper, that fourth bomb site of Master Bedrooms is more played than in other regions. So it's funny how different teams in different parts of the world, they will have different preferences based off, of course, practice and scrims. For NIP though, they're gonna just sit back, right? It's a basement defense. You don't do a whole lot the first minute and 30 seconds. Whereas for FaZe Clan, it's actually about doing as much as possible in the first half of the round. The faster you roam clear, the faster you get to the hatches, open those up, and the faster you get to the bomb site when you really gotta start problem solving. And at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, FaZe Clan have full control over the top floor of the map, which is a pretty good way to start things off.
Another team outside of Furia that does quite like to bring this IQ is FaZe Clan. We'll see it from Nip time to time as well, though. IQ is often a reactive operator. As we said, the same can be said for Brava, where you're not going to bring an IQ if most of the defenders are bringing utility that isn't an electronic gadget. You know, if you see a lot of Azami, if you see smoke on the board, you know, I guess you could bring it for a bandit, though you typically know where those bandit batteries are, so it's not like you are desperate to need an IQ. But if a Valkyrie is available, IQ is a must-have, especially in this region. Valkyrie's pick rate is traditionally quite high. Prominence rate is even higher, because if she's not being banned, if she's not being picked, it's usually because she's banned. I think it's kind of fascinating that Nip will forego the Valkyrie, though this is a bomb site where if you're going to hunker down, you don't necessarily need a Valkyrie. You know where the attackers are going to come from. They're going to poke those hatches in open area. They're going to probably come from main stairs. That's where KDS is positioned. And then you're going to have to worry about server. If there's a vault drop, typically you have a defender in that position to deal with it. You know, gets the leadoff pick. Technically was the Goyo canister, but I'm sure he'll still take that. He's got the shotgun now ready for the next player to spring in his direction, but he loses that gunfight, and you can see he swung his head. Yeah, look at how little damage was done to Handy in that engagement, Nick.
Yeah, I really thought Ham was gonna maybe die, at least get very low on health, but time might be a problem here for FaZe. 2 Toxic Babes in pocket of Cons, and of course the Goyo Fire still on the bomb side, and it's why they're rotating away from the server. They know they gotta go for a hatch drop, walk down main staircase, and they gotta get explosive here, otherwise the plant will get denied.
There's the smoke, gas, doing some damage, and yet FaZe Clan will trudge on through. Hold on a second here. FaZe Clan losing out on numbers. They win their fight, Souls in particular, with Vivo popping off of the diffuser and doing the rest of the work with gun in hand. FaZe Clan go up 1-0.
Impressive start. Little bit slow, and if that confrontation on the server staircase doesn't go in the way of FaZe Clan, I really think they might just outright lose it right then and there. However, they recognize time is a problem. We cannot go for a default take. We have to, again, get aggressive, go on offense, and they do exactly that. There was not even anybody upstairs on the hatches holding passive angles. Every single member either dropped down a hatch or ran down a staircase, and everyone did their job. Because the goal for FaZe in that round is to create enough chaos from all the angles possible that the plant will go down. The first defender that fell in that 4v4 was basically Cons that was playing the smoke with the Toxic Babes, so he didn't have any left, but if he had had one spare in pocket, for example, it would not be able to be thrown out successfully because he was shut down. So FaZe had a very clear objective, and they just went for that, and it is really that simple. They deny the plant deny, they create chaos, defenders have to worry about the flank, they cannot just sprint towards the bomb site to try and deny the plant from going down. 1-0, it's a great start, but again, there are 4 bomb sites here. All 4 playable, 3 of them, of course, like we mentioned earlier, played much more than Archive Stellars, but if basement doesn't work, you can just go CO, that's okay.
I want a Teller's Archives bomb site. That's what I want.
I think FaZe might do it, actually. I'm not sure an IP will, but I could see FaZe bring it out. Let's hope for it.
It's not exactly a debate, but you think with these unconventional bomb sites, so on Skyscraper, it's bedroom and bathroom. Here, obviously, it's Teller's Archives. If you are a team that is very experienced like FaZe Clan, are you more likely to pull out those unconventional bomb sites, or do you think that a team that doesn't have that same level of experience, that is trying to catch you off guard, would be the one to more likely bring out those unconventional bomb sites? Which one do you think?
Wait, can you go again? I didn't realize that was a question.
Okay. Let me start this over again.
Go again.
Be very careful with my words here, just so you can understand. Do you think that unconventional bomb sites are played more frequently by very experienced teams because they are comfortable with the map? Or do you think that these unconventional bomb sites are played by teams that have less experience because they need every advantage they can get? And sometimes playing those bomb sites can be a big advantage.
No, so I think it's more about the practice teams. I think it's a matter of that you're so good at the primary 3, you can actually expand like your map pool as well as your bomb site pool. Just like we see the better teams play more flexible operators. The best teams in the world can play Monty, Ying, Capital, you name it, all of it. The worst teams crouch one particular operator, it gets banned against them, and then they lose. So I certainly think that more experience equals more options in every single scenario.
As this was going on, we saw the first bit of action, which was Cons getting downed, but retrieved and still alive. Souls dies for FaZe Clan. Nip hold the advantage because of that, though it very easily could have been a 4v4. Cons will die to a single bullet, so needs to be very careful about how this castle wants to go about the final minute of action here. Eno dies to KDS, and they'll trade back and forth. FaZe Clan ultimately coming out ahead in that engagement, but numbers have tied up. Every single player in the server has taken a lot of damage, so it's anybody's guess as to where these final bullets will go. Nip just left with Wizard, playing an elevator. It's Cyber now with Diffuser in hand. 2 for 2, no!
Damn!
FaZe Clan almost getting the objective down, but they get the kill before it can happen, and they spring out to a 2-0 lead.
Very impressive FaZe Clan. I mean, they lost the early map advantage. They didn't have the strongest positions, but Buildup call came out. They partnered up 2 and 2, and they just stormed through the building basically, and finding every single gunfight victory. Handy in particular, finding those first 2 picks walking in square, phenomenal stuff to open it up. And again, there's not really any like wasted movement or wasted time for FaZe Clan. It's just okay, walk in, get that kill, walk in, get that kill, walk in and plant. they're not ever standing still being, oh, I wonder what we should do next. Guys, let's start droning for 20 seconds and figure out where they're playing at, and then, maybe go for a plant somewhere that's safe. No. You know exactly what the current step is, and they also know what the overall goal is for the round that they're always working towards. I really like seeing it because it's just a high level of play, and with, a lot of teams making roster changes, and there are some meta changes, we've seen a little bit more sloppy gameplay across every single region, which is, of course, completely natural when you make those kinds of roster changes. And then you got FaZe Clan, who's just like, if it works, keep it the same, right? And they have really stable siege historically, and they're doing it right now as well. NIP are a team where we often speak about them when it comes to like their gunfights, and they have been great. We saw Wizard last round, for example, hit a phenomenal one-tap, but one single player popping off in a server versus a full team just marching over you together, it's not a fair comparison. I like NIP's change up here. They go to the third bomb site option, now open area, and they're gonna play a more, I would say, open and far spread apart bomb site and playstyle. They're playing Valkyrie vertically. They have two C4s in pocket, for example, between Mute and Moosey, and then they're gonna try and just like play for map control. So before they were bunkered up on site, now they're playing spread apart. Basically have to adapt now and attack this differently to find success.
IQ showing up yet again, and this time there's a Valkyrie there on the other side of the board. Muzi will control that operator who has thrown out all of her cams at this point. Bank is a massive map, and as such, those black eye cams thrown out by Valkyrie will gain a lot of value depending on where they go. Yeah, you can gain value by throwing it in a corridor, but that's usually just going to see the corridor. Look at the main lobby of Bank. You throw one Valkyrie camera in there and you can see parts of tellers, you can see parts of loan office, you can see all the way up the stairs, you can see parts of ATM. It's a huge part of this map that you can basically control. I don't know if there was one to enable Pino to see KDS, but Nip start off with the first kill, answered back by FaZe Clan right away. Cons, who had been felled but not killed in the previous round, is no more. There will be no reviving of the Legion. Cons 0-3 to start off with, and well, you better hope that those goo mines have been thrown about the map because you won't have access to them anymore. Now the next engagement is Psycho walks in, kills Cyber downstairs in archives. He wasn't alone. Nip doubling up on that. FaZe trailing with a minute left.
FaZe like an intel right now. They don't know where the players are. You can see right now they're checking empty corners. See the whole, there's a punch hole in the wall that Pino wasn't even peeking, but it gives away his location. He gets a free pick there, even things down to a 3 versus 3. But the thing is, FaZe thinks top floor is clear now with that kill, but it's not. Wizard is still lingering up above.
Down goes Handy. FaZe Clan, even in a 2v3 against the best opponents, can turn this around. Nip are looking to break this 2-0 lead that FaZe Clan has established and get around to their own on the board. Main 3 bomb sites all showing up so far. Nip desperate to win on one, but Souls still very much a factor. Muzi will walk on in, waiting for the call from Wizard, who might be able to get long range as his position is given away. Duels with Vidaking and wins it. Souls will need to get all this work done on his own. Wizard on a single point of HP. Souls just needs to find the target and one bullet, but he can't control the recoil. No, no, no. This is how it ends for FaZe Clan in this round. Yes, it is. They double up. Muzi gets the final kill. Nip gets on the board. They'll hop on that diffuser, counter disable, and the Ninjas will have their first round.
Bit of a heartbreaker there because, again, FaZe Clan's problem-solving skills very quick to adapt to what they have to do, but it comes down to recoil control from Souls with the zoom scope where, yeah, the first ball was, pretty accurate, but just a little bit off the shoulder connection, and then the recoil bounced it above the head, the follow-up shots they miss, and then that 1v1 possibility slips away, and you're stuck in a corner fighting two different angles. NIP, they win that round, but looking at how both of these two teams are playing, I think open area is going to be NIP's best shot at getting around, and I actually think Archives Tellers might be their second best. Because again, those are bombs that allows you to spread out thin and play more together. We saw NIP sending people up to assist each other up top floor when it was just Pino, when Pino fell rather, it was just one of the players left of Wizard. Moosey rotated upstairs, and then they played together instead. When you play CEO, when you play basement, you're mostly locked into your decisions. You cannot come up that staircase once it gets taken over and controlled by the attackers. And roaming is just very difficult on Bank. Because most teams will play open area, have a hatch open, stall for a bit of time, drop down, play 5v5 on side. Easy. Very few teams, if any, will outright roam on Bank basement, where like the whole condition, like win condition of the round, is to have people running out the building. Psycho on Solis, however, could stick around for quite some time because when you know exactly where all those drones are, you know where the intel is coming from as well. And that means that you know if you're safe, you're not going to be exposed to like wall bangs or window repels as much. So I wouldn't be surprised if Psycho sticks around for the next like 30-40 seconds or so.
You don't want to outlive your usefulness.
Exactly.
And I mean, Solus is incredibly useful for roaming, but also in the dying moments of a round. But again, we go back to this bottom floor bomb site. And one of the reasons why I said that a Valkyrie was not showing up in round number 1 by this NIP defense was that, well, you know effectively where they're going to be coming from. You don't necessarily need a Valkyrie camera if you think that the execute from FaZe Clan is going to be relatively standard. And it did look that way in round number 1. There wasn't anything that unorthodox from FaZe Clan. So instead, bring other utility that you think would provide value. The Goyo canisters, for example, are almost always a requirement on this map. You've got Fenrir as well, who can work really well at obscuring where these players are going to come from or causing them to be nearsighted, and then you can take advantage of that. Smoke and Warden are just great picks on pretty much any site on this map, but Smoke will buy you time as that dance that we refer to will go out when Handy gets the diffuser into the site. And frankly, I would be a little surprised actually if Handy's the one who walks the diffuser in, maybe just because he has the smokes. They'll want to shepherd it towards the site. All that said, halfway mark of this round. Rare to see a fuse on the board, but
Oh man.
Vita King trying to flush out server as they'll now open up the server hatch.
Very interesting. I'm curious to see if there's like a bigger picture here with the fuse operator, where like when they get to the bumps at walls, maybe they think they can pop all the Goyo fire canisters very early on or something amongst those lines, but they also have the Twitch that can do the same exact thing, so I don't really know what the fuse is for, but eager to see if it's going to be utilized crucially in this round. Oh.
And there you go. That's that nearsightedness. Cyber finds himself bogged down and struggling with those F-Knots. Other than losing the smoke, Nipper, well, in okay position. There might be 1 or 2 Goyo canisters somewhere down. With 30 seconds remaining, one of those canisters will go until the final 10 seconds. Cons also has access to a nitro cell. Is the fire going? The thought process of the Goyo canister was correct. I feel semi-vindicated. Quite sluggish right now from FaZe Clan, but potentially methodical. There's Wizard watching the hatch. KDS in on the fun. Musy with one of his own. Another from Musy as he's playing far back. Nip winning this. Cyber will need to clutch, and he's not going to get it done. Wizard showing off some magic skills. And Ninjas in Pajamas are successful on their second attempt downstairs. Didn't go well for them in round number 1, but they fixed their issues, and they've tied the game.
Damn. And just like that, yeah, it's a whole different NIP that shows up. The crossfires were there. Like, when anybody from FaZe Clan would drop a hatch, it was 2 players in defense always swinging back. But time really has been the problem. For a lot of teams, they struggle to clear out the server staircase. For FaZe and both basement attacking rounds, that has not been the problem whatsoever. It's kind of what happens afterwards. With a full minute to go, with all the Goyo fire, etc., FaZe just doesn't have enough time to comfortably get a plant down, and they're forced to drop those hatches and risk the gunfights that are not favorable. So, bit of a tough one, but that's how basement goes. Top floor again, CEO for NIP. This time, it's win condition more about the mirror, I guess. Hold on to the bomb site itself, strengthen positions, castle barricades as well. FaZe Clan need to now adapt. I didn't feel like the fuse had that big of an impact last time. There was like 1 fuse charge spread in the server hatch. But like Kaid spans, it's not like they can trick the hatch. Like again, I'm not sure exactly what the thought process was. Maybe they just want like a good gun like an LMG and still get Harvard's canisters. I frankly don't know. But for this one, there's going to be no funky operators. Pretty stable stuff. Capital Grim, that very strong duo. And soft destruction in both the Ash and the Flores to just deal with those castle barricades and of course the mirror windows.
I will say I really like the fact that Nip is consistently cycling out operators. showing that they can handle a variety of different defender setups and also a variety of just different strats. I mean, I feel like a lot of times people look down on NiP because they have fallen off a bit in comparison to other Brazilian teams. And after their, after they won that COVID SI, which I believe was 2022, if memory serves correctly, it might have been 2021. The numbers all kind of blend together. They haven't had the same level of success. They've obviously changed up their roster quite a bit. Kamikaze came off, Julio came off. We've added Cons and Wizard. But this is still a good team. The bones are still there of a good squad. And if you've got Pino and Musi on the team, you know that you can usually go toe-to-toe with the best shooters. All you need to do is make sure that the strategic element matches your opponent's. FaZe Clan strategy is usually quite good, so NiP keeping them on their toes by using different operators on the same bomb sites, it's always a good thing.
21 there, I believe, as well. Doing the math in my head. But then you're right. You're absolutely correct. And that's something that NIP have struggled with in the past, actually. Being a bit more of a linear team, not changing things enough. And they are they're renewed, and they're trying to figure it out, and it's going pretty well for them, I would say, on average. But some rounds, small issues, right? Pino's stuck in a corner, Ashrash below has no way out. He sprints away, can't take a gunfight, just dies. No one can help him. Asami's banned, you can't keep Barry off those positions. So, bit of foresight missing maybe in NIP's positioning right now. But this is what I mean. They are stuck in corners when they play CEO, and they're kind of stuck in basement when they play the bomb site as well. The difference is, CEO, pretty weak bomb site in player positions. Basement's pretty strong because there's no verticality. FaZe Clan play up 5v4. This is exactly what they want to be.
It's the same position that Musi was in before on the mibr as well. So while they approach these bomb sites the way they do, they're going to play it very similarly. KDS, no holds bar slugfest, midst the bomb site. Cyber in on it as well. FaZe Clan topple NiP very quickly. They regain their lead.
It's very impressive attacking round where every single member is helping one another. We saw it. They go in, into heaven, as we call it, top square, and one person will die. They get a trade. Mira, inside of janitors, tries to go for the C4 rather, and the Ash sprints away. So maybe apples in see a window, kills the Mira. Every single player position supports the same objective of getting either the diffuser down inside of CEO or getting all the kills in the round, basically. And it's beautiful to watch because they time it so well. It's very clear there's a 3, 2, 1 countdown before that chaos happens. And IP, by losing that opening engagement, they just don't have enough bodies to support it the same way as FaZe Clan are. So I really do think that the opening kills here, very important for both sides. Open area. Probably going to see the same thing as last time, but again, very different operator lineup. Now it's like Melusi. Now we see the Mossy all of a sudden. That drone deny. Valkyries are stable. Gotta get that intel when you play like spread thin across the map. But this is an IP trying to hinder the players of FaZe Clan. Lesion, Fenrir, Melusi all counter players themselves. Whereas Mossy speaks like the drone work. So they recognize a FaZe is just a little bit better now in those 1v1s.
Back on the IQ. Yet another round. Mozzie. Valkyrie. No bulletproof cams, though. In a way, the Fenrir gadgets will work as information. Just as the Goo Mines and the Banshees will. A very intel-heavy lineup for NiP. Which again, if you're on a... You're playing on a very big map, it's good. Oh, we're gonna have a listen in Portuguese. Never mind.
It's gone. Thought for a second, I was like, we need a translator. I don't understand.
Are you there?
I'm here.
Your internet was kind of...
Well,
it's back now.
We're back. We're so back.
We've been doing the listen-ins. We've been doing the listen-ins. Oh, there's another.
Ah, já tô avançando na parada meio aqui. Ó, só me escuta, zelador e mesão não tem ninguém. Tem um cara principal. Calma aqui então. Principal e tem um cara secretária. Vou bangar, cadê? Comigo com o Cyber. Acho que ele pulou banana. Vai pra banana, vai pra banana. Ah, eu morri fora de cena. Vou apanhar. Porra, essa. Ele tava banana esse pá, velho.
You know what I will say?
What?
We don't speak Portuguese.
No. Not a word.
But I'm not sure who it was, but there was one person very clearly doing most of the talking.
Yeah.
Presumably one of the IGLs. Frankly, I don't even know which team that was speaking. But when both of those kills happened, both teams lost one player, and the tone of the comms didn't change at all. And I was, oh, what is happening?
I don't know.
What is happening?
Someone's messing with the sliders. Volume sliders.
Ô, Sou, joga comigo aqui pra comer cozinha. Tem uma vaca na cozinha. Tá, vamos comer e você cozinha. Tô olhando. Olha a entrada da escada servidor. Cadê? Durante 3. Vamos ter que comer na bala aqui, Sous.
Their mics sound a lot better than the North American mics, that's for sure. And that's because the NA players obviously are playing from home. They're playing on the professional microphones. Either way. Final 10 seconds, and I suppose we might as well just talk over them. FaZe Clan mopping the floor with Nip. It's all up to Wizard. One big pick. Diffuser needs to go down though.
Oh!
Hold on a second. This is winnable. To your right.
Oh, they're so out of there.
Timer going away. Wizard spotted from above. Gotta be very careful. This is winnable for Wizard. Until Vita King does that. FaZe Clan take the first half 4-2.
Also worth noting, in the 6 attacking rounds, they planted in basically 4 of them. There was only 3 successful bomb plants, but the 4th is like, it was gonna go down in like a second, but then they got the final kill. So, 4 out of 6 rounds, plant goes down. Of course, all of those rounds, they also win, with one exception. That open area host plant did not really go in their favor, but NIP mostly just kind of falling apart early in the execute. Like, this way from Wizard is great. He finds those kills, but they need that kind of aggression earlier in the round, before the plant goes down, before everything falls apart. It doesn't matter that you're here in a 1v4. You should be here in a 3v3 or a 4v4. Now the side swap though. Bank has, in the past, been an attacker favorite map because there are bomb sites like CEO, like Basement, that if you're a really good attacking team, it just feels like it's undefendable, basically. So, if NIP can match the execution level of FaZe, I really wouldn't count them out despite the scoreline is 4-2. But if NIP do start struggling the attacking side, then of course FaZe Clan will just steal the show here and just run away with it.
Good objective play from FaZe Clan. Decent amount of kills as well. Handy 9 kills. Wizard with 8. Musy with 8. And a slow game from Psycho so far. This Flores drone looks like it's going to get huge value. 3 Goyo canisters assembled around that main plant point inside of CCTV.
O verde aqui é full nosso. Vai ter C4 de baixo, eu acho, pra você.
Here we go again.
You know, I used to say all the time, I wish I spoke Portuguese. And that meme keeps coming back to me. Always. Like, we're in Brazil, in SI for Brazil. Like, again, like, I wish I spoke Portuguese back then too, back in February.
O server também tá equipado, mano. Como é que tá a parede? Tá aberta? Não, tá
César, tô dentro do arquivo. Alguém consegue jogar comigo?
Não.
Acho que o cara...
You know what we'll do? We'll listen in. I know we don't speak Portuguese, but...
Tá, pera aí, guys. A garagem também é nossa, pá, velho. Dá pra te virar pra garagem. E eles não têm reforço na parede da garagem, mano. Eles ficam muito fodidos, velho. Acho que deve ter quebrado a Valk no server aqui também, velho. Quer que eu vá a garagem?
this is a listen in with Nip, I imagine.
A garagem quebrou o que é essa da garagem? Da Valk no server. Ah, tá, não. É que eu tenho que dar a volta ao mundo aqui.
Aí eu goio na escada.
Pode chegar na bomba, guys. Não tem, o drone é bomba, relaxa, guys. O Pino, buca a parede da reta. Guys, o esquema é o seguinte, Murilo, você quebrar a mira aqui, se quiser jogar com ela atrasada em cima, Murilo, tá suave, tá ligado?
Eu tô dentro da área aberta aqui, mano. Dentro da área aberta
Espera, guys, espera o Gu chegar na garagem. Esperem o Gu chegar na garagem.
Peguei um cara.
Esperem o Gu chegar na garagem.
Seca, relaxa, calma, tá, relaxa. Calma, relaxa. Um minuto ainda.
Eu vou dar na garagem pra você, Gu.
Tá, pode dronar agora. Cuidado com o costa, tá, guys?
Garagem é nossa, Gu, só vem. Só tem uma
não
garante
aqui,
verde, não? Avançando bom e mais um. Tá, relaxa. Agora o Gu, só tira a cara. O Gu vai marcar reta, a gente só planta, velho. Na reta, tá ligado? O Pino, você só vai ter que cravar no bomba pequeno lá.
Eu tô marcando avanço
Vou pegar
da bomba agora.
vou pegar o cara da bomba aqui.
Tá aqui comigo. Peguei mais um.
Vou drogar o cara da bomba. Deve estar no bomba pequeno.
Tá área aberta, área aberta. Área
Pera,
aberta.
pera,
Tem que
pera,
ver
pera,
mais. Tá no sapão, nossa pu.
Pera, eu tô colando com você, não tô no cover.
Caiu o bomb, Peguei.
Nick, what happened that round?
Well, they were trying to rotate an attacker into garage. That much I catch because he kept saying something garage, and then we saw Twitch rotate to garage. So it was a basement execute. NIP very heavily in their communication, trying to make sure that every single player was in the right position from what I gathered. But there was a small gap there with KDS in the late stage round going for the flank. However, NIP had gotten so many kills in the round at that point, it didn't really have an effect. NIP understood the mission. Get in the building, take map control, hit the side, be efficient and be swift. And they were all of those things. But in terms of the overall strategy with communication, all I caught was garage.
I think you did a great job.
Thank you. Maybe it's time for lessons. You know? Could be valuable intel here we could use for the broadcast if we were better at speaking other languages. But on that note though, you only speak English. I speak other languages, so you should learn Portuguese. It is your burden to carry, Parker. I was gonna call you Carter there for a sec. Different American.
I'm not American.
But I know Canadians are like, I'm not American, but okay, fair enough. To us foreigners, it's the same. It's like I'm basically half Swedish. I can speak Swedish, understand Swedish, you know, potato potato. It's not like you're French Canadian either. You're like you're English or like yeah. Is it called English Canadian? Like what would you call it? I don't even know.
Usually it's just Canadian and French Canadian.
Okay. See, you're not even French Canadian, right? You don't speak French.
You don't? I'm not French Canadian.
Yeah. Kind of basic.
I'm a basic guy. I drink my pumpkin spice lattes. I wear my North Face jacket. I wear my Uggs. That's just me, baby.
You're so real for that.
Thanks,
so
man.
Real.
I appreciate you. I'll come retrieve this dap dog.
Dap me up, dog
dap
boy.
me up, dog.
You know, we are seeing a Kali in play, by the way. Speaking of basic, this is not basic. Like, Pino on Kali, if there was a bomb site, it would be CO tag. I guarantee you. Long lines of sight. But that sniper, the bolt action, it's hard to gain maximum value in gunfights. But the soft destruction of those Kali lands, you get 4 of them. And Pino just popping those castle barricades right now. Great value so far.
Soul's now playing at the top of Cano's spot. That's the double panel over by elevators. Sitting on a mute jammer, a very common spot for somebody to play, especially with an ACOG, which are now back. He's going to sit there. You can hold main lobby, but additionally, your focus is going to be over towards that hallway that leads to square. Usually somebody will push there. A desperate attempt to get the mute jammer as 2 separate Selmas went onto those double paneled walls, and one still remains. I think that Impact got 1 set, but either way, Wizard has tossed them out and will find no real relief there. Pino, the very first kill, doesn't come from the bolt action that Kali has. No, it's the sidearm instead. Handy taking his lump. Same with Musi. Musi dies in the ensuing fight. Defenders of FaZe Clan being softened up ever so slightly. Oh, this doesn't quite soften up Handy as he drops a boulder on his head. Now into a 2v2. Nice flick from Souls. Wizard didn't stand a chance. Pino got kill number 1. He's got to get kills 4 and 5. Yep, looked quite so promising on their attack in the previous round, but top floor maybe a harder nut to crack. KDS weakens Pino and then throws out a master ball. 100% success rate, by the way. Round goes in favor of FaZe Clan.
This is a messy rounds. Like, when FaZe Clan were attacking, either they would like lose pretty like clean or they would win pretty clean. But this is a brawl back and forth with great shots from both teams, by the way, but not a whole lot of kind of team player coordination, almost every single death in that round was NIP having a single gunfight and FaZe Clan having a single gunfight. Not a whole lot of crossfires being established, but that is tough on CEO. You're so scattered across, long lines of sight, and if you move just a little bit too far to the left or the right as a defender, you're probably going to be in a line of sight from a window repel, either on lobby or CEO. So it's tough to move to help your teammates. And again, this goes back to the Asami being banned by FaZe. If Asami's open, you can chain CEO completely. It's like a throwable castle barricade that can stick to any surface, but without the Asami, you're just stuck with the ordinary castle barricades, and those get cleared out extremely quickly. The Kali was successful. Got a kill, you know, got the castle barricades, all with secondary, you don't need the sniper for that reason. And Kali actually was a kind of underrated operator back when Thatcher would get banned and you didn't like have Maverick or play Maverick. But a lot of teams would just struggle instead of playing the Kali because that primary sniper rifle, people just don't want to play it. And it's like, if you look at the statistics, that secondary sidearm that she has, it has the exact same stats as Twitch's FAMAS. Except it has like a few less bullets. But fire rate and damage wise, it's the same. So a little bit slept on, I will say.
I do like that there are choices that operators can make when it comes to the weaponry they have. You know, it's something that we kind of stepped away from now, where most new operators just get one assault rifle or one SMG, and then you get a shotgun with it. That's it. You don't really get the choice to be made here, but you look at an operator like IQ. Do you bring the Commando? Do you bring the AUG? Do you bring the LMG? You know, if you're playing Twitch, do you bring that FAMAS or do you bring the 417? We've even seen the DMR being brought on Buck a few times. So there are decisions that people make. DMR's got a big boost by being able to destroy Kiba barriers thrown out by Azami much faster. You can either shoot 30 bullets from an AR into it, or you can shoot, I think it's something like 8 to 12 from a DMR.
Yeah, I want to say 11, but I'm not entirely sure.
Could be.
Something in that area at least, though.
Yep.
Highly effective. And even not against these keeper barriers, but when you play on LAN with low ping, which in Brazil they play LAN every single week, you shred your opponent. Like 2 bullets is usually an injure or a kill in the chest. Whereas online it's a bit more spongy, but still. Self-destruction like hatches, etc. Doors get broken easily as well. 1 minute to go though. NIP, slowest attack so far. Not really seeking those gunfights because FaZe are quote-unquote hiding on the bomb site itself. And there we see like a rush rotation again. Tracer thrown to support, player goes in. They want garage control, server control, and hatch control. It's an attack from all angles here on towards FaZe.
They'll find the first target. They actually could have had information on KDS much sooner. I don't know if that was negligence or not. They didn't see the leg. There's bulletproof camera for the defenders. So FaZe Clan will know where Nip is coming from. And Wizard, a very first kill for Nip. FaZe Clan started things off by getting rid of Pino. Pino's having a bad game. Psycho's having a bad game. These are players that you're not used to seeing those numbers be underwater on. But boy, oh boy, they've certainly taken on a lot of water. Muzi being damaged. Psycho gets on the board. There goes Khan. Cyber playing now over by Vaults. Struggling with the recoil. Nipper out of time. Wizard's last one left. He gets souls before the clock strikes 0. And FaZe Clan wins the round.
There is the team play. FaZe were fighting most enemies with 2 guns against 1, both an elevator and the gold drop. And the goal for defenders in that basement position is to just try and deny as many positions as possible. If you kill the guy dropping lobby hatch, you don't have to worry about lobby hatch anymore, because they're not going to drop 4 people. Usually it's 1 person each hatch, 1 or 2 people garage. That's how you go about it. So when you kill the elevator player and you kill the lobby player, you know the last push is going to be main staircase and garage. And the only other option is a guy flanking from server side or the A bombs at hatch. So great kind of problem solving there for FaZe Clan. They get the first pick, that goes a very long way. Then you understand, hey, just clear 1 of the 2 fronts they're attacking from and we're gonna be fine. FaZe are up 6-3. And yeah, a lot of these rounds have been close. But now they go to open area. I think this is in some ways the strongest bomb site on Bank because it allows you the most flexibility. We saw it from NIP. They are roaming with Valkyrie. They had intel. They were playing top floor. They were playing basement. They were spread across the entire map. FaZe Clan did a great job at dealing with those roamers. But NIP, they gotta do that same exact thing. You can't typically rush the bomb site here. That's the issue. Because the bomb site is in such a strong position on the map. Where you have hatches that lead towards it. You have a lot of map around it to support those entryways. Like if you have telecom floor, you see heaven, so you see bottom skylight. If you have lobby, you see main. There's no easy entry points really for NIP. Floorstone goes out and Cons gonna try and get some intel, but gets shut down immediately by Handy, who is very much ready for it. NIP, they don't really have any roam hunting operators. No Deimos, no Jackal, no Shield, no Dokkaebi. They have util. But to use that, they gotta inside the building first. And that's the struggle right now. 50 seconds burnt just here in a moment. And every single person is outside the building still.
Clock management doesn't really seem to be much of an issue for either of these teams in this matchup. There's a lot of work to be done on a map like Bank, though. At 90 seconds, you can full clear the map depending on the bomb site. Also depends on the roamers. I don't know if Wizard lacks a drone. It looked like he was being droned in from main lobby, Nick, but...
Yeah. I mean, there's only 3 drones left for NIP and there's still half the round to play. This is the issue. They got all these utility operators, but nobody can go into the building.
Wizard's just waiting for this call, but he's very valuable utility that you do not want to die. Handy goes down to Cons after losing Psycho. 3 and 9 on Psycho is... well, that's a poor effort on his behalf. Dino toiling outside. Goes crossbody onto KDS. He's removed from above. Now whether or not the Buck can get in and start to do that destruction work on the floor remains to be seen if there's another roamer to go up and assume that position. Wizard is still in this spot. He spent the last minute here. Is he waiting for a call for somebody before making his move?
I mean, they don't even have a flank drone. He is the flank watch right now, but he's also the capital. That's the fire and smoke you want for the bomb site, and Wizard has not done anything but stand inside of ATM. You see the silhouette, he is now rotating. Lobby flank is open for FaZe Clan if they have the Valk cam that gives them that valuable information. And it looks like for NIP, they're just gonna drop the side hatches, rotate the fire and the smoke, and try and get the bomb down. So FaZe Clan now, they gotta have an answer. They gotta have a counter, but the toes are sticking out. Soul's position is explosive, he's stuck in the corner.
This is such a bad spot for Souls to be in. He might have just been given a reprieve here, but he doesn't have information. You got to get out of this position. There goes Cons from above. Souls still fighting in this spot, wasting as much time as humanly possible. Nip being given a big leg up because of it, and they sweep through the final players. Nary a kill to be found from FaZe Clan. Things were starting to go bad for Nip. They desperately needed that round, and they get it.
Bit of a miscommunication, I think, from FaZe Clan, because Viking went to C4, the player holding his stock, the floor is upstairs, and then Soul still stayed in the corner, and he's gonna die to Capital, right? If he stays, he's gonna get fired. If he swings, well, he's very low in HP, it's a risky gunfight. But when you C4 the guy holding your stock, I was like, surely Souls runs away. They play the round 3v3, and no other players outside in the window. It's a 3v2 technically speaking, but he kind of just stuck around and died. Small things there. NIP, they didn't have the drone, they didn't have the intel, but they found the angles regardless, and FaZe Clan helped them a little bit by playing in, I would argue, some weak and risky positions. The thing about Siege right now is that you have a drone counter in the game when you're on defense. You see how many drones you've killed as a team, and if that number is like 7 or 8, you should likely just play in strong corners because the enemy doesn't know where you're going to be playing in. You can argue that you should play in the rat corners, of course, just hiding away, but when the timer's running low, you know Capital's left alive, I'm not sure that's the kind of play you want to go for. Either way, based on they have time to play with, they have rounds to play with. They're still leading by 2, 6-4 here is the score. And NIP have to constantly problem solve and fear the fact that if anything goes wrong, if they mess up or if they don't act accordingly, they will lose this match. It is that simple. That's the benefit of FaZe Clan's early advantage of getting all those rounds. They got 4 attacking rounds back when they were on attack. They planted 4 of those 6 attacking rounds as well. NIP so far, not quite as good, but still following relatively close.
This spot by KDS is usually enabled by a deployable shield. No deployable shield to be had, though, from FaZe Clan. Makes KDS just have to take engagements directly on. I don't know if one of Cyber's Vault cams are up there to enable him. Maybe you have somebody calling it. As you can see from the left side of your screen, Handy, Souls, and Vidaking were all on cams at the same time. Andy and Vidaking are likely playing two of the more safe positions. Vidaking has been sitting on cams a long time. I mean, if you don't need him until the execute comes in, might as well gain information for it. Halfway point of the round. Cyber's made his way through the basement and now sits on blue stairs. This could be a rude awakening for Nip if they don't drone this out.
Tough one. If Cyber just swings, you know, it's such a free kill, but the thing is, Cyber's afraid of moving and generating noise, and Musi might hear his position, so he's gonna stick it out. The benefit here, though, for Cyber is that he does have that late round flank for a C4 below if he can escape Musi. But he's slowly moving away as well, advancing upstairs instead. Cyber, tough decision to make, and no intel to work with either because Musi found that Valkyrie earlier on.
Musi not just finding a Valcam, but also looking for an opening. There's FaZe Clan to start off the killing. Could this be it? Nip have kept it close, but FaZe Clan have looked like the better team the whole way through. Psycho jumping in, taking out KDS. A trade back to give FaZe Clan the advantage, but the diffuser going down in the hands of Khans will present a problem for the defenders. Khan surviving with a tiny point of HP. Castle barricades keeping the line of sight quite tight for Nip. Cyber's moving very slowly through this map. Staircase by staircase, step by step now. Towards Skylight. Andy drops as he tries to return to the bomb site. Down goes Psycho to Cyber. Cyber still in this position. Time is running out, though. You have to go quickly. FaZe Clan in a 3v2. There's Khans, last one standing. He gets one pick, immediately turns over. The diffuser only 2 seconds away.
Oh!
And Cyber will get it in time. FaZe Clan, by the hair on their chinny chin chins, will pull out the victory and topple Nip.
Oh, that is perfect use of every second in the round. They jump out, they double swing it, they get the intel, and there's like 1.34 seconds left, I think, calling it really, really close. But again, if you control the pace, you control the time, and FaZe they were very much in that position.
No, FaZe inarguably the better team through those interactions, whether it be on attack or defense. I mean, I really do wish we spoke Portuguese because I would have liked to have heard what they were saying and just whether or not you can get a good idea of their comfort in that match. You know, when we do listen-ins at the NAL, we get to hear whether there's tension or whether there's stress or whether, you know, good ideas are being suggested and then shot down by the team.
Yeah.
Here, all we can really do is get, I guess, their tone. And maybe some people naturally sound frantic or not. We got one more match left, and we know it's been a bit of a longer day. We're going to waste no time whatsoever. We'll throw it to a break, and we'll come right back.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. We have just seen FaZe Clan beat NIP in what was a really fun game to watch. And I know it was a lot of fun for Connor. Connor, you called it. You've called 2 incorrect results so far. This one, you got right on the money. 7-4. Congratulations.
Yeah, and I got the round differential too. That's the more impressive part, because FaZe Clan came out and started looking so incredibly good on their attacks, and then right at about the round 3 mark, NIP started punching. They started, just landing some blows right back into the momentum of FaZe. As soon as sort of the side swapped once again and went back FaZe favor, and they were pretty comfortable this entire game, but still an impressive showing from both teams nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned FaZe amazing on their attack. Nip ideally should have been better on defense if they wanted to get something out of this one.
Yeah, they definitely did. On the defensive side, you had Muzi stepping up. However, there wasn't really anybody else. It was just a solo show on that defensive side where they were only able to get 2 rounds. As soon as they swapped to the attacks, they actually looked a lot better, but that was only because Wizard was really kind of pulling the strings as well. It was a dynamic 2-man front on the side of NIP. But if you look at FaZe, the reason they won that game is because they had multiple people all stepping up. You had Handy, KDS, and Souls all punching at a very high level. It was just too much for the entirety of NIP to handle.
Yeah, I mean, when you get all 3 of them going at the same time, it's a dangerous, formidable trio, right? Because it just cancels out anything that the opposition tries to achieve.
Exactly. I mean, like, Muzi and Wizard dropped double digits and they looked good, but, somebody has to be getting farmed for the rest of those stats to look good on the side of FaZe Clan, and they were hitting them where it hurts. They were hitting the site players. Cons was really struggling to get things going, and even Pino couldn't really get anything onto his side as well. When you flip to the other side of FaZe Clan, you have Vidiking. He didn't do that great, but what's his role? He's the support. He's one of the only true supports on this FaZe Clan roster where he can just kind of sit back, he can drone, he's doing a util game, and it just worked out for FaZe once again, being one of the best teams in the world.
Well, they're proving it here again with another statement win here. Top of the leaderboard in the region, of course. W7M still yet to play. Only 1 point behind coming into this one, so they can still somehow prove themselves as well. But FaZe really looking like the front runners here.
Yeah, they definitely are, and sure, they are going to have a very tough matchup, or, going into this weekend we thought was going to be a very tough matchup, but we can touch on more of that tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Black Dragons versus W7M will be our 5th and final matchup here on the Blast R6 Brazil League Playday 5 broadcast. We're going to end strong. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. We are 4 matches down. We've got 1 more to go, and we are ending on a high. Black Dragons versus W7M is imminent. My name's Ian Chambers alongside CDAPS. Connor, this has been, my first time here on the Brazil League. It has been a lot of fun working alongside you and our amazing production team, and being able to witness firsthand from a broadcast perspective some of the best teams going at it in the world. I think that Brazil, as of late, and it's not just as of late, it's probably over a couple of years now, are proving that they are right up there as a region, if not the best in the world, right?
Yeah, definitely. You probably didn't hear about Vivo Keyd stars before you came into this Playday here today, and they came out, they started off this Playday looking great. They're really cementing themselves through. You got to see a Liquid upset. I think you might be the good luck charm for that roster, because before you came in, they did not look good.
Well, me and Palu, we're tight, so he can thank me later. Let's start off by taking a look at this Black Dragons roster as we get set up for these guys taking on W7M. They had a successful week 1, wins over Liquid and E1, and that Liquid win's looking even better right now, as is that E1 win. Last weekend didn't go so well, Connor. It was a real momentum killer for them, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, sure, they expected to lose to FaZe. They actually brought them to overtime, so that's kind of the only blemish on the side of FaZe Clan's record so far. But then this mibr game, that's where you could almost say that the hype fully died for this Black Dragons team. We were riding so high on them, we're all of a sudden thinking, like, this was a really good team, but against mibr, it just left a really bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, it can be a struggle as well. We have seen teams previously today as well, though, get over that hump of disappointment last week and then that bounce back ability. Can they do it up against the new look W7M? Let's take a look at this roster. It's not the one that we saw raising the hammer, of course. But actually, no, hold on. Let's run it back a little bit. We got some time. We're not going to get to W7M yet. We're going to talk about Guto in particular for Black Dragons. One to watch for this roster in terms of consistently showing up week in, week out.
Yeah, I didn't want to gloss over Guto because he has been playing so well for this Black Dragons team, and a lot of the success that they felt so far has been off of his shoulders, especially in Playday 3, where they were able to take FaZe into overtime. Dropping 17 kills against a FaZe team that doesn't have a weak point is so incredibly difficult, and Guto was able to accomplish that and bring his team get a point once again. There's not really anywhere you can just directly kind of try to exploit with FaZe Clan, but somehow Guto did it and it was magical.
See if he can do it again against W7M this time. We are going to talk about them. It's a new look roster, not the team that raised the hammer, but they have been over-delivering in a lot of people's opinions. They've looked so good, outperforming expectations, and they've only got one loss so far, and that was, of course, to the front runners in FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and with this W7M roster, sure, you can say, yeah, it's the low score. It's what you would expect. They're a good team, but I didn't quite expect them to be so incredibly explosive immediately off of the first play day, especially because, you know, there's some question marks. Dodez, he's a new player, sure. In the Rush series, in the Tier 2 Brazilian circuit, he looked amazing. That's why he got this opportunity. As well, there was a question mark about Volps. You know, he didn't have a great time on Liquid. How was he going to bounce back? Was he washed? Was he finished?
It seems like he wasn't, because he has been the highest rated player, not just for this roster, but across the entire league. He's a real standout player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been just lights out once again, Volps. It's like he never left the original W7M, which probably goes down as one of the most unlucky roster moves for a player in history. As soon as he leaves, they just go absolutely crazy and win every event. But now he's back home on this org, and he's returned to that form that we saw where he was a dominant player on W7M. And this time, he's an even more dominant player in all of Brazil.
Yeah, he's proving the doubters wrong, and I love to see it. That's what we love to see in esports. Now, I guess the org, right, as a whole, W7M, the owners must be absolutely buzzing and delighted with how things are starting to shake out right now, because you go from having the entirety of the greatest players in Siege at the moment as your roster. They prove it with 2 back-to-back major wins. Copenhagen, Atlanta, then on to Sao Paulo. They have the greatest comeback ever in that final map to raise the hammer. And then they go their separate ways. We've now got W7M, the old roster, over on Furia. And like you said, the core Los roster coming across here to W7M. And they have, like I said, you know, outreached where a lot of, I guess, fans and players might have expected them to. And the org must be thinking, wow, we've picked up exactly how we'd want to in this situation, right?
Yeah, especially because the Furia roster has taken a step back. They've looked a little bit weaker, but this W7M team, they must be feeling like there's something in the water of the team house or something like that. There's some sort of power up from just wearing a W7M jersey that has really applied to this roster and really pushed them past those expectations that we were just talking about.
Well, speaking of those big expectations, I imagine as a player, you don't necessarily have that on your back at the moment because you are, I guess, standing in the shoes of giants right now when you step into this team, despite the fact that the org itself might have high expectations for them. As players, it's almost like, okay, as long as we do half as good as what those guys did before us, then we're in a good position, right?
Yeah, especially because they had 2 new pieces, and, you know, you can just, having a team split up with the core of Los, you know, they lost their IGL. They lost Cameraman. He was the one pulling the strings on that team. And now you have Loban, Dots, and Dash just trying to apply what they already knew as a core and bring in 2 new pieces. Whether or not that was the correct decision, probably was, because Dodez and Volps have been phenomenal fraggers that make this team really dangerous on paper when you just look at them across the board. Everybody can frag.
Yep, strong across the board, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the map vetoes now for the final time here this evening, which always leads into another prediction from Connor. We'll get to that later, but for now, talk us through our vetoes.
Yeah, right now with W7M, their map pool has looked very, very similar. They don't like Bank, they don't like Clubhouse, they don't like Consulate. Everything else kind of just falls into a different area of where do they want to go. And right now we're going to be going to border as opposed to skyscraper. Once again, that does make sense. Neither of these teams really looking like they like skyscraper that much. Border, it's a map that has been played here in Brazil a couple of times. It's a little bit more towards the attacker side than a lot of other maps, but in the Black Dragon Playday that we saw where they brought to this map, their attacks did look phenomenal.
So it's time. Connor, I want another prediction for you. You are coming off the back of a hot take. Can you back it up with back-to-backs? What are you saying?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to go really hot take here. I think it's going to be a bit controversial. W7M win. And that's should be the expected result.
wow.
I think everybody probably thinks that. And I'll say 7-4 once again.
7-4, you're going for that, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about just Black Dragons briefly as well before we get into the map here. What have you made of the new talent as part of this roster?
I really liked what Gudo has been bringing to the table, but, you know, there's still a little bit left to be desired from the other newbies. For the side of Loira, he has been just the kind of leader on this team in every single Playday except Playday 3, so we are going to have to see him kind of leading by example. He's one of the sort of epitomes of what I've said, with a veteran just showing the new guys how to do it. The main one that comes to mind is Loira, because he's had an absolute resurgence and looked so good, but it's going to be a very, very difficult matchup. If Gudo doesn't kind of pop off as much as we saw against FaZe, Loira might be the only one doing anything.
All right, well, I'm hyped for it. It is our final matchup of Playday 5 here at Blast R6 Brazil's League, and we are crossing over to Parker and Pengu for this one.
The way you said that, we are crossing over to Parker and Pengu, would suggest that for some reason, you...
And Sly. He's like a little baby.
That looks like a really nice... That looks like a really nice cat. Show the cat. Hold the cat. Hold the cat up.
Look at the cat. Look here, Sty. Yeah. Very sweet. He's very long. Look at his body.
That's a long boy.
Long.
That's a long boy. Now we're hopeful that this match is as beautiful as your cat is. W7M might have a new look, but success follows them all the same. Even with today's matches, W7M have still maintained a top 3 spot despite all the teams around them getting points. We began today with almost half of the league at 6 points. Technically, 1/3 of the league was sitting at 6 points. We now have 1/3 of the league sitting at 9 points, and W7M happens to be one of those teams. Black Dragons are 2 points back with 7. Obviously, with FaZe Clan winning the previous map, they went up to 14 points. W7M are looking to maintain a top 2 spot. Top 3 is not good enough. So we go to border. Black Dragons have been a middle of the pack team, but have shown that they can compete. They will have their hands full with one of the most surprising parts of Brazil, which is how dominant W7 is despite picking up a new roster.
It was exciting seeing, so to speak, like new teams in play, and Border is one of those maps where if you want to test your limits in terms of gunplay and sheer teamwork, that might actually be the one. Because we can talk organize like fundamentals, we can talk about bank, about like strategy, for example, or adaptability. Border is like that good old coastline back when that was in pro play. It's just, you're just fighting. Long lines of sight. The second you spawn, the first room that you're going to be facing as an attacker, there's going to be a defender in there. We see teams these days always play E-stairs, security, break room, and there's been a trend today for pretty much every single match. Asami is just not going to get played more than one, I think, of these 5 games today. It's almost always banned. It's just such a strong operator on the maps we've seen today. Skyscraper, Bang, Border. Because how like in your face the defenders want to be. And of course, one of those 2 teams will always say, no, we don't want you that safety net. So once again, Asami's gone.
We'll go through the operator bans yet again, because they do change depending on what teams ban what. Valkyrie sitting alone, 10 bans so far, but Fenrir and Azami are right behind. I imagine with these bans now locked in, once the numbers update, we will see all three tied at the same amount, and then you have Keyd and Mira not too far off of that. Solus's ban rate's actually been quite low so far. Greatest thing that happened to Solus's ban rate was the introduction of Fenrir. As for the attackers, Ying banned out is not much of a surprise. Monty, the next banned attacker, but will be available as Lion is banned for what appears to be the first time. But again, just waiting on those numbers to see if that is from this match or prior. Very first pick is Ash decides to hop out, whether that was enabled by a Valk cam thrown outside for the 10 seconds that it stays alive until it stops transmitting or not. But Black Dragons get a relatively easy first kill.
Oh, they do. They do that indeed, and I respect it. If it worked out, we would have praised the play. Oh, phenomenal aggression, setting the pace, and if it gets punished, no, Black Dragons, they were ready for it. Kudos to them. But with this verticality, Lobin from break room, watching Passport double door walk in, Lion's ass, and that's a very valuable kill because that's the buck. That's your verticality in this round. So no more attacking from below. You just gotta go horizontal. And Black Dragons, they're being fought here, again, on the east staircase, on the break room door. There's no easy ways in for them. They have to clear Logan from his position, or they just cannot take security or break room control.
Doda's watching.
Oh, what?
Did he fire? It didn't. I didn't hear. I didn't hear a bullet go. That looked like such an easy kill.
It did.
And they didn't get it.
Now they're rotating. They say, you know, we don't want to mess with that guy. Doda is just too strong for us. We're going to call office instead. But there's a minute left. It's a very late rotation. Florisdrome goes in to gain some intel, but nope, that gets shut down as well. Dot's actually aggressing in towards office, holding on to this ninja position, as we call it over in Europe. He's not going to move willingly.
Oh, it's on the vault out! He picks the wrong target. Oh my. Goes for the Claymore instead of the Ace, who was positioned not too far away. W7M allowed Black Dragons take up space near this bomb site upstairs. Black Dragons have not benefited from it, though. W7M in a 3v2, make that a 3v1. Unless, of course, Florio can be picked back up. Nuxka's last alive. Loban and Volps, the final 2 kills. And Nuxka dies at the hands of Volps in particular. First round goes to W7M. Volps entered the day as the highest rated player. He's got a while to go to fall. He also has the best KD in the league.
Oh.
Overall, Volps. He came under fire from Liquid fans, so much so that Liquid even referred to him, I believe it was Hugzord in a tweet, called him the imposter. Well,
boy.
Volps left Team Liquid, and Team Liquid fell off of a cliff, and now Volps is the best rated player in the entire region, playing on his old org, albeit with different teammates. And it doesn't seem like it affected him at all. If anything, it affected him in the right way, as he has looked quite sensational with the change of scenery.
It's funny how much a team change can affect an individual player. You'd think, oh, if Volps is so great, he can join any team and play great because he as an individual doesn't change all that much. But that's not true. The resources that you're given, your communication, how much your team plays around you, that all changes things. I mean, if you join Liquid and you got someone like Nesk and Paolo on the roster, are you going to be the star player? Are you going to be given what you want because, you know, you might be investing into Paolo and Nesk instead? I don't know. Teamwork and synergy, seeing eye to eye on how you play the game strategically and how you prep for matches also can differ. What I do know though is that Volps have looked great, as you mentioned, here back on W7M as an orc, and the entire team has almost, like, I would say, I outperformed expectations perhaps. Been a weird stage in Brazil. Some of the obvious, like, oh, that team's gonna do great, this didn't, but look at this, the aggression. Laura flies in East Staircase, and what was a struggle last round is no more for this one. They get East control, that gets them break room control, but there's a mirror window insecurity overwatching break room, so there will be an obstacle later on, and there's no Ash on the attacker lineup to deal with those mirror windows either.
Drone just outside of reach of Dash. It's Florio's. It will scoot away, and now Dash goes for the run out. Turn around! Turn around!
Oh no!
How did you miss? Oh my god, that would have been absolutely awful if he hadn't seen that. Black Dragons will now take that and springboard to a huge lead. Volps in a 1v4 that becomes a 1v3, playing off this position. If you allow him to reload that vector, he can do some serious damage. The remaining bullets in that mag will be gone in a hurry. Volps needs to play this well. Surrender control of the top floor. You don't need it any longer, I suppose. You want a direct gunfight, especially if you think that the diffuser will be going down shortly. Volps sees one, attempts to take out the Flores, but the IQ of Loira is not that far away. And they pinch the last player of W7M very effectively.
What a run out. What a run out. He went straight. Oh, we're Volps on a different map. We have traveled back in time. There it is. He sprints all the way through the main door, doesn't check his close right, and it does kind of fall apart. That round ended kind of out of nowhere. I would say W7M, they're in a great spot. They had mirror windows, they had upstairs control, they could oversee the entirety of the bomb site, but again, border more often than not comes down to those individual gunfights. And it's the same reason why, similar to Bank, it has been attacker favorite for a long time throughout its history in pro play. Because attackers often have slightly better guns, and in certain meta games, they also have slightly better gadgets. In the current version of this game that we see in professional levels, we see stuff like Dokkaebi and Grim on border having a very high effect rate, where the gadgets just give you very clear-cut intel onto where those defenders are playing at, and there's not much defenders can do against it. What we also see on border sometimes is the chaotic stuff, like the Ying, the Munty, the Glass, the Lion, those kind of fast executes. White Dragons will actually attack a repeat onto the Finger Blitz combination, and they kind of rush the bomb site, isolate the roamers, or just comfortably take map control. But I love the blitz pick here, especially on the map that is border, because it just kind of simplifies your approach, I would say, to the early stage of a round.
Lots of tools for the Flores to deal with. A blitz also being brought by Nuxka will be a sight to behold, though. Of the shield play today, I don't think it's been a good day for shield operators so far. Wait a moment.
They're planting.
It's 45 seconds and Nuxka is about to plant the diffuser. All right. Oh, but Ask still alive. 9 players with 40 seconds left on the clock. How on earth does Nuxka just walk right in and plant that diffuser? How is nobody watching that? The oversight W7M to allow that to happen is huge, and while they do lead in kills at the moment, they've got to be wary of the time. Suddenly, Black Dragons kill everybody. Lobin is last one alive, but he's outside and he gets spotted. He's finished off. BD, wow, what an impressive round.
I'm curious if they had like a really well-placed drone in the prep phase, or if they just have seen like a gap maybe from a previous matchup or from scrimming W7M, because they picked the blitz in the last like 7 seconds of the drone phase, and they immediately put the blitz in the bomb site window. So it was very much like an orchestrated and intended plan to go down. But if you look at it from the top-down view like we did, there was no real plant cover. If any of the players up above looked down the hatch, dropped the hatch into bathroom, the plant wouldn't go down. So the entire possibility of a round victory relied on a mistake there from their opponent of W7M, and the mistake was made. Nobody played by the bomb site, nobody checked the verticality, and there was no intel either for anyone to check out that was roaming. So the plant goes down, and the post-plant and siege is so strong, it's like a solid like 85% or so win rate for the attack inside, even if you're not ahead in numbers. Just simply because you're going to hold the diffuser from outside the building very often. That bomb site is one of those sites. W7M being caught off guard here. 2 rounds in a row. Of course, only one with an actual side rush, but still. Not the start that they want. And Valkyrie is open. Solus is open. But they're not really being played all that much as you'd expect here. Instead, Dash is on Frost. Dots is on Keyd. So, very different kind of win conditions with W7M. I don't think it speaks to their weaknesses so far, but maybe they'll play closer together now that they've been punished for it.
This is quite the start for Black Dragons.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, on a map that, well, is defender favored. The only maps so far in Brazil that don't have the distinction of being defender favored are Cafe and Consulate. Cafe's been played twice, Consulate's been played once.
Oh, okay. That's not fair.
Exactly, so it's a very small sample size. Admittedly, Order's been played twice as well, and it's 55 for the defenders, 45% of rounds won by the attackers. In that sense, you'd expect W7M to not be at the deficit that they are currently at. There's plenty of time to turn this ship around. They got an upper hand by eliminating Loira. Guto's also been great. Quite a few of those kills from Guto coming in the previous round. Now the bees from below.
Not
Now
again.
the bees will allow the buck from below to do some damage. They're going to get another diffuser down until a nitro cell's tossed out. How are teams not expecting this, by the way?
Yeah. Good point. Because it's like the only thing that can go wrong is a C4. You have Buck below, you have a guy outside on the window, but I don't know. They just missed it, I guess, and it shuts down the entire plant. Now there's no talent shield from the OSA. You cannot try this again, and you're playing with a man deficit. So Black Dragon's got to figure out a different approach this round and go to plan B.
I'm not sure I'm ready to say that Black Dragons is done for good. The body is still warm, man. See, that was a reference to you saying that they'd gone cold, they were dead. Okay, maybe the round is over.
Maybe it is.
Maybe you were correct. When the buck walks up the main stairs, Dry peeks, hold on, Gudo. No. And Florio, last live Dotus, gets both of those kills.
Yeah, you know, a dead body stays warm for a bit before it eventually goes cold. And I think when Osa dies in that situation, that's pretty much what happened. It's in like, inevitably, it will be a round loss. It's just a matter of time.
These have been very quickly paced rounds by Black Dragons. And honestly, though we are so used to teams trying to throw a nitro cell over top to kill the diffuser, the diffuse planter rather, I still do appreciate the fact that Black Dragons are trying to knock W7M out of rhythm. I was gonna keep talking, but
I was gonna say out of rhythm. Have you seen the bomb site?
that was what I was referencing.
I'm doing it first. This never happens. Someone check the stats. Do you have the stats, Parker? What's
It's
the
been
win
played
rate?
one time so
it
far
has
in
been
Brazil.
played. Oh.
Supply Customs shown up once. It was won by the defenders.
Oh, even more surprising.
So it's
Wait.
1-0. So if you're W7M, you want it to be 2-0.
Oh.
So you take the lead over Black Dragons.
Look at the lineup right now. There's nothing like that stands out. Like they got heavy intel, obviously, so they can play vertically and whatnot, but they have no way to hold on to security or break room really, besides player position. So I feel like Black Dragons should have a somewhat simple approach in front of them here. Reach the side wall, go above, take security, go down and plant. Going for a straight bomb execute not gonna happen against Maestro and Valkyrie. It's just too much intel to deal with. To get the first step done, wall is now open. Now the hard part begins. You need to roam clear, Dotus up above, or find a different way to break this apart.
They don't need an IQ if they can just spot those black eye cams on their own. Not every team in this region likes to bring an IQ. You look at the lineup though for W7M, and an IQ would actually work really well at countering almost every single operator. Also, I don't know if it's been noted, but Volps has the AA12, not the Alta.
Gotta get that soft destruction in. Downside of playing just the Legion secondary is that you need a primary shotgun, possibly two. Ask finds Volps, though that shotgun no longer in action. And that's the start that Black Dragons want. Manpower advantage, Evil Eyes will still get info, but can no longer sap their opponents.
Also means that AA12 is not going to be seeing Womp Womp. I wanted it. Dodes will come to Loban's aid now inside a break room. As Nuxka drops, but the Solus gets caught out, and Nuxka can still be retrieved, but these teams are just inflicting damage on each other in such a hurry. Dot's just narrowly missing out on his fade as Lawyer does not expect a second in that position, and neither did I. Entirety of this action has occurred off-site. Dot says the marks from above. That's the benefit of having a Valkyrie still on the board. Those evil eye cams as well. Both Maestro and Valk's gadgetry will work wonders at giving Dots information. There's one drop. And a vault out, but they're not near the bomb sites. Dots is just going to play keep away. Diffuser's been retrieved by Ask. Final 30 seconds now. Stacking up by Jail. Dots cannot find the sledge of Florio fast enough.
What?
He does find Ask. This is huge. Play keep away. That's Diffuser dropped, and they've got more pings as well. Florio losing a lot of HP, and Dots wins the engagement. W7M somehow win the round.
The way that clutch started is actually very silly. So Loban got a double kill as Valkyrie up above and vaulted over the east staircase and landed on Dots' face basically. Sprints down the stairs and dies. And of course, if you're an attacker and you just saw Valkyrie get a double kill and run away, you're not gonna think, oh, the last guy's also gonna be east stairs. So a massive gap there, allowing Dots to like exist in that middle ground. But then he gets the kill, goes back to side, and then what happens in the 2v1 is even more puzzling, because the Thermite just wanted to sprint. It's 2v1, you know where Bandit is, roughly at least. And instead of checking the angle with your gun, swinging together, trying to plant out of stock room, whatever, he sprints back, turn to the Bandit, dies for free. And then you just saw that last sledge from Florio getting red pinged all the way to the grave. I guess Custom's bomb site isn't all that bad in the bigger picture because it's 2 for 2, baby.
Valkyrie's been a mainstay so far, and well, if that round is any indication, the previous round, of course, you can see why. Must have been excellent coverage from those black eye cams from W7M, as felt like they had an eye on every Black Dragons player from the midpoint of the round onwards, especially at the very end. It's possible to pull off clutches without Valkyrie, but you got to imagine that W7M were aided greatly by those cameras. You saw the red marks as well, continuing to antagonize those attackers on Black Dragons. Not only have to worry about the fact that your opponents can see you, but you know everything you do is being watched. It's something that just lives in the back of your mind. Almost feel like you're at a constant disadvantage.
Good job there finding some of the outcomes at least from the drone work of Black Dragons, but they're going for a horizontal approach right now. It's not very common. They go customs, ventilation, they go workshop, and the downside to this attacking approach is that you have all that soft destroyable floor above you where the enemy is playing at. So hatches as well, lines of sight, and I mean Noxka isn't even looking upstairs, like he's not even worried about the verticality. They're gonna EMP, restore the bathroom, which again can be shot from up above. I'm not sure this is fully planned out here from Black Dragons. It's a very strategically weak attack, because eventually they'll have to clear top floor or something like that, because they don't have smoke grenades. There's no Munty, there's no Osa, there's no clear way to plant, and it looks like a plant strat to me.
Oh, I think that's pretty reasonable given the fact that Black Dragons, at least through the early rounds of this half, had a big focus and emphasis on getting that diffuser down. Closing in on the bomb site as a Rotero drone goes off a bit early. Dots will be flashed out and completely blind, but he's prone on the ground. What are the odds that somebody from W7M is able to assist him? He gets punished by Ask, so Black Dragon storms in. Nuxka's got diffuser down. The time will start to run against the defenders. Ask with sidearm out. He actually makes it work for a double kill before he gets punished by Loban from above. Dodes as well in a powerful spot on top east. Nuxka and Loira cleaning out W7M. Open the last one left through the soft wall. Finished off by Loira. Loira Demon might have removed Demon from the name, but the actions are still there. This is a demonic performance in the first half. Neither of these teams able to shake one another. Round 7 underway. The side swap coming in. 3-3 for both teams.
I am sorry that I doubted you, Black Dragons. I was not familiar with your game. That was what looked very strategically weak, very quickly turned into strategically sound. There was no real counterplay available from W7M the moment Black Dragons made it to the Teller's bomb site. No verticality, they were too slow in the rotation, and no C4 in a position to shut it down either. And the post plant, again, can be seen from outside the building. So even if you lose a bunch of bodies trying to get the bomb down, as long as it does go down, you're fine. 3-3.5, and, you know, if you look at that Customs bomb site, that was a 2 versus 1, we can argue it should have been a 4-2 favoring Black Dragons. So, well done to them. But, you know, 3-3 is equal, it's tied up. Both teams can't be happy with this result unless you went into this saying, we are really good on one side of the coin and quite bad on the other. Because some teams, they simply will be great at attacking border and not that good at defending it, for example. Then you're really hoping to get 4 rounds in defense on attack and 2 rounds in defense to kind of, you know, neutralize the problem. So let's hope for both of these two squads that they are as good on their starting side as they will be on the ending side.
Twitch being brought out as the one drone operator for this lineup. Rest will have mostly explosives and some irritating phone calls from the Dokkaebi of Volts. Volts has had a bit of a slow day compared to what, at least how he started this match and the expectations that we have of him. Really haven't actually seen a lot of Dokkaebi today, largely because of the way that the operator bans have gone. And I think this was something that actually Fabian talked about at one point, where this was years ago, where when Lion was banned so frequently, there were times where teams just wouldn't necessarily play him because you get used to not using him in your lineup, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same with Ying and Dokkaebi, where they will remain unbanned and will not show up. Valkyrie being brought by Black Dragons, just as W7M used this American operator so frequently. Does not surprise me at all.
A tough spot there. Laura has lost the mirror window, lost the intel, goes to the swing, loses out, dodges the opening kill, but the frost map on the ground followed by a C4. That's beautiful.
Continuing back and forth, W7M, okay. Natural rhythm of casting is that you toss to me when the action begins, but the action actually ended right as it began, so I don't know how we're supposed to approach that or not. W7M pummeled the Black Dragons defense. Black Dragons falling apart like a house of cards on a gusty day.
That's tough. I mean, I think that round is like Border 101. You're like, yes, got the kill. Oh no, I died. Then the round is just over. Because it literally was opening duel, first death happened, 7 seconds later, maybe 5 seconds later, and the round is over. And even the first initial kill, 1 second later in a frost map, half a second later, C4 from below. Like, every single step of the way was thought ahead from both sides, but heavily well favored by W7M. And often, this is what we see from like a good attacking team. If you're attacking from multiple angles, you can win your initial gunfights. You're just like closing in that net on the defenders, and you don't have that many like really strong playable positions. We saw Laura behind the mirror window. That's a strong spot right here where Ask is currently. But the moment that mirror window goes, that is no longer like a great spot to be in. So Laura swings out on the window, loses that gunfight. Had he won it, that round plays out entirely differently. Because you lose that middle ground player, and it's like the chain gets broken between the middle, or rather between the front and the back of the defense. So whatever player you're investing in, you gotta play their spot perfectly. Laura swung out, 50-50 gunfight. I wouldn't say it's not perfect, but once it fell apart, it just completely, like, this didn't work.
When he spoke poorly of Volps, then he gets 2 kills.
Yeah.
That's my fault.
You're
Not
bad.
only that, but also good value is the kill on the Florio. The defenders surrender their phones. You can hack the cams, and cam was dropped by 90, surrendered so that Volps can retrieve it and give information to the rest of his team, whatever cams are still up. Also a Bravo on the board, so even if you didn't get access to the cams, you can just take them. It's not dire that you have the Dokumi do it.
Fair point. Now the entry from Dodes, waiting for the intel. And of course that second gun from Dots. Again, once you start entering on border, it's important that you have the manpower to back it up, because once you start losing bodies, it's hard to recover that map control. So 3 players are fighting above, but somehow Gudo gets the kill instead. Not sure from where. Oh, the hatch and small box, I guess. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Quite dreadful to lose that buck. You want any soft destruction to be done? Good news, though, is that with this bathroom teller's bomb sites, most of the bomb sites will be unable to get shot through. There's no soft destruction to be had on those floors, especially upstairs in the office portion, where now a sledge can easily just sledge through these castle barricades. Buck doesn't have any good ability to deal with castle.
Ooh.
That was scary for Loban, but he survives. Ask the mute. Dead. Loira now sitting inside of the bomb site. Only 1 toxic canister remains in the 45 seconds in this round.
Yeah, I mean, it might prove vital later on, deny one position from the attackers to come from, but they got upstairs control. The only issue is that, do they have time to make verticality? I'm not entirely sure. 34 seconds. Is Dash in that position? Yes, Hammer starts swinging out. But Gudo hiding in bathroom, that's gonna be a problem. That's that key position right now. He can shut down the entire push, as can Loira inside the tellers.
Down goes Gudo to Dots. Loira needs to survive without any utility now. Instead, we'll just have to go for direct gunfights. Black Dragons were outnumbered. Doubled up on Noxco. What is going on in this position? Loban's been dropped. Volps will attempt to lure them out. Loira doesn't have information as to where he is, so Nuxco will come in instead. Things looked so promising for W7M in that round. That was until, of course, Nuxca came to the rescue, and then everything turned on its head. Black Dragons equalizes. This will be no cakewalk for W7M. These teams are as evenly matched as you come to expect.
Back and forth. Alright, both teams bringing their all right now and really fighting for it. And it really comes down to that opening engagement again. It was Frost all the way in office, sitting on a shield at a tiny angle leading into Armory. So that's Buck down. And again, that's half of your self-destruction. I feel like if W7M had a bit more time to work with, Buck and Sledge alive, they can get into a more stable position before dropping down the hatch and going for the diffuser. Now we see they're cooking something up here. They're attacker repicking. Buck, Monty, Ash, okay. But none of those chaotic operators who support the Monty. So I'm curious what the goal is. Often there's two ways to play the Monty. One is chaos, you go for a plant. They like, you know, Smokes, Capital Grim, Ying, Beast, Stokely, Lion, whatever. The other one is that you play like a normal standard operator lineup, but you bring the Monty as a way to just like make it easier for yourself. If you want to take security, well, that's kind of difficult. You try and shoot with Monty, it's a little bit easier. Extend the shield, just walk in security, mess with the opponent, get that live information for your teammates, and make it work. So, the Monty opens up a simpler way, I would say, to attack border, but it does mean you have one less gun to work with. So the entire team needs to actually play around the operator and understand that Monty alone is not a threat. Monty with backup, however, is very lethal.
A little bit of damage is done to Dots as that toxic gas will linger out in front of him. Loira burned through those gas canisters quite early in the previous round. One already being used in the first 45 seconds is obviously not ideal, but it also depends on a team's application of smoke. Smoke is not always an anti-plant end-of-round operator. There are teams that will use that with either nitro cells or maybe mirror windows or evil eye cams, etc. Instead, the smoke will be used to safeguard a certain part of the map, and the utility that the smoke has will be to waste time. You can argue over how successful those smokes are, but it's definitely a strategy that's shown up before. I don't think that's the application, though, for Loris. He's still got 2 toxic canisters in pocket. It seemed like he just got scared and popped it as a precaution. Halfway point now, round number 9. One of these teams will take the lead after the round.
Look how easy that was. Monty walks in extended, enemy runs away. They could have done that a lot earlier out IQ in the round, but they got it done. Next step, mirror window. Just, again, Monty, walk up, look at your opponent through the window, smash it. Boom, takes 5 seconds. No action needed, no rotates needed. Now Monty can walk into this armory door, provide a little bit of intel if they want to. And even if they want to rotate here and go office instead, Monty can do that too. The question now is, what is the execute going to be? Because W7, they're spread very thin, they're attacking archives and armory all at once.
ACOG on Gudo can see that long range, and well, W7M don't expect this. Volps dies as Gudo might be in a tough predicament. The Monty breathing down his neck. Another player not far removed. Nuxka taking out Dodez. Ask the first one of Black Dragons to die. This defense from Black Dragons looking pretty good, but Dots is holding court. Taking no prisoners. Loban in on it as well. And Loban comes in at the right time to work alongside the Monty. You had one round that looked like it was going to go for W7M. Not the case. That round looked like it was going to go towards Black Dragons, and W7M prevail. So up is down, left is right. And not the World Championship winning W7M. Their new roster will succeed in that round, forcing Black Dragons to take a timeout.
Oh boy, the Monty value in that round. I mean, that is pretty much like Monty wins them that round single-handedly. Roam control, check. Mirror the destruction, check. Walks inside for intel, also check. And then even in the end, Monty becomes the killing machine, finding both of the 2 opening picks that allows the rest of the teammates to walk in. And Monty is gonna plant diffuser afterwards. It wasn't needed, but that's how much work the Monty did. It's really good stuff to see a team play around that operator, and also the Monty player not being too scared to say, okay, now I have to do something. I can't just stand here extended and watch my team fall apart. I can really imagine that tactical timeout from Black Dragons being about, okay, if we see a Monty, this is what we gotta do. Or we need to start playing a counter to Monty every single round to try and peel them off the operator. That can be stuff like an Echo. It can be Oryx like we see right now. It can be trying to play a bomb site like Armory and then play C4s below so that if Monty goes into security, you can kill him from beneath with that C4. Because if the enemy wants to play Monty and you don't do anything about it, they're gonna keep bringing it, especially if it keeps working. So now it's about counterplay. The question is, if W7M they see the Oryx, are they gonna care about it? Because the way Oryx works as a counter, that if Monty gets too close, you can dash into Monty, knock him away from the shield cover, and then your teammate can kill them. Or kill the Monty rather. But the issue is, if you're dashing into Monty, well, guess what? The attackers are probably gonna see you as well as the Oryx player, so you're usually trading 1 for 1. Oryx will die, but Oryx will ensure that Monty dies with him. That's worth it for defenders, especially if Monty's a big problem. So the question is, can Dots play around this correctly and survive the Oryx dash and still provide enough value to progress the round?
First logic bomb will go off in the first 30 seconds of the round. Assumption being that will aid some part of W7M's roam clear. As to whether or not there was a specific target on Black Dragons that they felt were holding down a position of the map that they needed to move out of that spot is anybody's guess. Fastest operator on the board, Oryx. Can maneuver around quite quickly, and don't discount the fact that he can just vault up and go through a hatch. We might see a quick plant here. Hold on. Ask was prepped and ready for that. Goodbye, Loban. Dots taking some damage, but through the soft wall, Volps is there for cleanup, not before he's traded away by Nuxka above. Dots is the shield in the team on his back with the diffuser going down. At the last second, though, Nuxka comes to the rescue. You cannot attempt to get that plant down without getting rid of the Soulless. It was a brisk pace by W7M. But unless Dash can clutch, this round's over and we're going to a 5-5. You dig yourself out of this position, Nick.
Hit some nasty shots, that's for sure. I mean, he found the first one, but look at his crossfire, armory, and archives. You gotta fight 2 angles at once. And if the defenders wanted to, they could drop to the bomb site itself and give up top floor, but they're gonna stick around, all 3 players against Dash.
And Gudo gets the job done with the sidearm. These teams are just incapable of shaking each other. It looked for a moment there like W7M might walk away with it, but then they drop that round of Black Dragons in surprising fashion. Pick up the next round immediately and then drop this one after attempting to rush into the back of the bomb site, expecting nobody to be watching.
I don't think that was all bad. It's just like you said, like if Source is up above, you cannot just expect to sneak a plant. But with that being said, if Oryx actually died to the initial gunfight and they immediately hop on the plant attempt, maybe they can do it. But Ass kind of saved it for them. He got the opening kill, he stalled the attack by like 5 seconds or so, and sometimes that's simply enough.
It's been a very clean match when I say between teams when it comes to things like kills and effort. Yeah, I mean, Dodes is 4 and 7. Yeah, Florio is 3 and 9. Dodes on the Ash is a typical main entry player, or main entry operator. Means those numbers might not be great, but if you look at the way the W7M's been playing, it's been Logan, Dots, and Volps getting in first. Dodes and Dash have been bringing up the rear. Black Dragons had Loira going very strong at the beginning. Guto was there as well. Guto has fallen off. Come back to a very human 8 and 6.
I like the Capcan here as a counterplay to the Monty. They put 2 Capcan traps on the door inside security, so if Monty walks deep, he's gonna get destroyed from the Capcan traps instead. He can't only use to shoot them. Don't have any grenades either. Of course, they have EMP, so disable them temporarily, but they can't deal with the Capcan traps if they go for that security attack. Wolfstall found the opening kill onto Noxcam. There's also 1C4 no longer in action from the defending side. That also favors Monty further. But I feel like it's a bait and switch here. Black Dragons want them to attack security. That's what the Capcan is for. But right now, that's not the angle. They started off a side. They're slowly rotating over. There we see Easter's window. So keep your eyes on Dots, because there's a double Capcan trap on that double door in the middle of break room leading to security. And if they don't see it, Monty might just die.
Lose Loira. The 2 picks so far from W7M have been great. Nuxka has been so clutch and plays inside the site. That's one less player holding down.
Oh, wow.
Fourth that you need to worry about. Same with Guto. He's now gone. Ask and Florio are desperately twisting, looking for something. But W7M want a flawless finish to this round, and they are going to get it. Dodes and Dots. The last 2 picks, the Monty, harassing the Malusi. W7M will not surrender a single death as all 5 players win the round, and W7M moves to match point.
That's a very impressive round, actually. So Black Dragons are trying to counter the Monty with those Capcan traps and their player positions, trying to bait him in. And instead, the Monty this time stayed pretty far back, just relaying information, and they picked up so many kills throughout the map because of it. Walked from below, Dogibi of Wolves on the flanks on various positions, and Monty didn't have to do anything because the defenders are moving around trying to worry so much about him. And then Monty even gets the final kills at Cherry on top where, hey guys, I'm also part of the action, I'm also having some fun at least. So we're gonna see the second customs attempt, by the way. Both teams playing it, we never see this typically, and somehow this is the case. This is the reality, and that might be enough actually. Dots currently going from Monty onto Hibana instead. It might be that they have not practiced the Monty takes for this bomb site, as it's a very unexpected thing to actually play against. That means that W7M for the first time in 3 rounds will change their attack and approach. They can only just walk into the building for free. Now they gotta start droning more, take it a bit slower, and it makes sense to bring in stuff like the IQ, the Twitch to Brava for those exact reasons, slowing down the pace of the game and just again trying to play off intel now that's not coming from Monty.
I feel somewhat vindicated, by the way, about Dodes' performance, though. He had a very big round and has now almost clawed his way back to even. It's very easy for somebody who might not be very experienced to look at an Ashe and say, well, that's going to be the first person through the door, right? Because for so long it has been.
Yeah.
And she is a uniquely made operator for taking first engagements. But if there's a Mira on the board, you as an Ashe cannot die early because more often than not, one of your breaching charges, or breaching rounds, I should say, will be used on a Mira window. You directly counter the Mira now. Not to mention all the rest that comes with it. No Ashe present for what might be the final round of this map. W7M will instead go with a sense of trickery and very heavy utility.
Okay, so one of the calmest first halves I would say in a while, where defenders are respecting the fact that they gotta fight for the map control. Also, it's match point. You don't want to make mistakes right now, but Volps again, so good at finding these gaps. He's doing it so many times, and again, just finds that small position where nobody's watching and gets another opening kill.
Well, they trade. We see an AA-12 kill from Ask.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Is that a moving mirror window, or what is that?
It kind of looks like a moving mirror window. It's still there.
Damn. That's new.
It's just floating there. Menacingly.
Interesting.
I've never seen that one before.
No.
I'm used to the flying magazine when you reload, then the magazine flies in front of your face.
Yeah, yeah, that one I remember.
That's a common one. Dodes might not necessarily be the main entry on W7M, but along with Volps, he will not have much influence on this round. I can't believe Gudo manages to come out of that in a favorable direction. Or shot out in front of him, but he fires back. Ask impacting himself. The floating mirror window just eluding Dots for the time being as he bobs up and down. Dots pulling out the sidearm. Thought he had a read on Loira by the machines, but alas, no. He didn't put all of his luggage in the bin. Maybe he didn't take his belt off before going through the scanner. Who knows? But of course, we need overtime.
Really, it's a back and forth. I mean, it's not going to get much closer than this. We're now in overtime. Black Dragons, they will stay on defense. WCM stay on attack. Some things will not change for now, but now it's a matter of best of 3 in round count, and every single round, you will change side. So now adaptability more important than ever. And you really have to choose your bomb site and your attack very carefully, because you don't get a whole lot of them at this point. So tailor it to what you think is gonna, work the best. And despite Customs being a highly successful bomb set in that previous round, Black Dragons will go straight to tellers. Kind of like the basic, make them work for the roam clear again. And then WCN, like their big question mark, I'm sure, is it gonna be a Monty round or is it not? The Monty worked really well. And yet, they didn't bring it last time. Fair enough, Customs bomb site. And it doesn't look like they will this time either. The one big saving grace with the attack, though, has been Volps just finding those small gaps, finding those opening kills, but he does it alone. And I think that's fine. He's playing that backstabbing flank kind of role on the attack. But the big difference was Black Dragons, the moment they lost the Keyd last round, they had 2 other defenders just running towards Volps' position, saying, we need to deal with this guy right now. And they did that, and it worked greatly for them. But now, Volps has done it a couple of times, now he's on Ace instead. So a big change up here from WSMM, no more backstabbing from him. Dots plays Dokkaebi instead on a more supportive role perhaps. So a small change up for a more consistent playstyle here I think for the attack, trying to stabilize.
But interesting why Volps has been taken off of that role. I don't think he was doing poorly on Dokkaebi, but I like that they've juggled things around.
Yeah.
W7M obviously clearly seeing that there are some issues with their overall strategy, and well, I think it's just that frankly we're looking at a defender-sided border, as we do see with a lot of these maps. It really shouldn't surprise anybody that the defenders are doing well. Selma goes off just in time and allows for Ask to drop out. This is not the actual location of the bomb site upstairs, but it is a very important part of the defense for Black Dragons. So clear out from above. Gudo playing an office. He can see through archives. He can see all the way over towards Armory. Loira, by the way, has been running this FMG. I don't know if you've noticed, but every single round that I've seen Loira on this smoke, no shotgun.
Good point. I actually did not know this. I just assumed the scope was in SMG11 because you got all the scopes available to you now. So, yeah, thanks for pointing that out, actually. But it makes sense because Loira hasn't playing in these kind of do or die positions, and that's not what the shotgun is needed because there's long lines of sight here on border. So, yeah, it's completely logical. Black Dragons have spread themselves out thin across the map, and the only issue is those Lookaby calls. But they're gone now. No longer in play. And the drone intel for game was also very low. 4 drones left remaining, but that's also flank cams. So Black Dragons are playing in corners, waiting for them to get, downstairs or attack the bomb side, and then strike either from behind or from those rat positions. WCM, their options are slowly slipping away in these last 30 seconds in the round.
Lawyer's got no smokes remaining. Nitro Sal on a very common spot, not far removed from Florio now. Gudo eliminates Dots. That was the Frost who was playing above for so long, but Gudo has realized that with the timer being what it is, you have to get back into the bomb site. Dotez will annihilate him. Ask trades back onto Volps. Diffuser going down in the hands of Dotez, and Loira will need to swing out of this spot. Florio's been dropped. Loira swings indeed. Diffuser goes down.
Oh,
Loban
no.
outside, the only player left. And Ask is on the diffuser. Loban, you're not going to have time to get in. You can't even get up to the window before this goes down. Sloppiness from W7M capitalized upon as the round is seized by Black Dragons. And it's not the only thing. They seize the lead. BD sitting on match point.
Oh boy. I'm not gonna lie, like, these sneaky plant attempts have been really good, but the post plant not really there. When the last player is outside on the side window and, you can't see it into bathroom, yeah, you gotta sprint all the way upstairs, but if they start defusing immediately, which is what they did, there's not enough time. Is it really worth to plant if you don't have a strong position afterwards? Not really. But at the same time, the issue with the attackers is that they're running out of information, the clock was running very low, they didn't have any easy, I would guess, way into the bomb site. It's just a hatch drop and you gotta pray a little bit. So it's not pretty and it's not clean, and often what happens when you go into overtime is that the game slows down, especially from the attackers. You don't want to mess up right now. You don't want to risk that, 1 in 3 rounds doesn't go your way. So risk assessment is a little bit different. Those 50-50s are now 40-60s because, oh no, what if we lose? Black Dragons, they actually played a really clean round of defense. They understood the mission. They're struggling on time. They're struggling with map control. We're not gonna give them any gunfights until they're near the site itself, and then they swung out. So a well-read situation from them. Now, they swap sides, and if this round goes to W7M, they will swap again. FaZe controls at 7-7. Both teams, of course, guaranteed 1 point because they are at overtime, but you're looking for 2, which will be rewarded to the winner. Points very important right now because the league is relatively close. There's a very big midsection like you mentioned earlier. Start of today, a lot of teams were in 6 points. Now let's move to 9 points instead. Every point matters, essentially.
So Black Dragons came in with 7 points, Nick. They are guaranteed to get 1, which means they'll jump up to 8 points, but it doesn't change their position in the standings because the next team is Furia, sitting at 9 points. So Black Dragons, there will be no movement. BD will need to win to get all of the points, which would be just 1 more, which would then have them join that 9-point logjam that we spoke of. W7M, though, started with 9 points, and even if they lose, they're still guaranteed 1, which means W7M goes up to 10 points. FaZe Clan and W7M will be 1 and 2 in Brazil. Irrespective of the result of this match, W7M regains 2nd place in the region and will break double digits for points. Black Dragons will need to win for there to be any movement in the standings, and even then, they'd still sit in the same spot. They would just be tied with all the other teams. Still, every point matters. And mibr and NIP both sit at 6 points. They're not terribly far behind. 1 victory tomorrow, and that's it.
Ow!
Why would you take so much damage?
They just reworked the repel. It's way faster. Surely you could spend the 2 seconds, but hey, Gudo, you do you, man. But nope. C4 into Florio, things get worse.
Very valuable operator, the Brava. No more. The Monty, next one in. Dots dies. Down goes Loira. W7M with a numbers advantage. Halfway point of this round. Nuxka, who had some very good looks, big moments on defense, will hold on to that diffuser. But look at the HP of Ask. Look at the HP of Gudo.
That's tough. I mean, no Finka either. There's no way to get that health back up. And all 4 defenders, full HP, 1 impact, 1 C4. These long lines of sight. While Nuxka on the Muncie can walk in and kind of get a position, I'm not sure anyone can follow him. With these health bars being so low, you're not going to want to take a gunfight, but guess what? You're an attack. You have to take the gunfight. You have no choice here, but just to go for it and try your best.
Volps at a dead even 10 and 10. Diffuser going down. Monty just in front of him, and he falls off of it. Oh my. That's a hard spot to be in, but as we said, very limited HP. Ask is still doing well. Volps winning that gunfight. Now it's Ask in there, but Volps tears through all of them. W7M answer back. All 15 rounds needed in our final match of the day.
If you're curious how we got here, well, ever since the 5th round finished, it's been 1 round to each team back and forth. It went from 3-2 to 3-3, then 4-3 to 4-4, then 5-4 to 5-5, and we've gone that way all the way to 7-7. And it's been very different outcomes as well, where some of them are super close, then they're super, like, one-sided. We've seen, like, ninja plants, basically, where people plant without defenders having any idea. We've seen rush attempts. We've seen clean, flawless rounds, essentially. We've seen custom spawns being played by both teams on defense, and defenders winning it both times. It has been a kind of ridiculous match from start to finish, and we've seen a lot of flexibility as well in operators. Now in this very final round, we see further adaptability. The whole thing about W7M being on the attack is Dot's gonna bring out the Munty. And we spoke about this like 5 rounds ago. One thing Black Dragons can do is just bring a counter to Munty whenever they think it's gonna happen. So again, Ask is playing Oryx. That's the counter. And that actually has prompted W7M to change their operator lineup, where Dots went from Munty onto Hibana instead. Last time they made that change, it was a very slow attack. That's the downside of playing Munty for a couple rounds. You're going fast, it's easy, you don't got a drone, you don't got an entry frag, you just walk, and it's easy. Now W7M on their final attacking round, the final round of this entire match, 7-7, they have to do the entry work. Volps is back on Dokubi, probably playing that flank kind of position, looking for an opening. The Black Dragons, they've suffered losses to that 4 separate occasions. They should also be ready for that. So I think it's favored for Black Dragons right now based off this. But we gotta see what happens.
I think it would be a very evenly matched game. I'm at this point hoping for a Black Dragons win solely to throw CDAP's predictions into the gutter where they've been for a fair bit of the day, but it has been an unpredictable set of games in Brazil. Best of 1s are often more unpredictable than best of 3s because you only have one opportunity. It depends on the map, it depends on the players, and it depends on shots like that. Dots gets one, but Ask, he's also been freed from Liquid. And he's doing incredible work. 3 kills so far this round. The Oryx will continue to maneuver quite adeptly. W7M, 2 to Black Dragons, 4 players remaining. I mean, I guess the good news is that it's Volps and Loben as the last 2 standing. Volps hears that logic bomb go off. Loben dies, Volps also dies. Black Dragons waits them out. And BD will take the 2 points. A very impressive matchup against what looks to be one of the best teams in Brazil. But Black Dragons said, not today. Better by 1 round, and BD will pick up 2 points. W7M still get 1 point for their trouble. And that means W7M will officially regain 2nd in the region.
This really is a season of like unpredictability, both in North America, for example, and also here in Brazil, where you're thinking, this team is gonna win, right? Easy prediction. No, you're wrong. Sure, it's a hard-fought victory, but this is still a surprise nonetheless, and it happened on border of all maps. So what's gonna happen next week? What's gonna happen tomorrow? Frankly, I have no idea who's gonna go to the major from Brazil.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you. And this next week is going to be quite busy. Both Brazil and NA that you and I work on have a couple play days outside of their typical dates. So there's going to be a lot of action to be had. But if the standings tell us anything, it's that Brazil isn't as top heavy as usual. You know, we're used to your Liquids, your FaZe clans, your W7Ms bullying everybody else. That's not the case. Vivo Keyd stars have looked really good. W7M have looked good. Black Dragons have looked good. Liquid, not so great. Nip, not so great. The defending SI champs, the defending two-time major champs, Furia, don't look that great either. It's been an astonishing set of matches over the first 5 play days, and I do not expect my astonishment to decrease as the next couple play days roll on. We've got one last desk to break down that map, and then we're home free. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with the conclusion of this broadcast.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League as the sun starts to set on Playday 5 here. An incredible win for Black Dragons over an informed W7M. It took overtime to get there, but they fought hard to make it happen. My name's Ian, alongside CDAPS as we start to wrap things up here. But Connor, it feels like that Black Dragon magic is back.
Yeah, you know, I will happily be wrong in a prediction if it means that more chaos has been thrown into Brazil, because that Black Dragons hype is back. All of a sudden, they looked like the team that took FaZe into overtime once again, and they even took one slight step further. They took W7M to overtime and got the victory.
Yeah, they did. It was very impressive stuff. I'd like to focus on objective play for a moment here. Both teams really wanted to get that bomb down as quick as possible.
Yeah, that was the sort of central idea of both teams' attacks, and you know, they went about it slightly different ways. For the side of Black Dragons, they had a lot of tempo changes. Sometimes they tried to get the bomb down early. And overall, you know, the way that the bomb was stopped by W7M, it was slightly less than what we saw with Black Dragons. With the success, Nuxka getting 2 bomb plants down, it was a nice step in the right direction for Black Dragons. Once again, it's like they're having some more life breathed into them, where they were experimental. They were trying to get the bomb down at like a minute and 30 seconds. It really caught W7M off guard. They tried it one more time, it didn't work, but imagine if it had.
Yeah, well, let's talk about W7M. A great use of Monty. Really activated, you know, Dots, who's struggled this stage so far, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, Dots did definitely step up on the defensive side. He had one round that's completely on his back, and when he swapped over to the defense or the attacking side, we had big plays like this on the Monty, a huge 2K, and even just pushing out the final player here inside a fountain on another attacking round was really impressive so far, especially because we haven't seen Dots be that strong so far in this stage. He's finally living up to his potential that we've seen across events like Atlanta, like the 6 Invitational, where he can hang with the rest of the players here in Brazil.
That's for sure. I mean, look, his team didn't get the result that they wanted, but for him, that's got to be a bit of a confidence boost going into our next Playday tomorrow. Listen, how do you rank Black Dragons now? Do you see them as a real contender here?
I think you definitely have to. Sure, they have one sort of hiccup in the road with a lost mibr, but they took FaZe and they took W7M to overtime, and right now those are 2 of the top teams. And sure, you can maybe say Vivo Keyd has now really surfaced as one of the maybe top 3 with Furia taking a step back, but everything is just absolutely crazy in Brazil right now, and it's hard to just pinpoint exactly because there's so many teams that are so close neck and neck.
If there's one thing I learned at SI, and I keep going back to it, is Brazil can be a little bit crazy, and it seems like it's reflected in the Siege League here as well. Let's take a look back at the results for today. Key Stars beating mibr to kick things off here. Liquid with, you know, finally getting off the mark with a huge, impressive win over Furia. Fluxo defeating E1, and then FaZe moving past NIP, still dominant, sitting top. We'll get to the standings shortly, and then of course we finished up here with Black Dragons defeating W7M in what was a back and forth affair. Really good fun, amazing play there, and so, like you said, crazy results.
Yeah, pretty much game 1 and game 4 were expected results. Game 3 was a bit of a toss-up, some people wanting everything, but a 7-5, that's, you know, that's a close game. It could have swung either way. But the map 2 and map 5, the Liquid upset as well as now the Black Dragons upset, that's 2 of the top 3 teams that were definitely taking a step away from the rest of Brazil. They came back down to earth. All of a sudden, that sort of 2nd place all the way down to 8th is so incredibly close and neck. One good play day can send you to playoffs. One bad play day can keep you out.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see how our standings look after how you've just teed this up perfectly. I want to see where everybody is sitting, if we've seen much shaking and moving. And as you can see, Liquid will be absolutely delighted to not be sitting rock bottom anymore. But when you're looking at the top there, a really nice 4-point cushion separating FaZe Clan from W7M. That is a good place to be right now.
Yeah, pretty much FaZe Clan can do whatever they want. They've got a tough match against Furia tomorrow, but, you know, I don't think they're sweating it that much, especially when, you know, they have a cushion and they've looked so incredibly good. W7M, Vivo Keyd, Black Dragons, E1, Furia. They are so incredibly neck and neck. It is so close.
Look
And
at all
MIBR and
those
NIP,
nines. Look at all those nines.
there's so many nines. And the sixes, MIBR and NIP, those are teams that one game against some of these other rosters that are a game ahead of them, all of a sudden can swing their round differential there. That's the primary tiebreaker. And they can be going into playoffs instead of those other rosters.
This is the sort of table you want, isn't it? Just right when you're going into playoffs, you want it to be tight as this, unpredictable. And now we can look ahead to our next Playday tomorrow, Playday 6. We've got, of course, another 5 absolute belters lined up for you. And hey, look, the Brazil League train doesn't slow down, Connor.
No, it definitely doesn't. Starting off strong with a Liquid that seems to be resurged. I'm excited to see how they match up against a Vivo Keyd Stars roster that we think is very good. All of a sudden, you know, they can be pushing for that second seed. They can get the first round bye. But Fluxo maybe can bring Black Dragons back down after a huge game here against W7M. And then match 3, I mean, Ian, that's a game that you've definitely seen in person.
Yeah.
Now you get to see it online.
Hey, man, I'll tell you what, an SI rematch, I'm here for it. This is what we live for, man. And we know there's bad blood there too, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you've got brothers. You know, the storylines, they all just write itself. It's a redemption story.
Yep.
It's a bounce back. One team having a lot better history over another. But overall, it's just going to be a great game.
Yeah, FaZe have got a chip on their shoulder, that is for sure. Hey, just before we leave, did you see all of the Furia players receive their little boxes, commemorative hammers and all that good stuff for the championship? That was so sick as well. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, those looked really cool. You know, like, if I was a player, I would just be like, I want one. I want one so bad. It's like an extra motivation. And for FaZe, I'm sure they saw it and were like, yeah, no, we're getting the next one.
If that's me, I'm blocking those players on Instagram. I don't want to see that, you know. But listen, you don't want to block us because tomorrow we pick up where we left off. Playday 6 is coming your way at the exact same time. You know the games, you know the teams, you know the players, and you know the stakes. We will see you tomorrow. By the way, my name's been Ian. Thank you so much for having me. I've loved it. CDAPS, it's been a pleasure working alongside you for the very first time. And for our amazing production team, of course, we will be back tomorrow. See you soon.